Peace, peace. How's everybody doing? I am Tony Lindsay, and this is Tony L Talks. It is no longer we need to talk with Tony Lindsay. So I'm right now in the midst of transitioning the podcast title. So it's a little quicker, a little easier, a little smoother. It's not a long name that you got to put into the search. So the name of the podcast is Tony L Talks. Why not, right? That's my name on X, Tony L Talks. Y'all know my name is Tony Lindsay, so it just makes sense. Tony Lindsay Talks. And y'all know I like to talk. Y'all know I got a lot of shit to say. So this is how it's going to be, all right? So I'm streaming right now on TikTok. I'm also streaming live right now on X, on Rumble, on YouTube, on Instagram, as well as Facebook. But for some reason, y'all know Meta platforms don't like Tony to speak. So right now, although I'm streaming live on Facebook, you will not be able to see me because there's some sort of a ban that they have on my account that they won't remove. They're not explaining why. My website, they have that blocked. Like if you even type my website in, my name, you're likely to either get like suspended. If you tag me, you might lose your account. So that's what's going on. So if you want to get the best access to the things that I have to say or the content that's going to be on this podcast, I would suggest that you guys download Rumble. Watch us on Rumble. Rumble is just like a YouTube, but it's for free speech. You can also watch me on X. X does not censor, especially considering how we see the rampant censorship that we see on TikTok and Meta platforms. Meta platforms includes Threads, Instagram, Facebook. And by the way, just so y'all know, Mark Zuckerberg also owns WhatsApp. So I know a lot of y'all think that you're having private conversations in your WhatsApp groups, but you're not. So I just wanted to make that very clear. So if you guys want to be able to watch my podcast, you got to download Rumble. If you want to see it in its full capacity, Rumble and X. You can see me on YouTube at Tony L Talks. I don't filter myself. I might get a bunch of strikes, but you know, whatever it is. So yeah, I deleted that app. Tony, you do not like Clapper? Nah. I mean, all them Chinese apps, they're communist apps, and it's interesting that these communist apps tend to favor Democrat talking points. So yeah, I don't really have time for that shit because they censor people who tell the truth. They censor people who go against the narrative, the orthodoxy that is on the political left, and they're not, it's you got to just really think about it. Why are people who spread the quote unquote misinformation and disinformation permitted so much access, and they're giving so much platforming on platforms on like TikTok and X? I mean, just look at DL Hughley. That guy spreads the most quote unquote misinformation and disinformation than anyone I've ever seen on this app. Him, the Roland Martins out there, the Don like this is what they do. But even Don Lemon, he came over to TikTok, and you see he's very much protected. So I don't know. Maybe it's about the views, it's about the clicks, the likes, the funding that they get from these I don't know, Act Blue or whatever Democrat Party sponsored bullshit to spread propaganda. But yeah, there's a reason why people who have conservative leaning voices are banned from most of these social media platforms that still have the same people in there from when Joe Biden was president, even back before that. You got to remember, a lot of people, look, you are spreading misinformation. Yeah, all right. If I got any mods in here, any of these people who come in here talking about misinformation and you're lying and shit like that, I want you to block those people. All right, because those are the people that come in and they report your live. And yeah, on TikTok, you don't actually have to be committing an offense to get your account suspended. All you need is a group of leftists to come in and say you're spreading misinformation, and then they ban your account. That's what they do to shut you up. It's silencing dissent. They don't want to engage in debate. They would prefer to just silence you, to shut you up, to censor you. And that's been the biggest problem that we face. And the conversation that you guys see that I want to have today, it's a conversation. If you look at the title, as a matter of fact, hold on. Yeah, let me let me change my headline here because this is a political conversation. This is, as a matter of fact, let's just go straight there. Save. Let's put the title on the screen. And this is what I'm saying. You guys won't see it over here. You'll see it if you're on YouTube, Rumble, or X. You'll see it over there. So if you want the benefit of being able to see what the conversation is about on the screen right now, on the podcast is Black Gatekeepers, Revolution or Restraint. And I think this is an important conversation we have to have. Damn, Tony, your floors are shining and it's dark. Yo, I haven't done those floors in years. I built this place with my own two hands. I built this place in 2005 and I haven't done the floors since. Yeah. But anyway, let's not get off track. I'm just waiting till I get a couple more people in the room here on TikTok before I start going into the conversation. All right. Because unfortunately, TikTok has me heavily shadow banned, just like Facebook does. And it goes to the question, like, what is it that people, well, like me, are saying that is so dangerous? What is it? And here's the thing, I'm not even a conservative. That's the crazy thing. Whenever you criticize the orthodoxy that exists on the political left that is often espoused by the Democrat Party, you are deemed to be some bad person, dangerous, violent extremist, and they want to stop you at all costs. Yes, the truth is dangerous. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Let me go over to the comments because I know I got comments right here. So I want to make sure everyone is included in the conversation. Hey, okay, all right. Anthony Glenn, the Winning Podcast. Okay, I'm glad I found you. All right, so also please support the Winning Podcast. That's Anthony Glenn. Brilliant man, very brilliant. He is very well versed in real estate and wealth building. And I think he's someone that you guys should also follow as well. Here on TikTok, his name is Anthony Glenn. And on YouTube, it is the Winning Podcast. So yeah, let's just get down to it. Oh, by the way, share the live if you want. Share the live. Because y'all know these algorithms are going to keep me suppressed until, you know, the Democrats come in here and start trying to cause drama. Tony, have you heard Tom McDonald's song? Yeah, okay. I'm not doing the music right now. We're getting into the podcast. So yeah, if you're in the live right now on TikTok, share it. And if you're anywhere else watching, share it. But you know what? It doesn't matter. I want to have the conversation now. No matter how many people, because if you reach one person, that's all that matters. I may invite someone up to talk. If so, I would prefer that you get on camera. All right, because you know the podcast. So if you're interested in doing that, if you want to do that, I don't know, send me something. Hit me in the Discord. Do that. Just hit me in the Discord. All right. So the conversation is about Black gatekeeping, the gatekeeping of the Black community as it pertains to the Democrat Party. I think it's a very serious problem. Over the past few days, I've done a couple of lives where we had a discussion on the state of, or the perceived state of the African American community. And one thing that I noticed is, well, there's one thing, I'll tell you this. One thing I don't like is I don't like constantly conducting forensics on the Black community in this country, because I think that plays into the problem itself. I think the Black community has been so heavily propagandized over the years that we've bought into a lot of the stereotypes. But the problem is a lot of us have bought into the stereotypes. And I think because of that, it's caused a resistance that has also led to enabling some of those stereotypes. And it's a nuanced conversation. But the one thing that I notice is that whenever we try to have this conversation under the framework of accountability, those in the Black community who try to present their positions on why we should hold ourselves accountable in certain areas collectively, they are attacked. Or there is an assumption that you're saying certain things because you're anti-Black. And I think that is the problem. That's one of the biggest problems, because a lot of our framing of our politics is framed through a lens and an ideology or ideologies that are not even native to our own community. We continue to invest into this idea of this political binary, and people don't understand that sometimes the answer, if the answer isn't right, isn't meaning the political right, it doesn't necessarily mean that the answer is the political left. If the answer isn't Democrat, it doesn't necessarily mean that the answer is Republican. The problem is that whenever someone critiques something that goes against your own perceived worldview, your default reaction is to label that person on the quote unquote other team. And that's lazy thinking. That's extremely lazy thinking that we need to abandon. You know, I can't count the amount of times that I have had conversations with people who I know are intelligent people, who throw all of their critical thinking out the window the moment I say something that could be perceived as positive about Donald Trump or a Republican policy or talking point. Everything that I say, and this is something that we need to learn. Whatever we say, we need to get to a place where we are espousing our own thoughts based on critical analysis. We're looking at the facts. We're looking at all of the information presented before us, and we have decided, hey, let's look at everything. Left, right, middle, top, down, whatever. And then let's analyze that information, disseminate it, and come to our own conclusion. We're not coming to our own conclusions. And it's doing a disservice to the collective. Now we're going to talk about Black people, right? Because I love my community, and I love my community enough to tell them when they're wrong, because we continue to operate that in a way that says that anyone who criticizes us hates us, and anyone who offers us praise is an ally. So aren't you giving the tools to your enemy to know how to infiltrate you? All they got to do is give you a pat on the back. Good job. We're fighting for you. We love you. You believe that these people love you. You know why I'm talking about this desire for acceptance and love? Because every single time I say something that goes against the Democrat Party orthodoxy, the first response that I get from a Black person is, well, a black Democrat who's brainwashed is, Republicans don't care about you. So why do you need them to care about you? That's not what politics is about. You think Democrats genuinely care about you? What if they do? What if they don't? I'm not looking for anyone to love me. See, politics is quid pro quo. You hire these people, you elect these people to do the job that you set out for them to do. That's why they campaign. That's why they have these whole campaign, you know, where they're like, yeah, we're going to do this and we're going to fight for that and blah, blah, blah. You look at the information, what sounds best, look at their record, match it up with that, and then you come to your own conclusion on why you should be voting. That's quid pro quo. What does that have to do with whether they sincerely care about me or not? I know a lot of Black folks who care about the Black community, but it doesn't mean that they know what the hell they're doing. The road to hell is often paved with the best intentions. Do you know how many idiots there are in elected office right now who are representing allegedly you and your interests? Do you know how many social justice leaders are out there who continue to tell you what you need, what's best for you as a Black person, and what's best is always resist Donald Trump in every single thing that he does, whether it benefits you or not? How could I fall in line with some shit like that? How could any of you fall in line with something like that? It's ridiculous. So, and oh man, and I'm about to do something that I don't like doing. I really don't like doing. But here's the problem. Okay, yeah, if y'all heard me when I first started this conversation, what did I say? I said I don't like always having to conduct a public forensic evaluation of the Black community, because I think that in itself is rooted in anti-Blackness. But how did we get here? How did we get here to the place where it must be addressed publicly? Because every single thing under the framework of the politics that we continue to follow is wrapped in a weaponization of our identity against the political opposition of people who really don't even give a damn about us, even though that tends to be our lens, our framework, our litmus test for political alliances. Do you understand what I just said? Did I say that a little complicated? I just did I because I just spit this shit out while it's coming to my brain. What I'm saying is, when you choose a side in your politics under this false two-party system, you are always choosing the wrong side. Because the only team that you should be on is team the American people, team your community. And listen, this is the problem that I have, right? Because this shit pisses me the hell off, bro. From my observation, and I want to ask you guys your observation as well. You know what? I want some more Black people up in here. Word up, for real. I want some more Black people up in here. Because one thing I hate too is whenever I speak like this, the people who attack me the most, my own people. You know what they'll say? I hear a little bit of an accent. Where you from? Are you ADOS? Are you a descendant of chattel slavery? Wait, where were you born? Oh, you were born here? Where were your parents born? Okay, well, where were your grandparents born? Like, that's the qualifier now for me to be able to speak to my community. Last time police pulled me over, I don't think they asked me where my parents were born. Not here in New York, in Brooklyn, New York City. I think that there are so many in our community or of our community who have found a way to capitalize on the historic pains and ills that have been committed against us. They have found a way to commodify it, package it up, wrap it up in this framework that will keep us in exactly the same place we were 60 years ago. A lot of y'all don't even understand how what you are doing today, you are doing the bidding of the same people that Malcolm X warned you about as being the most dangerous to Black people. He also said Republicans are dangerous, right? I would agree that if we rely upon a a two-party system that presents us with a false choice, we're always going to make the wrong choice, which puts the onus upon us to think for ourselves and navigate these politics, this political framework in the most intelligent way, until we can actually rebuild, build something different, fix this broken system. Because the more you invest in the tribe, in the cult of the Democrat Party or the Republican Party, the more you're literally fighting against your own best interests. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. So you don't now, when it comes to now, am I saying stay away from Republicans? No, I'm saying look at policy. Because when you think critically, when you are objective, see, not subjective, when you are objective in your analysis of things, then you understand that it does not require a neutral stance. A lot of people today have chosen a neutral stance, and they've chosen actually silence because they don't want to be attacked or vilified for their own independent views, which are quite often common sense views. There's a reason why common sense is under attack. It's to continue to keep things going in the dysfunction that it is indefinitely. So let me go straight to it. We're going to talk about this. Now, I don't like calling out people directly, especially people that I know, right? But the thing is, it's like when you stay talking, saying reckless shit about the Black community publicly, about Black people who are fighting for better for us, and you call them sellouts and traitors and Uncle Ruckus and all that other dumb shit, like, but at the same time, you're doing great, but you're trying to sell everybody else on why they can't get shit done. I think it's time. I think it's my responsibility to start calling the shit out. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all are doing too much harm. Y'all are doing way too much harm for us. And I think we need to get to a place where we don't care anymore about what people say about us. That's where y'all need to get. It is so liberating when you don't give a damn what other people think about you. So what I want to talk about, and you're not going to see it on the TikTok stream. I'm going to let you hear the shit that he had to say. You advocate for Blackness, but support an all-white party. Okay, look at the ignorance in that comment, folks. Somebody said, that person said, you advocate for Blackness, but you support an all-white party. Does that make sense to any of you? See, that's another problem there, right? You got all of these programmed Black people who think that Republicans represent whiteness and Democrats represent what? Who's the majority of folks that are out there right now protesting in DC against law enforcement in high crime neighborhoods? That's Black people you see out there on the line, or that's a bunch of white people. That's a bunch of white liberals who are out there fighting in defense of illegal aliens. Show me how that's in the interest of the Black community to be fighting for illegal aliens. Do you know who is in competition with illegal aliens the most in the job market? Who do you think is forced to compete with illegals most in employment in this country? Uncle Tom in full effect. Yeah, Uncle Tom was the hero, jackass. And this is the thing, right? They always come in with ad hominems. They come in with insults to shame you out of speaking the truth. That's why I like when they come, like they join in on my TikTok lives. Those are the people that they come in here, they want to report you, they accuse you of misinformation because they want to shut down the stream. Because when they start to see people opening their eyes and people are like, damn, yo, that's real. I never thought about that. They come with the name calling. Look, Uncle Ruckus speaking. All right, so do I have any mods in here? Because y'all know at a certain point, because I see the viewership going up fast. So they're sending the bots out there to shut down the stream. That's another thing that they do, by the way. You got one person that I don't know if you guys know how bot farms work, but you'll have one person that has like a shitload of phones and they go into these things and they type the insults. So it's like when that one gets blocked, you're like, oh shit, how did the next one just finish the same sentence? And it's like they're saying the exact same thing. You ever notice that? Because quite often it's 1, 2, or 3 people who are basically flooding the chat on behalf of the Democrat Party. Uncle Ruckus. I point them out because I want you all to be able to see it. You a mod for me? Yo, listen, damn. The only problem is I don't really know how to mod somebody in here. Wait, let me see. Hold on. Stacy. I think I can. Hold on, Stacy. Let me see if I can mod you. Oh shit, I can do it. Okay. Hold on. All right, Stacy, you're a mod. The only thing I want you to do, oh no, wait. The only thing I want you to do is, hold on. Hurry up, confirm. All right. Why is this? Hold on. You can only add oh, damn, I got too many mods already. All right, I'm gonna have to fix that. But to the moderators, don't block people just for disagreeing. I don't care. I want people to disagree because I want to be able to have a conversation. But if there are people who come in here and they start like hurling racial epithets, like Uncle Tom, even though they don't even realize that that's not even a real insult, they say coon, raccoon, Sambo, all that shit. Yeah, get them out of here because I don't really have time for that type of lowbrow bullshit. If you disagree with something that I'm saying, you're welcome to come and have a conversation on that. All right. Yeah, those are the people who appeal to the lowest common denominator, the people who don't really think. And they get angry when I call them out because then everybody else who's watching, it puts the attention on them and they see, oh, shit, they got us. Let me get out of here. So, yeah, that's why I like calling out the bots. Oh, let me take this off of here. All right. So anyway, let's get to it. Here's your boy, my son. I know my son. And I actually think, or I thought for the longest time that he meant well, right? I'm not here to do any personal attacks. I attack rhetoric, right? I attack the argument. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to attack the argument. All right? Big difference. I want you to hear what he said. And I want you guys, I want to get your opinions on it. So if you want, you can leave a comment on the stream and I'll respond to it. But let me play what my son, social justice activist, said about Black people who voted for Donald Trump. All right? I want y'all to hear this. Here we go.
Or catch the video version on YouTube at TMI Show PC. So that brings me to my I don't get it. There's this narrative, right? And although it's true, right? There's this narrative that a lot of them have used. I've heard Candace Owens say it, Byron Donalds, who else? You name it, they've said it. The Black people who support Trump. and they try to justify racism, and they try to justify slavery. And I've heard them say, well, you do know that black people own slaves, right? And
I actually agree with that argument with the black people own slaves. I think it diminishes the significance and the reality and the impact of chattel slavery. But let's go. Oh, you can't hear it? Kind of hard to hear it. All right, let me turn it up. Here we go.
Do know that black people sold their own people into slavery. And I want them to know that I am 100% sure that happened. And I want them also to know that they are the type of black people that sold us into slavery. They are exactly the type of black people that had slaves. We know y'all exist. We know that all skin folk ain't give. So when y'all say that like it's a flex, you're talking about you. You are the ones who brought into the white supremacist talking points, who get up on these white stages and tell us how black people ain't shit, how we kill more than everybody, how we undereducated, how we don't understand this, and how white people have been. And when you look at the places where white people are governing, these things aren't happening. Y'all the one who parrot that bullshit. Y'all the ones who believe that. So it was no problem for your type to sell their own people into slavery. It was no problem for your type to enslave their own. You don't have any empathy. You didn't feel any connection to another black man that you seen being humiliated and just desecrated. You had no feeling because you wanted to be adjacent to whiteness. It was your type. It was your ancestors. You have the bloodline of those who enslaved their own people.
Listen to the TM.
Oh my God. Who agrees with that? I want to know who agrees with that. He also went on to talk about the house Negro, and you're the house Negro. You're the one that wants to stay next to the slave master, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. Let me ask y'all a question. Who was the slave master? Democrats or Republicans? Who fought to free the slaves? I'm not saying this as a Republican. I'm just asking. I just want critical analysis of this. Democrats. The house slave who wanted to stay with their master, with their white master, according to him. He's saying that is the conservative black person wanting to remain surrounded by whiteness. Who is the dominant group that governs the politics of the Democrat Party? I'm not talking about faces. I'm not talking about symbols. Who runs the politics of the Democrat Party? Is it not white liberals? Is it not white Democrats? Are we going to use the same talking point of a party switch? When there was no party switch, there really was no party switch. I've done the history on this. There was no party switch. I mean, I think the confusion with the party switch comes from geographic location. Because a lot of black folks, I hear them espousing talking points about, no, there was no party switch. But a lot of black folks talk about how, like the Dixiecrats and how the racist Southerners and blah, blah, blah. It's still the racist South, like the Democrats of back, and then they turned into the Republicans. That's actually not true. It's factually incorrect. You didn't even see a mass migration of any people who identified formally as Democrat, because Dixiecrats only lasted like 45 days or some shit. But you didn't even see any of that until around the 1980s. And that was centered around states' rights and smaller government. But I don't want to get into that conversation. What I want to know is, what I want to point out to you is this framework of the party switch. I think it's wrapped in geographic location as opposed to political ideology. And the thing that I've noticed, as someone who was a Democrat for many years, is that the ideology within the Democrat Party, it is extremely racist when it comes to black people, but it's wrapped in virtue. Oh, we want to help you poor black people who can't do better for yourselves. Let us go into your neighborhood. Why don't we just give you guys some, to facilitate the drug use? Why don't we get rid of bail because y'all can't afford it? Hold on. Y'all are not smart enough or responsible enough to get IDs. Oh, you can't afford IDs so you can vote. Oh, the only thing I've ever seen white liberal Democrats advocate for is more government control over black people and facilitating the extended poverty of black people who primarily reside in Democrat strongholds. Am I saying that Republicans aren't racist? Well, I'm not going to say any entire group is racist, but I can tell you that when it comes to yes, there are racist Republicans. Hell fucking yes. But I also know when it comes to the ideologies that reside on the conservative side, see, I didn't say Republican, conservative ideology, it seems to historically align with the black community, from my understanding. Belief in the nuclear family, mother, father, children. Is that, I'm asking, is that not something that black people have historically aligned with? What about no, please don't request stuff. I'll take requests in a second. This targeting of children for gender confusion. Does that sound like the values of black people? Pushing laws to allow children to make permanent adult decisions without the permission of their parents? Trans sanctuary state. That's the values, the historical values of the black community. The political left, they condemn the idea of the nuclear family. That's the black community. How about this demonization of masculinity as toxic? Y'all, I'm sure y'all seen that video when they're like, hey, who would you rather be in the woods with, a bear or a black man? What gives you the temerity to even ask a question like that? Where do you hear these talking points? Where do you hear these talking points that demonize masculinity? From conservatives or liberals? From my understanding and me living as a black man and being an American citizen since birth, for my 52 years of life, I've always believed in the right to defend myself. I've always believed in the right to bear arms. I remember the Black Panthers. I remember the Nation of Islam. Since when did black people not want the right to defend themselves? Because that's what I hear on the left. So I hear conservatives saying, I want to preserve my right to defend myself. I want to preserve the nuclear family. I want less government intrusion into my life. Black folks, y'all want more government intrusion into your life? I want less dependency on the federal government, and I want to be able to do what the hell I want to do as a free person in this country. Is that something that y'all are against? Oh, I get it. But Republicans are racist, right? Do Republicans, remember, I'm talking about conservatives, but do Republicans have a racism problem? Yup. Yes, they do. But the problem is Democrats have a huge racism problem that too many of you willfully ignore, and it keeps you trapped. This is the problem. And it's because you're not thinking for yourself. You're thinking based on the politics that they're feeding to you through propaganda. You think it's a coincidence that the majority of the media that is giving you your talking points leans to the left? Y'all believed in mandates? See, it's so much hypocrisy. Black people, y'all love Democrats. Y'all vote for them 90% for the past 60 years. I voted for Democrats because I was told that's what we're supposed to do as black people. How many of y'all heard that? Real talk. How many of you black folks heard that? That by default, no, black people are supposed to vote Democrat because Republicans are racist. That's what I was told. That's what my parents were told. How many of y'all heard Democrats are for poor people, Republicans are for rich people? How many of y'all heard that? Be honest. But that never actually resonated with me because I never wanted to be poor. So then I had to ask myself, like, damn, could it be that they're fighting for the ability to achieve success without overregulation and excessive government intervention and the diminishing of their own personal freedoms? Somebody said poor rich, but I guess poor rich people. This is what I'm saying, because you think like a poor person, because you want to be poor. You're okay with being poor. I mean, even if you look, I mean, listen, look at New York City. This is where I live. I live in New York City, Brooklyn, New York, where you see this is the most expensive city to live in the world. And it's also one of the places where you see the highest disparities between the black community and everybody else. But yet y'all still voting for the same fucking politics that have been continuing to betray you and send you into poverty and gentrify your asses out of here. Explain that. Because they know how to appeal to your feelings. The leading candidate for mayor in New York City is promising y'all a bunch of free shit that he can't deliver, but never answers a direct question. He's advocating for bigger government, more rule over you, more regulations, more fines, more limitations. And that's what, bro. And you have the nerve, and people like my son got the nerve to talk about like mental slavery of black people. Where are all the Republicans that are destroying and oppressing me in New York City? Real talk. To all of y'all that live in New York, real talk, bro. Where are all the Republicans that are destroying your life on the local level, making it harder for you to live, imposing all of these restrictions on you if you're a homeowner that tell you what you can and cannot do with your own home, continuing to raise your property taxes, continuing to fine you if you want to start a small business, continuing to overregulate you, hitting you with speed cameras at every other block. Every other street, there's a speed camera. Congestion pricing. It's a fucking police state here, bro. And meanwhile, while the illegal immigrants are being shipped in here, they are given all of the resources that we're not getting in our communities, and we're paying for it. And y'all cool with that? Why? Virtue? You felt sorry for them? Who feels sorry for you? I don't even need nobody to feel sorry for me. I just need, you know what intelligent black people want? Black people want you to leave us the hell alone. I said intelligent black people, not New York hates Trump in the chat. He's not an intelligent black person. He's just here to just talk shit. And that's the thing. We got to get to a place where we're no longer willing to accept the bullshit rhetoric from people who can never articulate their views coherently, where all they do is insult you because you're saying things that they cannot defend. When you talk to black Democrats, yo, Y'all cool with Minnesota being a trans sanctuary state for children? That if I'm the father and the mother is trying to indoctrinate my son and tell him that he's a girl, she could take him right out of here from New York and go to Minnesota, and they won't acknowledge my rights as a parent to stop it. And she could go take him down there and get him in his transition. That's predatory. See, y'all don't want to talk about that because now it's putting you in line with predators against children. Inconvenient argument, ain't it? What about these laws in Minnesota and even New York that allow abortion up until the moment of birth? But you know what y'all gonna say? Oh, but that doesn't happen. When is the last time anything like that happened? Yeah, but why the fuck did they get permission for it? You see the logical fallacies? Why would they even create laws or propose laws, try to get them passed that would facilitate it? You can't argue with that. So you know what? You know what you do? Shut up, Uncle Ruckus. Shut up, Uncle Tom. That's what you do. Because you have no argument. You have no thesis. So you engage in personal attacks because you're having a hard time facing the reality that you've been supporting some bullshit that you never had no business supporting. You're facing the reality that you are supporting a party that is anti-black, more anti-black than anyone else. Look, hold on. Look, I want y'all to see some of the TikTok personal attacks from the black people. Well, from the black Democrats. Tony, your hypocrisy is crazy work. Look, you sound like a diehard Trumper. It's another talking point that they do. You sound like a diehard Trumper. Why don't I sound like Tony? Is it because you don't understand what a black person who thinks for themselves looks like? Is it because you can't understand that black people exist who think outside of the talking points that are fed to you by racists, by politicians, by people who don't give a damn about you or your group? Look how you immediately, you sound like a Trumper. Nah, I sound like Tony. And if Trump agrees with something that I said, then that means Trump agreed with me. Not my opinion is not contingent to the approval of Republicans or Democrats or any white people. My opinions are my own because I have self-agency. I think for myself. And if it sounds like a Republican talking point, then that means Republicans sound like Tony. If it sounds like a Democrat talking point, Democrats sound like Tony. Because I think for myself. Why don't you? Bro, this shit is crazy. The only thing I ever get from these people is insults. They never push back against the argument. Soldier in the chat. His name is Soldier. That's what he put. Soldier, and it was somebody else. Some other bozo. Why you didn't respond? Why didn't you respond to what I claimed about the things that you're supporting, that you're voting for, that your party is voting for? This predatory behavior against children. Show me the thriving Republican state. Do y'all see this? Florida. Yo, this is crazy, bro. And you know what? This is why so many black people who are either conservative or who are independent or who are just pro-black, period. This is why they can't fuck with y'all. Because you don't know how to think about your own community outside of what white liberals want for it. Did you understand what I just said? Who's funding all of your shit? Who's funding your lead social justice warriors? Where's that money coming from? Who's out there supporting them in droves? Who's that standing behind them? Who's putting their black faces at the front of their movements that tell you that black men are the patriarchy? This is exactly why, unfortunately, the majority of people in this country see black people as political children. That didn't sound right, right? It didn't feel right for me to say that, right? It hurt your feelings, right? It sounded anti-black to you. I just told you the fucking truth. Because the loudest and most ignorant voices within the black community are always elevated to the top of the conversation. Yeah, New York hates Trump. Nah, whatever. Leave him in there. Whatever. Yeah, so I'm trying to understand what is it that, you know what? Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Because all that shit that my son was talking about, I want you guys just to hear a little bit about the things that you support. Okay, Black Democrats? Oh, hold on. Let me put this on the screen, so there's no mistakes here.
Jacob Fry drawing national outrage from Christians after he stood outside the Catholic Church today and condemned those who were offering prayers for the victims of the transgender terrorist attack.
Don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
Did y'all hear that? Y'all heard that, right? This is now this is the crazy thing. That was a shitload of virtue signaling. You know why? Because it's the shit. Oh, is it right? Yeah, but who did that shooting? Was it not someone who subscribes to the same gender confusion that the Democrats are pushing? Didn't the same person who committed that atrocity literally write a letter where he blamed his mother when he said that, Mom, you were right about this gender transition shit? And he said, but I didn't like the way you handled it, so that's what made me want to kill all these people. Is it possible that this push to continuously tell our children that they are born in the wrong bodies is leading to mental instability? Oh my God, did Tony say something offensive? Is it possible that when you choose to affirm delusion and affirm confusion, when upwards, where in cases up to 98% they grow out of it, do you think that's possible why some people might have a mental break? No? Thoughts and prayers. I mean, do you think maybe the fact that the shooter wrote, "Where is your God now?" on his gun, are conservatives anti-God? I mean, he also wrote "Kill Donald Trump," didn't he? Was that a right winger, like Rosie O'Donnell said? Because it seems like this anger, frustration, and violence is coming from this mental illness epidemic. It seems like it's stemming from a certain side of the political aisle. You know, there are studies that have been done on like Democrats, independents, and Republicans as it pertains to diagnosed mental illness. And Democrats have double the amount of independents and Republicans. Why do you think? Oh, hold on. Misinformation. Sorry. Goodbye. Yeah. See, the thing about TikTok, when these people come in here and they start talking about misinformation, those are the people who see when you start giving them too much truth that they can't refute. That's when you start seeing misinformation, misinformation, misinformation. That's the trigger. That's the trigger to get the live shut down. That's why I'm streaming to X. That's why I'm streaming to the rest of you guys on X, on Rumble, on Instagram, fuck Instagram, and YouTube. I'm streaming to other places because when they nanner, well, they call it nannering. When they suspend my live, I'll still be live. So to all of y'all that are even in here in this TikTok, make sure you follow me on my other accounts because y'all already know how they do on TikTok, where if you start telling the truth, they come straight in and try to get you censored. And this is why we have to start investing, building our own platforms, right? Or go where we are allowed to speak. I don't get censored on X. I don't see censorship on X. Actually, X has the most balanced presence of Democrats and Republicans, right and left, on that platform. It also happens to be the #1 news platform on the globe. So I'll be over there. I'm going to go where I'm allowed to speak. And a lot of you guys, you like to remain in echo chambers. You want to stay in the space where you feel comfortable and you're not challenged. And I responded to my son's thing there. Well, as a matter of fact, let me read my response. Because I think it's relevant. Shit, you know what? Yeah. Let me read the response. Okay. Here's what I wrote. Why don't you and I have a real discussion on this topic? I think it's very important that we stop demonizing our own people for not falling in line with one political party over another. I don't want to debate. I want a discussion. Now, how is that? Like, does that sound like I was on some bullshit? I'm asking you. I asked, this is what I propose to this civil rights leader, if that's what y'all consider him. Did that sound in any way antagonistic? I'm asking you. Did it sound hateful? Did it sound like I wanted a pat on the head for white people? I'm asking you. Very reasonable. Oh, wow, Dree. And Dree is a Democrat. Sounded reasonable? Okay, so it didn't sound like I was looking for a fight. Okay. Well, let me read to you his response to me. Okay? It's not a party. It's a demonic dictator. This is deeper than a party. This man is not just racist. He's morally bankrupt. He's about division and negativity, and anyone who supports that isn't my people or even someone I want to discuss anything with respectfully. So first, you just said that he's being divisive. Do you think that what my son said was unifying? Especially when it comes to a brother saying, "Yo, let's have a conversation amongst our people so we can understand that it's not about political party, it's about us." Did he sound unifying in what he just said? Okay. But he also said he's talking about Trump. He's about division. And anyone who supports that isn't my people or even someone I want to discuss anything with. So it proves my point. And it's sad too, because as men, the one thing that I always expect from men is that we are logical, right? That's always the main thing when it comes to men. Manhood is something that is essential in our community. It's missing. And when we have men that are so emotionally triggered that they just want to call people, because all I heard him was talking shit about black conservatives and how sellouts they are, and they want pats on the head from white people, blah, 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 blah. Woo woo, all that. And when I say, let's talk about it, brother, nah, you ain't my people. And if you discuss that man, this man, he's evil, he's blah, blah. Bro, you sound like a. Those are not masculine talking points. Those are not logical talking points. So what do you do when someone who has a platform is out there espousing such reckless rhetoric to people who may not be as politically astute? What do you do? Yeah, TDS is very real. What do you do when the men are too emotional to even sit down and have an intelligent conversation? It's easier to brand somebody as evil. What is a masculine talking point? Yo, D Nice, I wish this is sad. A masculine talking point. I can tell you what a feminine talking point is, D Nice. I can tell you what a masculine talking point is not. A masculine talking point is not because you disagree with me, you're a bad person and I don't want to talk to you. That's just stupid and emotional. Does that help you understand now? And I think the more black men who come in and try to apologize, you come in as apologists for this sort of unhinged, feminized behavior, you do a disservice to your community as well. And it's usually wrapped in your Trump derangement syndrome. I don't give a damn about Donald Trump, whether he likes me or not. I only care about policy, bro. But for some reason, none of it matters as long as Trump is at the helm. When most of the shit that Donald Trump is doing now, Democrats have, all your Democrat leaders have been fucking fighting for the shit for years. Have y'all not listened to Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton? They apparently were more MAGA than Donald Trump when it came to immigration. When it came to China and the tariffs. You know what? When you don't understand your history, you're doomed to repeat it. We're going to perish for our lack of knowledge. We don't know shit. And the people who try to actually inform you, you attack them. Bro, that's wild. That's wild. I mean, luckily, I don't have that gene, or I don't have that thing in my makeup where my feelings are hurt and I feel like I want to curl up in a ball when somebody insults me. What bothers me about the insults is not personal offense, because I know a lot of them people are stupid or just emotional. I don't care about that. What bothers me is the impact, is the effect that it has on other people when we're supposed to be trying to get to a goal for our community. That's what bothers me. Like the Bolsheviks. No, very good point. You know, oh man, it's so easy to, you know what's crazy? Let me take this off the screen because I don't need that anymore. You know, whenever you demonize people or you dehumanize them in the way that my son was just doing in that video, it serves as a license, as consent. It serves as a justification to commit atrocities down the road. And the unfortunate thing is that, you know, I did a live the other night where I played this video by Nick Fuentes, who is a proud racist. He's a fucking racist. Is he intelligent? Yes, he's intelligent, but he's still a fucking racist. And he said something. He went in on the black community. And I did a live and I played it. And I wanted the black people to listen to what he was saying. And I was like, yo, what are y'all hearing in this rant right here? The majority, not the majority, but the black Democrats who came in. Oh, why are you apologizing for a racist? Why are you justifying it? Why you did? Motherfucker, I just played it. And I asked your opinion on it. You're so triggered that you can't even do a critical analysis when I literally said that the rhetoric this guy is espousing is dangerous. Do you see the danger of the hyper-emotionalism that exists on the political left that far too many black people are adopting and have adopted? It contributes to the instability that leads to the justification for mass murder, like what we saw with that Minnesota shooter. I mean, well, are we going to pretend that we haven't noticed like a stark uptick in transgender, gender identity people who are committing these atrocities? And then when you bring it up, you're phobic to say that shit? Do you think it's possible that maybe we're confusing people with talking points and affirmations and now drug prescriptions that are convincing them that that their delusions are correct? Do you think this is a normal world where we have like more than 100 genders? You think it's a normal world where children can identify as rabbits and teachers be fired if they don't refer to them as bunnies? Y'all think that's normal? You're supporting lunacy. And I would argue a lot of all the satanic shit, like you see that shit, my son said demonic. I think when you target children, that's demonic. I think when you continuously try to introduce imagery to lead children away from their understanding of who they are, their understanding of family, their understanding of male and female and sexuality, I find that to be demonic. Why don't you? You want to know what else is demonic? Let me help you out. Let me show you what else is demonic. Let me show you what else your boy, my son, voted for when he voted for Democrat. Let me show you the people who my son is defending while calling people like me sellouts to my community. Let me show you who my son is defending. Do y'all know who Kathy Tran is? Democrat congressperson. You know who Kathy Tran is? Let me play a little bit of the bill that she introduced for abortion that many Democrats supported, by the way. This is a Democrat policy. I want y'all to hear it. Listen closely. Hold on. Well, wait. Let me make sure I put this shit on the screen for y'all over here watching this right here. I want y'all to hear this. Hold on. Let me put her on the screen. Listen up.
2 additional physicians in cases of third trimester abortions.
Delegate Tran,
Yes, sir.
how late in a pregnancy would your bill apply if a physician was simply willing to certify that the continuation of the pregnancy would impair the mental health of the woman? How late are we talking about?
Well,
so he's asking, how late in the pregnancy will you allow an abortion if a doctor says it might cause mental distress to the mother? Okay. How late in the pregnancy will you allow that abortion to go? Listen.
So the suggestion that we've made in the bill is to say it's in the third trimester and at the, with the certification of the physician. So
the third trimester, but it gets worse.
So how late in the third trimester would you be able to do that?
It's very unfortunate that our physicians, witnesses were not able to attend today to speak specifically.
No, I'm talking about your bill. How late in the third trimester could a physician perform an abortion if he indicated it would impair the mental health of the woman?
or physical health.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm talking about the mental health.
So, I mean, through the third trimester. The third trimester goes all the way up to 40 weeks.
Okay. But to the end of
40 weeks. 40 weeks. You saw she tried to slip that in? Or physical health. No. We're talking about mental health. And she also decreased it from 2 doctors where you get a second opinion to 1 doctor. Listen.
the third trimester.
Yep, I don't think we have a limit in the bill.
So
she's dilating.
where it's obvious that a woman is about to give birth, she has physical signs of that she is about to give a birth. Would that still be a point at which she could request an abortion if she was so certified? She's dilating.
Mr. Chairman, that would be a decision that the doctor,
Answer.
the physician, and the woman would
I understand
make at
that. I'm asking
point.
if your bill allows that.
My bill would allow that, yes.
Okay. All right. So let me ask my Black Democrats who are watching this right now. Is that or is that not demonic? Come on, Black Democrats. Chime in. Let me hear you. Tell me, Uncle Ruckus, is that demonic, Black Democrats? Or is that wrapped in love of the Black community who they target with abortion policies? No, I want the Black Democrats who have been talking shit in the comments to answer. Is that or is that not demonic? This motherfucker said white people have abortion. That was his response. A faceless profile says no, it's not demonic. Interesting that you have no faith. Let me see how many followers this person got. 130. no profile. Listen, bro. No, it's not. It's the parent's choice. A Black man just said that. Soldier is a Black man who just said no. That is not demonic to allow a woman to kill her baby, her healthy baby, while she's dilating. 40 weeks. That's a fucking Black Democrat for you. What else do I need to say? This is when I tell y'all that we have become so far removed from ourselves. Those are the Black Democrats that I'm talking about. I've always known Black folks to be a spiritual people, no matter what religion they subscribe. They've always been a spiritual, loving people. This fool just said that shit is cool. That's all right. I think that's sick. Bro, it's wild. and they call me the traitor. They call me the traitor. Yo, it's like, yo, where do you go from there, bro? Where do you go from there? You know what? I'm going to break from the norm for a second because I was going to. No, but let me just play something for you before. Because this is what is always missing from the conversations of these so-called Black revolutionaries when they trying to pimp you out with their Democrat white liberal talking points. And I've seen this brother quote Malcolm X and twist the shit that he said. But let me just let Malcolm say it for you.
Many whites who are trying to solve the problem, but you never see them going under the label of liberals. That white person that you see calling himself a liberal is the most dangerous thing in the entire Western Hemisphere. He's the most deceitful. He's like a fox. And a fox is always more dangerous in the forest than the wolf. You can see the wolf coming. You know what he's up to. But the fox will fool you. He comes at you with his mouth shaped in such a way that even though you see his teeth, you think he's smiling.
That's right. What do I always say? And you know what? I learned about these quotes from Malcolm like late in the game. I'm gonna admit that. I learned late in the game about these. Hold on. Let me make sure. I learned about these quotes late in the game. And I was like, damn, I didn't realize how much I had in common with Malcolm, because this is exactly what I've always said. Democrats, they smile in your face. I mean, white liberals in particular, they smile in your face. They'll invite you over to dinner. They'll let you play with their kids. They'll say, oh, you know, we love you, black people. They're smiling with you, but they always slipping that knife in your back, because all you got to do is look at the policies that they champion in the areas where you primarily reside. Y'all live in big cities, right? We live in big cities. They're quite segregated, I'll tell you. And the people who always seem to be the most vocal with these virtue politics are always the most privileged. The same white privileged people that y'all complaining about, they're fucking liberals. That Karen, all right, and if you're a New Yorker, remember that white lady who called the police on the bird watcher when he asked her to put her dog on her leash, and she called the police and said he was threatening to kill her? Y'all remember that? Do y'all remember that? That was a white liberal. Do you remember if you live in Brooklyn, y'all remember Cornerstone Caroline? They were calling her the white lady who was in the bodega, and the little boy walked past her and his book bag brushed against her. And she was like, oh, I'm calling the police. He grabbed my ass. The kid was like 10 years old. Y'all remember that? That was a white liberal. Those are your allies, black people. They come into your community, they treat you like a visitor, an unwelcome guest, and they call the police on you. And when they finally get you up out of there, they replace you with Black Lives Matter signs. But the black people who try to inform you of this shit, they're the traitors. Y'all sound stupid. I'm sorry. Y'all sound ridiculous. Let me let somebody up here so I can hear from some black folks. Because clearly I don't speak for the entire black community. And I thank God that people like Soldier in the chat, who was just justifying killing babies at 40 weeks, I thank God that he is not representative of the entire black community. Hey, Hortensia. Let the baby die on the table. Yes, that's true. And when Donald Trump said at the debate, execution after birth, well, you know, I get it. Wait, you can't hear her? Oh, shit. Hortensia, I'm sorry, guys. You got to activate your camera in order to be heard. For some reason, TikTok is not allowing people to be heard on my lives unless you activate your camera. You don't have to be on camera. You could put it on like a green screen or something like that. But if you want the chat or anyone else to hear you in this live, you got to activate your camera. All right, Pablo? Yes. Can you guys hear Hortensia now? If so, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait, hold on. Wait. Yeah, they can hear you. But hold on. Just give me 1 second. All right. To everybody that's watching right here, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to my TikTok. I'm going to put it on the screen. I'm going to share the screen here, right? And then I'm going to just continue the conversation on the TikTok until they freaking probably can't, like, you know, they'll. Yeah. But hold on 1 second. Share this tab instead. Hold on. Why don't I see the? Wait, why don't I see it? Hold on. Oh, damn it. Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Oh, man. Okay, go ahead, Hortensia. Damn, you know what it is? Because I want people to hear what you have to say. So, y'all give me 1 quick second. Because for some reason, TikTok, they dropped me. Like, oh, man, these mother effers, boy. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. There we go. Here we go. All right, I'm back. Let me share the screen. Give me 1 second. I'm almost there. Share screen. All right. So you guys that are watching here, this is me live on TikTok right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get off camera and I'm going to make the TikTok screen wide, like larger, so you guys can listen in on the conversation. Hold on. Let me make sure that they can hear me, though. Hold on. Let me make sure that they can hear me, though. Okay. Now, hold on. Wait. Let me mute. Let me make sure that they can hear me, though. Okay. Now, hold on. Wait. Let me mute this. Make sure that they can hear me, though. Okay. Now, they're on. Wait. Let me mute this. Make sure that they can hear me, though. Okay. Now, they're on. All right. We're good. Oh, damn it. All right. They can hear you, Hortensia. Go ahead. I got to answer my door real quick.
Okay. All I was trying to say was just that in Virginia, Governor Northam had been talking about on a radio show that if you birth the baby, that they were going to leave the baby on the table and take a step outside the room with the parents to discuss what was to be done with the child, which is essentially post-birth AB. When you have the child's been born, and before you provide any care to that baby, you decide whether or not you want to have that baby. And in the event that the parents don't want to have that baby, then things would just be refused. They would refuse to care for the patient that's alive and breathing in that room. And Trump had actually said that in the debate, and they tried to fact check him and say that it hadn't happened. But the problem was when the governor made that statement, he was actually on a recorded radio show. So there's evidence to that. And then, as we just heard, there was actually the representative who was proposing the same bill. Basically, if you're in birth and you're dilated and the baby is coming, she was still okay if you unalive that baby, which you would essentially have to do after the baby was born, because it would be going through the birth canal.
Wow. Crazy.
Oh yeah, it gets even crazier. But essentially, Governor Northam was a doctor before he became governor, and so he was speaking as a practicing medical physician when he was saying that. So it's not like he didn't. It's not like how do I explain it? It's not like the representative who was like, well, we don't have any doctors that can better explain this. The person that ran for governor is a doctor. So he was a doctor before he became governor. He was speaking from experience when he set to do the post-birth AB.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So I want to hear perspectives of the folks.
Go ahead. I want to say something real quick, my brother. Listen, this is really a spiritual warfare that we're dealing with. These people in the Democratic Party, I don't care, you're black, brown, these people are sick mentally. They got mentally illness. I mean, they know what's going on, and they still, I don't know if it's Trump derangement that they hate this man so much, but they will go under the ship just to see him not win. They don't want to see this country win. When you hear these people talk, they hate this country so much. The left is getting out of control with, this is a stolen land. I'm like, you motherfuckers don't know shit about, you guys weren't there at that time. Anywhere around the world, a lot of shit is stolen. But they just hate this country, talking about we should break this country apart so it doesn't become the United States anymore. We should separate California. I mean, you got to hear the left. They're getting more radical because we keep winning. We are just winning and winning and winning. So it's stressing these people out more and more and more. But these people are really sick people, and they don't want this country to do well. They just don't want it to do well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was Pablo that was speaking. Derry.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, what's up, Derry?
Hey, Tony. So there's this person in the comments that keeps saying that the United States, that it was stolen land. No, it was not. We purchased it for $15 million. You can go back and look at the Guadalupe Treaty If these people knew their history, we did not steal the land from Mexico. We bought it from them.
They bought it. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing is the thing with the left is you can. I was on a live yesterday, Tony, and it was a liberal group, and I told them they were trying to say, well, MAGA are hypocrites, and I literally got on there, Tony, and all I said was, well, you guys are hypocrites too, and they were like, well, point out what's hypocrites. I went to C-19 where they were hypocrites. I went to this whole gerrymandering thing where they were hypocrites. And every time I proved them wrong, they would just kick me off and call me names. And of course, the black Democrats would call me Coon, Sambo, Uncle Tom. You know, one guy was like, I just want to trade hands with all you black conservatives. And, you know, just they're wild. All they can resort to when you prove them wrong is just violence and insults. So at that point, I'm just like, you know what? Some people just need to be called out because it's a sickness. It's like Pablo said, it is a sickness at this point to where they're willing to sacrifice their souls just to go against anything that's Trump and Christianity.
It's always a line of attack. I want to read a comment that
it's always a line of attack. And
I'm sure y'all can see it.
I want to read to you a comment that Tiffany just said in the comment section. I'm sure y'all can see it because if y'all are
born in America,
really, Tony?
Yes, I was born in the United
with
States.
you.
What does that mean?
Born in America?
Does that mean?
Yes, I was born in the United States.
I get what does that mean? So that means
does that mean
if I speak in any terms of accountability
I get the inference. So that means
where
that
we're not
if I speak in any terms of accountability or
a political party,
where we're not dependent,
you're saying
on the government
I must
or
not
a
be
political
black.
party.
Why would you ask me?
You're saying
like
that I must not be black. Why would you ask me a question like
you're
that?
Not a
because this is
of
clearly
slavery. You have no
aim to say that. Well, you're not a descendant of chattel slavery,
this is the
so you have no say so in the politics of this country.
Y'all don't know what the hell. Wait,
this is the ridiculousness. What I always talk about. Y'all don't know what the hell. Wait, let me finish, please.
What?
Yeah, because I don't want to talk over each other today. What you got to understand is like
who. First of all,
when you
what
say
about my talking points had anything
first of all,
to do
what about my talking points had anything to do
what about anything that I said
chattel slavery
when it came to supporting
what about anything that I said
legislation
when it came to supporting
anything
demonic
with
legislation have to do anything?
Why is it that the moment a black person who disagrees with
why
the mob,
is it that the moment a black person who
the moment we say something
with the mob,
you must be an immigrant? You sound stupid.
The moment
bro.
We say something,
I'm sorry. I just
you must be an immigrant.
Anyway,
you sound stupid.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Bro.
Go ahead. I'll let you land.
I'm sorry. I just hate to hear that dumb shit. But anyway, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll let you land.
Bro, they do the exact same thing. They did the same thing to me yesterday. One of the guys asked me, a white liberal, he asked me, he was like, where's your family from? And I told him, well, my family is my dad's side is from Arkansas and my mom's side actually migrated over here from Europe. He had the nerve to tell me, oh, well, you're stolen valor. You're not really black. I was like, how am I not really black? Well, your mom's side of the family weren't slaves, so you're not really black. You're not a real black
person. But
listen
to that talking
Listen to that shit.
And the thing you're not a real black person.
You got white liberals who have become so
emboldened to that shit.
Tell you that
and
now.
the thing is, like, you got white liberals who have become so emboldened to tell you that now. Like
a real
Uncle
black,
Tom, you're sellout to your
slave.
You're not a real black. A real black,
even in the Caribbean, they were fucking slaves. Like,
shut up!
What are you talking about? This is what I mean.
Even in the Caribbean, they were fucking slaves. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is what I mean.
There has existed very long in this country a racial caste system.
There has existed very long in this country a racial caste system. I mean, that's not the same as but. Today is not the same as the 60s. Is not the same.
The problem I have is that when it comes to the Democrat
Party, 1800s,
the
problem I have is that when it comes to the Democrat Party,
in the exact same place,
all the politics keeps us stuck in the exact same place. Same mindset.
Nothing has changed whatsoever.
Nothing has changed.
All of the successful black folks
nothing has changed whatsoever. And all of the successful black folks out there telling you that you're a slave
become successful.
For some reason, I guess they magically were able that they become successful. I can't. That's the problem I have. I don't teach my children that they can't do anything. I can't. I'm not going to teach my children. I tell my kids, you can do whatever you put your mind to. There will always be obstacles, but you must be accountable. You must be personally responsible.
But you say shit like that,
you can to achieve those goals.
That's so fucking ignorant.
Yo, when you say shit like that, oh, you must be a
This is why I say all of us
so
can't be
fucking
saved.
ignorant.
But anyway,
yo, bro,
I'll end my rant. Go ahead.
This is why I say all of us can't be saved. But anyway, I'll end my rant. Go ahead.
VN. Hello.
VN. Hello.
Whoa, sorry. Oh my God, sorry. VN, anyone
sorry. Oh my God, sorry.
You don't have to be on
VN,
camera.
No one anyone who comes up, you have to activate your camera. You don't have to be on camera, but no one can hear you
on the panel.
Oh wait,
no
let me
one
send you an
in
invite.
this live. No one else.
We can hear you on the panel, but no one in this live.
Unless your
no one else.
active.
No one in the chat. No one watching the podcast. No one can hear you.
Unless your camera's active. Everyone on the panel can hear her.
I can hear her.
I know. Everyone on the panel can hear her.
Just activate it and like go to.
No, you don't have to be on camera.
Like a green screen or something.
Just
you don't
activate it and like go to.
Or just turn it the other way.
Just put like a green screen or something. You don't have to put your face on it.
Right,
but just turn it the other way at the floor or something. It doesn't matter.
Well, on my live.
Okay.
Right,
no,
but TikTok can't hear you
on my lives.
Well, on my lives,
hear you. But there you go.
Unless TikTok can see you on my lives, they won't let anybody hear you. But there you go.
Okay.
Now they can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so so I've been here in Los Angeles since the 70s. I've seen a lot of the changes. I used to vote blue my whole life until I noticed crumbs and started noticing red flags about the Democratic Party, because I was a Democrat my whole life. Long story short, I did vote for Trump this last time, and looked at his policies and realized that his policies are way better for the Black family. Kamala Harris, I did my research on her, found out when she was DA in the Bay Area, she locked up more Black people. And also that kept them in prison longer. That's when Trump had to exonerate a lot of Black folks that did 20 years for like an ounce of weed. And then another thing too I found out about her is Kamala Harris she went demonic on parents regarding truancy laws. So there's a famous case of I'm sure you probably have heard of her. Her name is Sharice Peebles.
Yeah.
Her daughter has sickle cell. Yeah, she has sickle cell anemia. Her daughter was in the hospital. She did miss school, and Sharice Peebles, under Kamala Harris's administration, was locked up, and she lost her job. So she's not the only case. So in other words, long story short, once again, the Democratic Party and their policies, or what policies they do have in place,
so let me
are
ask you a
actually
question.
detrimental to families.
Why do you hate Black people?
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Why do you hate Black people?
I'm just joking.
I don't hate Black people.
I'm just joking.
You're being facetious. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I've got so-called friends who are supposed to be my friends go on the attack. They go demonic. It's almost like watching a horror movie and then the eyes turn black. Kind of like that. They are turning on me. So I just had a recent incident with one woman, I won't give names, try to gaslight me when she brought up the incident that's going on in DC. Now, what she did on Facebook was she tried to romanticize the homelessness, the filthy city. You know how a lot of liberals try to romanticize it?
Yes.
Oh, it's such a beautiful, and we love it when there's, the homeless people kind of add to the beauty and the beautiful disaster.
Oh, yeah.
And when I made a comment about Black families, I said, the thing is you need to talk to Black families and the poor that live in DC, because when the troops came in, they welcomed them. And then she had the nerve to say to me, well, that's irrelevant. I was talking about homeless people. My clap back to her was, okay, now you're gaslighting me, because it does relate. The crime in the city of Washington, D.C. has everything to do with the votes and and Black people in particular that live in the ghetto, that live in the hood. They're the ones having to deal with the deaths, the shootings, the murders, the robberies. But see, you don't live in those neighborhoods. You're a white liberal who lives in a white neighborhood. You own your home. You and your husband own a home. Okay. You don't live in those communities. And you're over here putting down the fact that the troops had to come in to shut stuff down. So I'm having these conversations with my so-called friends that are liberal.
I can't tell you that I have, I have received a huge amount of hostility.
I can't tell you that I have
liberals that I know.
I have received a huge amount of hostility from white liberals
if you
that
actually
I know.
do a deep dive
And the
into
thing that
politics
bothers me the most is that if
you'll notice that it always has to do with less
actually do a deep dive into
law
the politics
enforcement in high crime areas.
You'll notice
but they tend to do it under the umbrella of protecting Black people. And so
they tend to do it under the umbrella of protecting Black people.
Well, what about protecting?
And so I always want to know. My question has always been like,
it's
well,
not
what about
the
protecting the Black people who are not committing
that we saw
right?
under
It's not about the disproportionate
Democrat Party crime bill that was giving harsher sentences to Black people and breaking up Black families
up Black families, but it's about protecting
where there is a larger amount of crime. And when I see so many Black people who are out there actually and that's the thing, I was asking people, I was like, yo, why is it that everybody, all I'm seeing is Black people celebrating Trump getting the federalizing law enforcement and having National Guard hanging out and support? I see them celebrating it. I see a Black dude talking about, look, I can wear my chain outside now. I see people saying there's been no murders in the past week or 10 days. So I'm like, okay, but what I didn't hear, I haven't heard about any police shootings of unarmed Black men due to this. I haven't heard about unjustified arrests of Black people. So why are so many? And the thing is, when I see the people out there protesting and all, and those big rallies, I just see a sea of white faces. So I'm like, who is actually running these politics? Oh. Oh yeah, I saw that. Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that on the news. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. All right. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. Yeah. Oh boy. No, go ahead. I'll let you let. Okay. See. All right. Dree, you came in here already on some adversarial energy. I get it. If you don't agree and all that, let's try to have a mature conversation, right? Because you're like I didn't pull you up here to just be an op, right? I pulled you up here to allow you into the conversation because I think we need to have conversation. So if your goal is, yo, where are all the Democrats and blah, blah, this is not a competition. This ain't a game. So I'm just letting you know that, like, from the gate. Ask for black. No, I said there's black people up here, but no, I was talking to the black Democrats that was talking shit in the chat, and I asked them specifically if they thought that killing babies at 40 weeks was demonic. And Soldier, a very staunch Democrat, said no. And he said white people do it too. And so I guess because white people do it in his mind, it justifies that. Well, let me ask you, black Democrat, do you think that is demonic or sadistic to allow people to kill healthy babies while she's dilating because she's saying that it will affect her mental health? But who introduced it? Kathy Tran, Democrat. Who she's I'll all right, I'll let you talk, but I'll pull up the amount of support she had from Democrats because you acting like it's just her. Like the Democrats didn't support it. But go ahead. Keep going. Wait, what did you say? Say that again. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I remember. So what? He was in support of it. He articulated support of it, and he broke it down. The process. I watched that. I watched that interview. What is your point you're making? The process. He articulated the process on how it goes. No, you can't say a fetus that cannot survive because otherwise he would not have said, leave it there and allow the parent to make a decision on what to do, whether to provide life-saving services for the child. Are you listening to what you're saying? So if I'm born and I don't have a fully formed hand or foot, should you kill me? If it's non-survival. Okay. All right. So let me ask you: Are there? Oh man, are there documented? Is there a documented history of people who survived those? Okay. Is there one? Okay. So if there's one, why would you even choose to kill it? If there's a chance. Dree, do you know what? You know how you start to see? You start to sound crazy when you try to defend the indefensible, because that's when you start stuttering. You're like, well, she should. No, how do you defend? And listen, okay, so you're. Go ahead. Let me not cut you off. Go ahead, bro. It's better to let you talk. It's actually better to let you say all this shit so people can hear it. Go ahead. What's going on? Hold on. Could y'all mute while he's talking? Go ahead. Oh, okay. Okay, stop. Okay, hold on. But listen to what you're saying. A doctor saying the baby will most likely not survive. So, nine, whatever chance. Does that, well, then does the baby have a chance of surviving? Dree, if they said the child most likely won't survive, if that person tells you that, if the doctor tells you that, is there a chance the child will survive? Okay. So, okay, hold on, calm down, hold on. So if there's a chance that a child can survive and at the point of birth, you think it's okay to kill it? To decide to kill it after it's born? That because that is what we're talking about. We're talking about Kathy Tran's bill, right? We're talking about the bill that was supported by the governor, Northam, where he described allowing the baby to die after it's born. So is it your contention? Is it your position that while, as you acknowledge, while the child has a chance of surviving, it is better, you're okay with the parents deciding to kill it after it's born? That's not what I asked you. So you're okay with them being able to make the decision on whether to kill it? Yes? Okay. What? I'm telling the truth. What where's the lie? How am I not framing it in a way that's honest and direct? But it can. But can it? But can it? Is it possible that it will? Okay, but Dree, you've already acknowledged that there are multiple cases of people who have survived those, and you've already acknowledged that there's a chance that the child can survive. You're saying that you're okay with the parents still having the decision to kill it. after it's born. Look, I don't even need to say nothing else. Like, okay, but I wanted to kind of push back on something you said earlier with Kathy Tran's bill. It said that it had a lot of support by Democrats. I didn't dig deep into it, but it did fail by a narrow margin. Excuse me, but just to give you it was a House bill, and it was co-sponsored by these Democrat delegates: Hala Ayala, Jennifer Carroll Foy, Lee Carter, Wendy Gudis, Elizabeth Guzman, Patrick Holt, Jay Jones, Kay Corey, Paul Krizek, Mark Levine, Alonzo Lopez, Dolores McQuinn, Sam somebody, David, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of people that were co-sponsors on this bill. So I don't think it was just some fringe bill. And my argument has always been supporting a party that even proposes these sorts of things is problematic. And that's the thing. Like, I don't think you should even feel like what, like you. It seems like you feel like you have to defend it. Like you got to defend everything that they do, right? But the problem is, it's like certain things I think are indefensible. Now, maybe that's just based on my moral gauge, but I just think certain things are. I'm sorry, Dree. I muted you by accident. Somebody, it was Dree. Soldier came in with a lot of noise. You could unmute, Dree. Yeah. So I just think certain things are indefensible. But I mean, if you think it's cool, but you get but y'all clearly get triggered and upset when people put you in the position to have to address some of the most egregious things that the Democrat Party supports and pushes. Well, I don't think that's a I think that's kind of a disingenuous way that you're framing it, because when you say conservatives want the government to make the decision, I don't think that's. I think conservatives, in their point of view, they want to protect life. They see the babies in the womb as a human, right? So when you're saying, when you use language that diminishes the human being, the body that's inside of her body, to just a bunch of clump of cells and all that type of shit, it becomes easy to just justify just killing it. You know, when you dehumanize someone, when you take away the humanity, it makes it easier to cope with the decision that is made to take away a life. And that's why I'm very careful in some of the language that we sign on to. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, just think about it. Even with everything that's going on in Gaza, right? It's like it's easy to justify some of the harshest atrocities. Look what happened in Nazi Germany. When you take away the humanity of people, okay, right, but right. So why is it that conservatives are these horrible people when they view an unborn child that is growing, that is alive with a heartbeat, as a human? I'm not a conservative. You said y'all. Wait, what? No, I didn't. But okay. Let me let somebody else up, because I believe you and I have had this conversation before, and you seem to be contradicting what you said prior. But okay. Who's next? Yeah, Soldier. What's up, Soldier? Mm-hmm.
The internet, right? Does that, they're assuming everybody's going to do that when that's not the case. Does that, they're assuming everybody's going to do that when that's not the case. Time and time again, people have babies no matter what. But if a individual who gets raped or something happens, you make excuses whether they can do it or not. And so I don't know if a person saying, hey, my mental to take care of this person who I assume has a slight chance to survive, and they wouldn't want to go through that to just get rid of. And then some of them end up having kids right after. So for you to say that Democrats say, hey, we support AB, we support parents who agree with doing that because they think that's their base situation. That makes sense? Like, I don't know why me definitely as a Democrat, I assume a woman should, with her provider, should make that same situation. Just like if you were to put the spouse in cahoots, if they go in there together, say, hey, I don't think this is a good look for our family because this is A, B, C, and D.
What percentage
and the
of
provider agrees with
elective?
it, and they agree with it. I don't see the issue or concern with that.
What percentage of abortions are elective? Meaning, just because they're unwanted pregnancies, not have anything to do with health. What the safety of the mother? Percentage of abortions?
What do you mean? Which one is what?
Elective.
What
meaning?
What
they're not
percentage of abortions are elective? Meaning they're not done for any health reasons.
All of them. I mean, they're voluntary. Nobody's forcing them to go in and get it, Tony.
Guys, take care.
Thank you.
We're going in circles, but
all right,
you guys have a blessed day.
You too.
Have a good one, my brother. Bye-bye.
All right, you too. Thank you.
If the government was forcing them to go in there and get that, I would be really concerned. They're not. They're making that out of their own conscience.
Maybe it would be best
maybe with a family member saying, "Hey, this is what's best for me."
To prevent getting pregnant.
You think maybe it would be best for them to do what they can to prevent getting pregnant?
Being irresponsible?
Yes, but Tony, that's after the fact.
After what?
Being irresponsible?
Yes, maybe, but I'm saying you make that. But just because you're irresponsible, you can't make a responsible decision after the fact.
So you think that of the
if I was irresponsible up front, and I made a mistake, or even if and then I want to be responsible and fix it, you think that's a problem or a concern?
Isn't that where the fundamental? Hold on. Isn't that where the fundamental disagreement is? By saying that it's fundamentally responsible.
Hold on. Isn't that where the fundamental disagreement is?
Inside of you?
By saying that it's responsible.
I just want people to actually
take the life of a child that's born inside of
what's
you.
being done.
Listen,
right?
I just want people to actually
make it sound
face
better
the reality of what's being
diminishing
done, right?
The human life.
And not try to make it sound better by just diminishing the human life. Because listen, I got to know my son
in his mother's stomach.
But the moment,
but anybody else would be saying
that's
just
in his mother's stomach.
That's nothing. That's nobody. My
son
knew my voice.
But anybody else would be saying that's just a clump of cells. That's nothing. That's nobody. My son knew my voice clearly by.
But Tony,
go ahead.
Just in my case, I have 6 kids. I had one AB with me and my wife. It's not saying I don't want kids. It's the AB was me and my wife deciding, hey, that kid wasn't gonna survive.
Oh shit! Damn, Derry, you're gonna get. I gotta drop you.
The one.
Oh shit! Damn, Derry, you're gonna get
smoke.
You're gonna get.
You can't do that.
I gotta drop you. You can't do that on camera.
Hit my live.
Yo, y'all can't smoke on camera. You can't do that. TikTok is gonna.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna hit my live.
TikTok don't like
I'll probably get a restriction.
Yeah, you're super.
Yeah. Like they go hard. TikTok don't like that.
Yeah,
at all.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're super restricted on TikTok. But yeah, sorry.
Tony, can I ask Soldier a question? Soldier, I'm sorry. I don't want to get personal because this happened to me yesterday. But obviously, your doctor told you or told y'all what the issue was with the baby, right?
Correct.
Of course. And just like going through a miscarriage is the same thing. It's very personal. It's very troublesome. It shouldn't be something that. It's in politics.
It's not the same thing at all. And they know that. But let me just say something, because
it's not the same thing at all, and they know that.
You talk about let me just say something. I guess you're qualifying it by a doctor saying what a doctor
you talk
says,
about the doctor, right?
Oh, by the way, no one's going to hear you
qualifying
your camera's not
by
active.
a doctor saying what a doctor says.
Anyone who speaks.
Oh, by the way, no one's going to hear y'all if your camera's not active. Just so you know.
Here's the thing:
anyone who speaks, no one will hear you if you do not activate your camera.
When my son's mother,
here's the thing I was going to point out to Dree and Soldier. Right,
when we got pregnant.
When my son's mother, when we got pregnant, when she got pregnant,
and they took when we got pregnant, test that they take,
we did the whole prenatal care. We're doing all of this and that, and they took that that test that they take to see if the baby might have Down syndrome or something like that.
Is that like with the glucose thing?
Yeah, hello.
Is that the one with they drink the sugar water? Is that the one?
Damn,
no. Where they go do their labs after that? They drink some type of
hold on, bro.
They do the amnio test, right?
It's the amnio, right? It's amniocentesis,
come back
right?
with a lot of false positives.
They do the amnio test, right? And
it
tends to come back with a lot of false positives, which is something I found out much later.
And it was getting real uncomfortable too.
The number one thing that they continued to pressure us with,
it was
getting real uncomfortable too. They just kept pushing us to have an abortion, bro.
And,
it was just, it's probably the best, maybe child might, it's a lifetime of this, and, it's going to be hard for you guys. And, maybe you might really want to consider having an abortion. They just kept pushing it and pushing it.
There's another,
we were like,
I think that's the amniocentesis.
Hold on. And we were just like,
go directly into the.
So we went and we took, there's another test. I think that's the amniocentesis, where they actually go directly into they get a more the uric acid out from her uterus or something, and that's where they get a more focused test on it. But we were like, we didn't want to do it, so we went. They did the test, and they were like, oh yeah, it was false reading. Yeah, no harm, no foul. But I'm like, damn, I never forgot.
It never sat right.
That extreme push talking about that they were making to get us to get rid of our child, and blah blah blah. It never sat right with me. So when you keep talking about for your health, medical professional, the health of your baby, and blah blah blah, I think this weird them. You have to advocate for your health and the health of your baby.
When we
and
know,
I think this weird investment
on our
into
women,
abortion.
I think that's weird.
When we know that is disproportionately
black men
pushed on our women.
Freedom.
And I think that's weird, especially when I hear so many black men pushing that under the guise of freedom and autonomy.
So
when many of y'all are the same people who are pushing mandates.
And so as men, I just find that shit
so
to be weird.
Hypocritical to hear y'all talk like that. And as men, I just find that shit to be weird.
I'm sorry. Why?
We had the exact same experience, almost identical to what you're saying. They set us up with counselors. They told us that we needed to do it, that it wasn't going to be a good life, that he was going to have all these health problems. My son is smart, healthy, athletic. Amen. He's got everything going for him. He's a sweet kid. He loves life, and all of it turned out to be total horseshit.
Yes.
They spent a month and a half sending us to counselors, talking about how we need to terminate and all this other stuff. And I shouldn't have any more children. And it was unbelievably emotional. And I kept telling her, I said, man, we don't even know if these people know anything.
Damn, y'all got similar carpets.
Ultimately, you made the decision.
Y'all missed this point,
right? You made the decision. Exactly. The government didn't make it for you. You did.
We made the decision against the will of the direction.
Exactly. The government didn't have to make it for you.
Exactly.
Who said he even wanted the option?
If the government would pass legislation, you wouldn't have had even the option.
Neither did I. Who said he even wanted the option?
I never wanted the option. What are you talking about?
This because neither did I.
The humanity
but that's you. That's what I'm saying. That's
right, and that's why it's easy for y'all to say this, because you extract the humanity of the child. This is literally the point that we're making.
That's exactly right. No, you dehumanize the being by disconnecting them from our experience. You eliminate them from our genome, our social pool, and then you call them something that they're not. So you can dehumanize them. Right.
You merely diminish them to being nothing more than merely the mother's body. Inside of when the child has its own body,
it's basically saying
inside of her body that is reliant upon the mother to survive.
For survival.
So it's basically saying that because that child is relying upon the mother.
Well, then why did you even get pregnant in the first place?
Like, she don't have to do that. She don't have to save him. She don't have to keep that. But then why did you even get pregnant in the first place?
Solution,
like y'all don't. Yeah, wait, hold on. And listen, I get it. Accidents happen, this, that, and the other. But you're saying the solution is to,
oh my God, okay,
just kill it.
But that's up to the parent, the husband and wife.
Oh my
God, I heard you. That's exactly what they're saying. They're saying that they want the right to make that choice.
You're repeating the same thing over and over.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard you say that.
Yes, you said you want the right to make the choice.
You're repeating. So Tony, you're repeating the same thing over and over again.
Because conservatives,
yes, you said you want the right to make the choice to kill the baby. I know.
That child has a right to life.
So how is that far-fetched for parents to make decisions about their family?
Because conservatives say
my body, my
child has a right to life.
And when y'all always saying,
especially under the framework of my body, my choice, when it comes to women, and when y'all always saying,
you're saying that the man should
stay out of it, it's none of your business. It's like it took two people to make that child. So if you're saying that the man has nothing to do with this and should have no authority even in that decision over what happens with his own child, I'm saying that merely then don't take him for child support. Don't say anything if he's not there in the life of the child. And I'm saying that merely based upon your stance.
What about the ones who are upstanding according to your
logic? Woman would involve the father. Any upstanding woman would.
We know that.
Correct. What about the ones who aren't upstanding according to your logic?
Yeah, that's not true at all.
Yeah, we know that.
So what about the representative in Florida who was like, they couldn't do it there, so she had to leave at the state to go do it. And she was conservative.
I don't even know what you're talking about. What? What's your point?
The congressman, you saying conservatives don't get ABs? That's what you're saying?
Who said that?
So how could they be against ABs but they're getting them?
Tony, this is the other tactic that they use.
How can conservatives be against ABs but they're getting them?
Oh my God.
I don't think it's a right or left thing. I think it's an ideological thing about whether or not a life matters.
You know what's
That's
funny?
what right or left is, Fred.
No, it's not.
And I hate
that. You know what's funny?
Exceptions.
You know what's funny?
Is rules. And that's something
that's such a weak argument, and I hate that. I hate when people use exceptions as rules.
The same way
that's
black
something
people
that I
don't
notice
want to be
that y'all do a lot.
Democrats don't want to be attacked or branded. Because
the same way black people don't want to be black Democrats don't want to be attacked or branded by the most egregious policies that the Democrats push.
Then
you're doing the exact same thing when it comes to the conservatives do it too. Y'all don't that then okay then you do good. You stand for sexualizing children, right, soldier?
No, when does that happen?
Yes, you do. Because you're a Democrat.
That's what Democrats do.
What name one policy that they do that?
I'm not going to let this
conversation
just
in
be
Washington State or some
California,
California, deep blue California.
I can't. I'm not going to let this conversation just be like just
Marsha,
ignorant conversation. So, yeah.
As soon as you expose them, they just play dumb and look for extremes.
Hi, Marsha. How you doing?
Oh, we can't. No, she could talk. No. We can't hear you. You gotta activate your camera.
Oh, we can't say that. You gotta use words.
We can't. No. You can talk.
Put it on a green screen.
No. We can't hear you. You gotta activate your camera.
It's not active.
Anyone who comes up here, you have to activate your camera. You can put it on a green screen or whatever.
Let me send you
because no one can hear you if your camera is not active.
I don't see it. I don't see her.
Let me
do you see anything? Like her camera active?
I don't see it. I don't
Hello,
see her.
Guys.
Like,
can you see her? Like her camera active? I don't. Did I freeze or something?
Hello, guys. Can you see her? Her camera active? I don't.
I hear you.
Did I freeze or something? Hello?
The chat can't hear you. Your camera is not active.
I can't hear.
I hear you, but the chat can't hear you. Your camera is not active.
Okay. You know what? Drop and re-request back up, and I'll invite you to turn on your camera. Just re-request back up.
Okay, you know what? Drop and re-request back up, and I'll invite you to turn on your camera.
Oh, my bad.
Just re-request back up.
Unless you just listening.
It's okay, be easy. What up, Zed? Oh, my bad. I skipped you.
No, it's cool.
Unless you just listening.
I mean, I'm listening, and I agree with you about sometimes these discussions become the premise of extremes versus kind of middle ground continuous conversations. So the other people that were talking, they've already left. So I'm gonna ride it out till we get to the next conversation.
In people's perspective.
I know you don't like to carry on things.
Yo, what up? What up, bro?
It's whatever. I mean, I'm just interested in people's perspectives. So, yo, what up? What up, bro?
Yo, I wanted he asked the question, what policies, right? Let's talk about the DHS foster care policies, ACS policies, MAD, SMEX, traffic, and all kinds of stuff going on. The ACS looked out the way. Tony, you know how ACS get down in New York.
Yeah.
You know how many DHS Children Family Services agencies run in every major city, and those are the victims. Those are the victims. And it falls on the city because the city takes the children away from the parent and put them in a worse situation that they took them out of. How can you make sense of that? So if y'all really want to talk about the policies, those are the policies. That's policy. Those agencies, that's the policy.
Anyone else? Somebody said, yeah, they're still not talking about the missing children under the Biden administration that were
anyone else? Somebody said, yeah, they're still not talking about the missing children
there with just
under the Biden administration that were
a note
that trafficked across the border.
You know, just write down an address
and send out
get back to you.
With just
those addresses was coming back to
note
like
that
warehouses
says,
and shit.
You know, just
like
write down
factories.
an address and we'll get back to you.
I mean,
and those addresses
no one talks about all those missing children
coming back to like warehouses and shit, like factories. So, I mean, no one talks about all those missing children.
Or the 65,000 calls that went unanswered to children being exploited trying to get help.
Yeah, everybody, and we acknowledge that every president has handled immigration right, except for Joe Biden.
Parenting led to that.
Except for him.
Wow. Missing kids is horrible, but bad parenting led to that.
Wow. This is why they say y'all hate children.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know if I can agree with that.
Wow.
What?
This is why they say y'all hate children. Like, what? Do you agree with that?
The reason for the missing children is bad parenting.
I don't know what he's trying to say there. What is he saying? What is Soldier saying there? I don't know.
The reason for the missing children is bad parenting.
What missing children is he talking about?
Once the children's in the custody of the government, that's their responsibility.
No, we were talking about children who are trafficked. He said it's the parents' fault that they're being trafficked.
Yeah, so these guys scoop them up and then they use them as a prop to come out across the border and get priority as a family. But that's the parent who lost the child's fault.
Traffic them over here.
Well, let's talk about who's funding the NGOs to help
them over here.
Trafficking. Yeah, who's helping the NGOs get the funding?
I don't know if you guys know who Michael Yon is, but if you want to look him up, he breaks all this down. He shows you where the money's coming from and who's running these organizations. He does a very detailed analysis of the routes, the promotions. He actually infiltrated some of these caravans and showed all the stuff that they were handing out. Flyers, vote Biden, Harris when you get to America, things like that.
Let's talk about the drug testing. Did not Joe Biden suspend the drug testing?
DNA
Trump had in place
to make sure that the people, the adults,
to make sure those kids belong to the adults.
Oh, well, that was the DNA testing. DNA testing reversed a whole bunch to make sure that the adults with those kids were actually their parents. Way more secure. Yeah, Biden just let that expire. It's just, and reversed a whole bunch of other executive orders that were actually keeping the border. Because whenever I actually try to discuss the issues that would, I don't know, inform you on why it just gets Democrats are harming us. Because whenever I actually try to discuss the issues, but then the excuses are terrible. Inform you on why quite often Democrats are harming us. Y'all don't want to hear it. Y'all got excuses, but then the excuses are terrible excuses. And quite often they're excuses that sound evil and heartless.
They didn't stand up for DJ, Tony, so why would you expect anything less? They did it on Congress floor.
Yeah,
a child with cancer, they turned their backs.
The young boy with the brain cancer.
Yeah, I remember
Donald
that.
Trump did when he addressed Congress.
I don't know half
and
he's talking about
the young boy with the brain cancer. When Donald Trump did when he addressed Congress. You remember when he put the politics above the Democrats refused to stand for the little boy, where he made him an honorary Secret Service member. And they still try to when they put their politics above. That's what I'm saying. Just celebrating that little boy. It's not making y'all look
above the humanity
at all. And they still try to claim a moral high ground. That's what I'm saying. Like, that shit is not making y'all look good at all.
I think y'all extrapolate and conflate way too much. I really do.
Or we observe and point out.
No. You're being partisan in your observations. You're not really observing.
Those people being partisan. We're being boy with brain cancer getting an award. We're being partisan by saying that us partisan. Those people being partisan in the face of a little boy with brain cancer getting an award was foul. That makes us partisan. Okay, yeah, so you want me to share?
You're only looking at what you find fault with Democrats. I don't hear you saying anything on these issues that's your fault with Republicans.
Okay, so you want me to share? See, this is what I'm talking about, bro. You want me to talk about Republicans? This goes to the heart of the conversation on accountability, right? Every time I talk about it's literally about black disproportionality. And you want me to talk about Republicans when 90% of black people are with Democrats. But why is it that anytime this live is literally about black Democrats, and that's what it's about? You want me to do a live about black Republicans? Cool. But why is it that anytime we try to address like real issues and criticisms towards black people, when we have these discussions, this is the problem. Even though y'all want me to have this balanced, even-handed approach, so if 90% of us are over here, we have these discussions. Even though 90% of my community is over here, talking about, so if 90% of us are over here, why am I wasting 50% of my time talking about the few that are over there?
Tony, it's like this. I can't complain about Trader Joe's if most black people are shopping at Save-A-Lot.
Right.
You know, if I'm buying Save-A-Lot a lot, I can't complain about what Trader Joe's is doing because I'm shopping at Save-A-Lot.
Right.
Okay, but you're making the assumption that the 90% of black people choosing Save-A-Lot is just crazy.
Like they're crazy.
If they're choosing Save-A-Lot, there's a reason they're choosing Save-A-Lot.
You see, but you know what? It's interesting that you're saying that I'm trying to make them look like they're crazy, because I never said that to you. What I did was I pointed out the things that you are allowing. I pointed out the things that you're supporting. Looks crazy. And when I posed those questions to you, you gave your responses. I think you realized that your defense looks crazy. Tony's just trying to let me see something. You're looking to my intentions behind the questions, as opposed to considering. Maybe Tony's just trying to let me see something outside of what I'm normally perceiving. Maybe he's trying to get me to think a little bit deeper. Maybe it has nothing to do with me hating Democrats or Republicans, and maybe it has to do with my love of my community and my desire to get more of us to open their minds and think critically.
as opposed to in a partisan manner.
Yes.
But his conclusion was that your illustration looks crazy. That wasn't your conclusion. That was his conclusion from what you said.
Yes.
You understand that?
So Fred, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What I'm saying is, why are y'all assuming that black people are not
that's a good
critically
question.
when upwards of 90% choose
right?
Democrats?
Why
are y'all
you do the
assuming that
exact,
it's just
if you do the same thing?
I don't know. What he
Okay,
said,
wait, that's a good question.
What is it?
Every election.
Okay, so that's a good question, right?
60 plus years.
If you do the exact, if you do the same thing,
you as a monolith
over and over again,
a monolithic group,
every election for 60 plus years, would that qualify you as a monolith, a monolithic group?
90% is not complete monolith, but it's a heavy majority. But remember, black people used to vote 80+% Republican. Okay, so now we vote.
All right, my question is,
until they
look
fell
at
for
every
the
other
okie doke.
demographic.
So
You'll see that some may vote.
I don't get it. I don't.
All right,
40.
All right, my question, right? If you look at every other demographic, you'll see that
50,
some may vote 50 something percent, 40 something percent here.
But when you
some
have
may
one
even vote
community,
38%. You know what I'm saying? A 59% and a couple of whatever independent, right?
Votes.
Right.
But when you have
around
one community
90%
in this
the
country,
exact same
one that
do you think
always
is evidence of
votes
a lack of critical
around
thinking,
90% the exact same
let's
way?
call it circumstantial.
Do you
evidence
think that that is
blind
evidence
loyalty.
of a lack of critical
and the reason
thinking,
why I'll say
or
blind loyalty
even
is
let's
if
call
the
it
conditions
circumstantial
under
evidence
that
of
party
blind
continue,
loyalty?
you continue to get worse.
But and the reason why I'll say blind loyalty is if the conditions under that party continue, you continue to get worse.
Oh, so you're putting a lot of assumptions in there, Tony. But no, you can't come to that conclusion right away. No. Maybe on the face of it, it may look like such. But then if you go back even further and you put extra context,
let's go with
you
that
would be
talk.
like,
Let's go with that
black
talking
people
point.
voted overwhelmingly Republican.
When black people were
before-
voting,
Let's go with that talk. Let's go with that
Republican.
talking point. When black people were
As it
voting
pertains
overwhelmingly Republican,
finances as it pertains
to finances, as it pertains to their standing,
wealth and ownership,
in comparison to
greater
everyone
then or
else,
greater now?
with wealth and ownership, was it greater then or greater now?
It's definitely greater now. Come on.
It was greater then.
No.
So why y'all complaining if it's greater now? Why y'all complaining? Why y'all continue to push systemic racism if it's greater now? Like, why are you complaining?
Don't you agree?
Hold on,
that
pause.
the wealth gap has been steadily increasing?
Don't you agree that the wealth gap
and white people
has been steadily increasing between black people and white people?
60s?
And actually, black people in every other group since the late 60s?
Yeah, but hold on. Yeah, but
blacks have attained more.
No, before you said
literally what I said.
hold on.
In comparison to other groups. The wealth gap.
The wealth gap. That's literally
So
what
why
I
has
said.
the wealth gap
in
increased
comparison to other groups,
while we've been
The wealth
voting
gap.
60 plus years for Democrats?
So why has the wealth gap
When we were
increased
voting
while we've been voting 60 plus years for
Republicans,
Democrats?
The wealth
But
gap
when we were
was
voting
much tighter.
more in majority for Republicans, the wealth gap was
I'm just
much
speaking
tighter.
from an analytical approach.
Wait.
Republican, be a Democrat.
I'm just speaking from an
I'm saying,
analytical approach.
What is your
I'm not saying be a Republican, be a Democrat.
Black people
I'm
had more
saying
wealth and
what is your
ownership
critical
when they were
analysis
voting
as
Republican?
to why black people had more wealth and ownership when they were voting Republican? Go.
Okay, so assuming those are true, because I don't know if those are true, but even assuming that those are true, I don't understand how segregation. What did blacks own when segregation was the law of the land?
Supermarkets.
I don't even understand that. How the
homes, businesses, supermarkets, banks. What the fuck, Dree?
their own stuff.
Yo, this is wild.
So we had more homeowners probably than
this is wild.
Really?
Oh my God!
I would love to know the statistics. Did we really?
Yes, listen. No one is saying.
Oh my God! I don't want you to
segregation was good. No one's making that argument.
All right, listen. No one is saying. I'm not even saying. Oh, segregation was good. No one's making that argument. But during segregation, would you agree that black people were forced into a position where they would have to practice group economics?
Do you believe that group economics?
Okay.
Key factor in this country.
Do you believe that group economics,
generational wealth,
is a key factor in this country to building?
As the Asian American community. Indians,
no,
as the Asian American community,
come on,
Indians, stop, bro. Come on, Dree, stop it. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's a complicated question, Tony. That is a complicated question. I think
family. Oh my God.
Family.
Oh my God.
No, that's hard. That's a complicated
Let me just tell
question.
you this. Okay. Let me see. Oh my God. Okay, let me just tell you this.
Do y'all think segregation is better?
I literally preface my statements by saying I'm not. Bro.
I literally prefaced my statements by saying
you went
not at all in any way trying to say segregation was good, and you went right back to that talking point.
Is clashing.
This is the point of the cognitive dissonance right now.
This
is where the reality is clashing with your perception.
Have to engage in business and commerce with each
when
other.
Black people were forced to have to engage in business and commerce
with each other. We built businesses.
We built industry, we built homes, we built businesses, banks, laundromats, grocery stores, the dry cleaner. It was all us. Remember Black Wall Street? We built this shit. I know you're gonna say they burned it down. I got that.
In this country,
what I'm saying is
segregation.
The wealth index
was it
for
more
Black
or less
people
competitive
in this country
with the dominant
during
white society?
segregation? Was it more or less competitive with the dominant white society?
Okay.
No, I would assume it's less. It was less.
I'm going to read this comment
because otherwise,
Tony is saying segregation is better.
No, you're wrong. But hold on, I want to read this comment. Jazz says Tony is saying segregation is better.
How do you?
That is what you're alluding to.
Rational conversation
this is
with someone who is committed to misunderstanding.
How do you have a rational conversation with someone who is committed to misunderstanding?
Even though I've heard so many Black scholars,
I saw them attack Byron Donalds when he made the same point. Even though I've heard so many Black scholars, including Dr. Claude Anderson, make
this
the
is what I
same
mean
fucking
why you're
point.
so addicted to being oppressed.
Y'all still. This is what I mean. Why you're so
is
addicted?
It real? Is there a
to
real
being
history of
oppressed?
oppression in this country? Yes, absolutely. But why are you addicted to
is it real? Is there a real history of oppression in this country? Yes, absolutely.
You are not.
But why are you addicted to still being that way, even in instances where you are not?
And Tony, if y'all know who Ida B. Wells was, she didn't beg for inclusive at these news companies. She built her own news company, and that was back during real racism, and when they burnt her publishing company down, and when they try to get her to sit in back of the train when she paid for that first class ticket,
right. But let me land my original point. The point that I'm trying to basically say, Dree, is I'm speaking.
But let me land my original point. The point that I'm trying to basically say, Dree, is I'm speaking strictly.
I'm not saying segregation was good.
A strategic position of wealth creation.
I'm talking about strategies.
I'm not saying segregation was good. I'm saying that I'm talking about strategies to wealth building. Ever since Black people signed on to the Democratic train
into our culture,
the welfare state has been drastically integrated into our culture.
They push
Democrats,
solutions for the Black community through a lens
push
of
government dependency. They push all the solutions for the Black community through a lens of more government.
And what I'm saying is Black people do better financially when there is less dependency.
Black people do better financially and more when there is less dependency
That is
to
the
less
reason
dependence
why
on
we are
government
headed towards
and
a net
more
worth.
self-reliance.
As Black family,
That is the
we're headed
reason why
towards a
we are
net worth of
headed
zero.
towards a net
They say by
worth.
2050 or
As the
2040
Black
something,
family,
I think it's probably
we're
by
headed towards a
2030.
net worth of zero. They say by 2050 or 2040 something. I think it's probably by 2030.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Oh, wait, you gotta activate your camera. Otherwise, no one else will be able to hear
hello. I'm sorry. Oh, wait, you gotta activate your camera.
you. Let me send
Otherwise,
you an
no one
invite.
else will be able to hear you.
Oh, shoot. What did I just do? Hold on.
Oh, let me send you an
No,
invite.
you can hear her on the panel.
Hold on.
Hold
on, Tony. Funny part, we can hear her.
Now, Tamika, you don't have to be on
you
camera.
can hear her
You can
on
like,
the panel.
like
I'm on
reverse
right.
it, flip
The
it.
chat
If you don't
can't
want to be
hear
on
her.
camera, just
Try it
point
now,
at the floor,
Tamika. You don't have
or
to
you could
be
just
on
use, like, a
camera.
green
You
screen
could
effect.
like reverse
No
it,
one will
flip
be able
it.
to
If you
hear
don't want to be on camera, just
if
point it
your
at the
camera's
floor,
not
or you
active.
could just use like a green screen effect. But no one will be able to hear you
Your camera's
if
not
your
active.
camera is not active. Oh,
You can invite.
no,
Does
your
it?
camera's not active. You can invite.
You
Does
push the
it?
camera button?
Can y'all hear Tamika?
Can y'all hear
Nobody on the panel
Tamika?
answered. No, not
can
on
hear
the
her.
panel. I'm talking to the chat.
No, nobody on the
will
panel
always
I can
answer.
hear her.
Sorry,
I can
Fred.
hear
What
her.
were you saying?
No, not on the panel. I'm talking to the chat. The panel
I
will always
appreciate
hear
you.
her.
Appreciate
Sorry,
you.
Fred. What were you saying?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
that's
all right,
what.
I appreciate you.
Remember, you need to hit the save button when you hit the on. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's
too.
what. Thank you, Jenna.
Press the save button.
You're welcome.
Oh,
Anytime.
yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I made that mistake too. I just forgot to press the save button.
Hold on,
Oh,
Jimmy.
You're right. We do well. This is why we do well when we start
Hold on,
from
Jimmy, because Tamika was talking. Go ahead, Tamika.
Okay, I wanted to come up earlier, but you did what you said, something that I wanted to relate to because I heard this in another live and it made so much sense to me. And I've been Democrat my whole life. This is the first year I ever voted Republican. But I tell you, when I look at the Democratic Party, and I was saying to some of my other family members and everything, I was like, you know what's funny is that how is it that we are allowing the Democratic Party to tell us what we cannot have in life because somebody is suppressing us, when we sit around and talk about how we built this country? Like, we invented the stoplight, all these different things we invented, not just made, we invented these things. We've been so powerful in this country, but you're telling me at 2025 that I can't be something because somebody's suppressing me? Even when they were suppressing us, we were still doing. So how is it now I can't? So that just crazy to me. That just was something to think about.
Rick
So that's all I
Allen,
wanted to
can you mute your mic, please? Because for some reason I can't mute his mic, and we hear you breathing
Okay,
and fidgeting
Rick
around.
Allen, can you mute your mic, please? Because for some
Can
reason
you
I
hear
can't
him?
mute
What
his
the hell?
mic, and we hear you breathing and fidgeting around. I'm sorry, I hear him fidgeting and burping.
Can y'all hear
and
him? What the
everything.
hell?
I'm sorry. I don't know if he even knows he requested up. I'm sorry. I hear him fidgeting and burping and everything. I'm sorry. I don't know if
So
he
my
even knows he
question is
requested up.
a subjective question to what was just said. We know the power of those things. We know the powers of Black people being able to accomplish those things. But you also still have a party that's suppressing teaching the knowledge about those things. Not that we can't go find the information ourselves, not that we can't research it ourselves, but you have those things being suppressed and not being taught. So I think
suppressing is delusional. It's delusional of fictitious characters. That's what they're suppressing.
I don't know if removing things from a museum would be fictional. I don't know if
Tell us what they moved. Tell us
I don't
one
think
thing
he
they
removed
moved.
anything that was.
Tell us one thing. Ask him to name it. They moved it. He should know what it is.
No, I don't. I do not. I'm not in the museum.
So
I do not
obviously, you're spreading fake news.
It's just them telling you lies.
Obviously, you're spreading fake news.
All right.
So you don't.
All right.
So,
all right.
So we're saying none of this is actually.
Y'all, this is not going to work with everybody talking at the same time. I'm telling you, I wouldn't.
All right, then hold on. Listen, y'all, this is not going to work with everybody talking at the same time. I'm gonna just say that now. It ain't going to work with everybody talking at the same time. So
I'm just saying, I went and looked it up, and it wasn't anything that he was removing. It was some words that didn't apply because they had the letter people in on one of the Black exhibits.
we're not getting off track, right? I actually think we're getting on track.
I think this is
there's
where
a
we
lot
get
of propaganda that has been fed.
We're not
to
getting
us
off track,
under the
right? I
guise
actually
of,
think we're getting
Donald
on
Trump
track
racists going after black
because
people with his
there's a lot of
administration.
propaganda that has been fed
I
to
do
us
want to actually
under the
have that
guise of
discussion.
Donald
why?
Trump racists
Because
going after black people
in
with his
areas where I
administration.
clearly saw
And
Donald Trump
I do
going
want to
after
actually have that
gender
discussion. You know
identity.
why? Because in areas where I clearly saw Donald Trump going after gender identity,
going after black people, y'all gonna be
I
next.
still
The
see
immigrants, they got the
Democrats
immigrants
telling
first.
black people that
They're
he's
gonna
going
come
after
deport
y'all.
y'all next.
Like he going
y'all
after
gonna
black
be in
people.
chains.
Y'all gonna be next. Oh, the immigrants, they got the immigrants first. They're gonna come deport y'all next. Y'all gonna be in chains. And there's black people crying when Donald Trump won, like legit,
because they see so
saying
many
that they
black
believe they
people
was about
walking
to be in
away.
chains. And I think this is a big problem.
They're seeing that
I
the
think
fear-mongering
because they
isn't
see so many
working
black
anymore.
people walking away,
And when you continue to try to use the
they're
same
seeing that the
playbook over
fear
and over
mongering
again,
isn't working anymore.
what happens?
And when
even if you might be
continue
right
to
this
try
time,
to
in one
use the same
instance,
playbook
ain't
over and
nobody
over
gonna hit you
again,
no more. It's kind of like the boy
guess
who
what
cried
happens?
wolf all the
Even
time.
if you might
You're
be
using
right
the
this
same
time,
it-
in
you
one
know how I
instance,
think this is
ain't
how
nobody gonna hear
I'm
you no
land
more.
here.
It's kind of like
This
the
is
boy who
how
cried wolf all the time. You're using the
believe
same. You know how I think.
Democrats
This is
look
how,
at
and
the
I'm
black
gonna land
community.
here. This is
You have a
how
child
I
and
believe
something you do that might be
Democrats
simple.
look at the black
I don't know. You
community.
take a bottle and you
You
go,
ever have a child
and then the child's
and
like,
there's something you do
the
that
child
might be
relaxes.
simple.
You could
I
just
don't know. You take a bottle and you go,
and he
then the
just
child's like,
how many times you do it, you can do
the
it for
toddler
40
laughs,
minutes.
and you could just, oh,
But it's that little trick,
and they just laugh. No matter how many times you do it, you can do it for 40 minutes.
It appears to
But
me
it's
that
that
that's how
little trick,
Democrats
that
look at
little
black people. They're one trick
That's
pony.
how it appears to
pony.
me that that's how Democrats
They don't
look
need
at black
to be
people.
creative.
They're
They
a
don't
one-trick
need to
pony.
offer you anything. They
They're a
don't need to
one-trick
discuss
pony.
policy.
They
in
don't
depth.
need to be
All they
creative.
gotta do
They
is
don't
say
need
the
to offer you
same
anything. They
taglines
don't need to
over
discuss
and over
policy
again.
in depth.
Voter
All
suppression.
they got to do
Voter
is say the
suppression. But then when you
same
press them on it,
taglines over and
well,
over again.
black people, they
Voter
can't afford
suppression.
IDs.
Voter suppression. But then when you press them on it,
see that the politics they use it.
black people, they can't
They look
afford
at
IDs.
you know, people,
Yo,
y'all
don't see that the politics
come
they
on,
use
black
it.
people
They
don't
look
know
at you.
what computers
Black
are.
people,
Yeah.
they don't in
They
the
said
Bronx. They don't know what. Come on, y'all. Black people don't know what computers are. Yeah, it's a black.
False tax returns they file on the computer.
All I
They don't know what
ask
computer
is
is.
on this panel that you defer to the host when I'm speaking. You will all get your chance to speak.
All I ask
please
is
stop
on this
cutting me off.
panel that you
Please
defer
stop
to the
talking over
host
me.
when I'm speaking.
It sounds like
you will
noise
all
to
get
the
your
chat.
chance to speak.
So whoever that
please stop
person that
cutting
was
me off.
talking, and
Please
Jimmy,
stop talking
I love
over
you,
me,
brother, but
it sounds like
your
noise
mic
to the chat.
is louder than
So
everybody
whoever
else's.
that person that was
just
talking, and
remember
Jimmy,
that.
you know, I
Whoever
love
that
you,
lady
brother,
was
but
that was jumping
your
in,
mic
interrupting,
is louder
come
than
back up.
everybody else's. So
I'm just saying, stop cutting me off when I'm
remember
talking.
that. But whoever that lady was that
You
was
can
jumping
request back
in,
up.
interrupting, you could come back up. I'm just saying.
Me off when I'm talking. Yeah, I know. Y'all can hear me now. You can hear me now, right? You got
We
me now?
lost you, Tony.
Tony, and you
Okay,
drop me
I know.
down.
Y'all can hear me now. You can hear me now, right?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm
got
sorry.
me now?
Yeah, but go ahead, Tamika, if you wanted to
Yes.
say something.
Okay,
final,
yeah.
you know,
I
before you
accidentally
drop, that's cool.
unplugged the mic. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, but go ahead, Tamika, if you wanted to say something final, and before you drop, that's cool.
No, I've enjoyed your live. I've been sitting here and listening for maybe about 30, 40 minutes, and I really enjoyed a lot. Found out a lot of information. I had been in another one almost discussing the same thing.
Too.
So
thank you. I
it was a little more
appreciate
enlightening. And I just want to say to everybody, y'all have a wonderful Sunday, and you can drop me down.
All right, you too. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right.
How? Okay. Oh, Biz.
Okay,
Biz, is your camera on?
Biz. Nobody
camera
can
on?
hear you.
Listen,
If you come up on the panel, you got to activate your camera to be heard.
Biz.
You don't have to be on camera. You can go to a green
come
screen,
up on the panel, you got to activate your camera
no one can
to
hear
be
you.
heard.
Honestly,
you don't
I'm
have to
happy
be on
nobody
camera.
knew
You
that.
can go to a green screen, or you can flip it, but no one can hear you when you're talking. Honestly, I'm happy nobody can hear that shit. it. Because that's
no, I'm sorry. But biz though.
I'll be messing with Biz all the time.
That's foul as fuck,
Biz, turn
man.
your
That was
camera on.
foul.
You don't get to
I'm
be on
sorry.
camera, though. But Biz though. I'll be messing with Biz all the time.
Hit
Go
save.
ahead, Biz, turn your camera on. You don't got to be on camera, though.
Oh, God. Are we all that old?
You got to hit the save thing. Jenna got to walk him through.
Hit save.
You Gen X?
Yeah. Oh, God. Are we all that old?
Listen, we made the same mistake, too.
Damn.
So.
Are you Gen X?
Yeah.
Gen X, baby. All right.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Listen, I made the same mistake, too. So, hey.
Same mistake.
Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's delusional, man. I mean, these things are happening for a reason. If everything what you're saying is true, then it'd be easy for the Republican Party to recruit the Black America. But they have nothing to offer. They actually run against us. They're working against Black America.
Democrats
they fearmonger against Black America. They gerrymander Black America. And you guys are acting like this stuff don't exist.
Wait, Democrats don't gerrymander Black America?
No, they don't gerrymander, man. They don't gerrymander. Come on, man.
Oh, so Illinois, New York, all those states that flipped so many other cities.
California.
Blue. Isn't it a form
I'm saying redistricting.
That's a question I have for you.
I'm saying redistricting happens, but it's levels. Everybody knows
gerrymandering.
Everybody, listen to what I'm saying, because I don't want to get into
the Biz. Illinois, hold on, Biz. Illinois taking 3 districts and redistricting them to turn blue is not a form of gerrymandering.
We can say it is. Are we saying Democrats gerrymander to the same degree Republicans do?
Yes.
So we're saying that Democrats have been. So we're saying that Democrats have been
Democrats
forced by the courts to redistrict based on gerrymandering as the same percentages as Republicans.
My God, I can't
yes, they do it more often. It's just not in the news.
How many states have zero? And that's a good point. How many states have 0 Republican reps?
How many states have zero? And that's a good point you made. How many states have 0 Republican reps?
Massachusetts.
None. I don't think
a whole bunch.
No, I'm saying you guys actually believe that Democrats gerrymander to the same degree as Republicans.
Hold on.
Biz, I don't believe that.
I know they don't believe that. Y'all can't believe that.
Hold on.
That these maps are
they never did it. They finally did it.
I mean, come on. That's what I'm saying. We got to be better than this.
Biz.
Trump has a lot of support in California. He can't win California because of the gerrymandering.
He can't win California because they don't like his policy.
No, they don't. They drew the map to where allow Republicans to win.
The presidency don't have anything to do with gerrymandering for one. We're talking about the House of Representatives.
No, yes, it does. It's the Electoral College. It's all connected.
It does not.
It's all connected.
No, it's not. The president is exempt from gerrymandering. We're talking about House district seats.
The district seats, the representation, the Electoral College, all that stuff has a play.
See, this is what I'm saying. And this is the reason why Black people don't vote for conservative parties. And right now, that's why they're not voting Republican.
You want to know something?
Their voices are suppressed.
Okay.
And they have no
sorry. I was
dealing
with some technical difficulties.
Other people to vote Republican.
Like I was frozen.
Other races to vote Republican.
I don't know.
I'm sorry. I was dealing with some technical difficulties.
I'm sorry. What were we talking about?
Like I was frozen on Instagram, but I don't know. It looks like they killed the viewership on it. I'm sorry. What were we talking about? I'm sorry.
He was talking about the presidency, but the presidency is exempt from gerrymandering. We're talking about the
Electoral College. Electoral College.
The Electoral College is exempt from gerrymandering.
He's trying to correlate those two things and say this is why we don't vote for Republicans because they're against us. But what I wanted to say one thing. You know what I feel like the reason why we more people vote for a Democratic Party, because you get people like like the lives I've been going into, you get people, oh, you can't be trusted because you voted Republican. Oh, you can't be trusted. That is the reason why you push people to want to vote, because they get tired of being told from people that are professional victims that, oh, you can't be trusted because you vote against us. What's that mean?
I'm saying
hive mind?
I'm saying black people have never aligned themselves with a conservative party. Never in the history of the United States.
He's trying to say conservative ideology. He's trying to separate
Republican
it from
before anything.
Black people,
when the Republican Party was founded,
he's trying to say conservative ideology. He's trying to separate it from Republican. It's not going to work. But black people say that Democrats were the conservative party. You're correct. I know what you're getting ready to try to do, and it's not going to work. You're going to try to say that Democrats were the conservative party. Correct?
No, we're gonna say the Republican Party was a radical, progressive, liberal party when it was founded.
What do you?
And I think we won't get any disagreement with anybody with that. I think they're trying to fool you guys into believing that when the Republican Party was founded, it was conservative.
You ever heard of radical conservative? Have you ever heard of radical conservative? Have you ever heard of radical conservative? I guarantee he hasn't.
No,
just because you want to be because you want to treat it like a human being, like everybody else after you get out of slavery, doesn't mean you're a liberal. You're just asking for equal rights under the Constitution. That is not a liberal policy. That is a humane policy.
I want to stay grounded. I want to stay grounded in fact. What I'm saying is, when the Republican Party
was not founded, factual about what he said.
I'm saying he's saying a bunch of stuff. What I'm saying, what the facts are, that when the Republican Party was founded, it was an opposition party. It was a radical party, a progressive party. As far away as conservative as can be.
Oh God! Hello?
As far away as conservative can be.
Hold on.
Yo, so that's what
like
I'm saying.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's a radical conservative. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's a radical conservative.
She's not
yes, she is.
Conservative.
Yes, she is.
This is the problem.
Again, I don't know.
Yes, she is.
Tony. Yeah,
you
didn't get a chance to say that. I'm sorry.
Tony seen her in action.
This is actually the problem.
Oh, Master,
in my book.
All right, I got you, bro.
It's
you didn't get a chance to say that.
Identifying with.
Man,
I'm a conservative. I'm a radical actually the problem. I'm a liberal. I'm a progressive. I'm a this identifying with the problem.
I'm a conservative. I'm a radical conservative. I'm a liberal.
End of the day,
I'm a progressive.
This is about the political party.
Literally
that we're talking about.
The problem.
Right? And if you're going to talk about ideology,
like
black
at
people
the end of the day, this is about the political party. And that we're talking about, right? And if you're going to talk about ideology, black people have always been conservative.
Even with that, there are people. So what about the people who share conservative and liberal views?
I don't think you know what conservatism is. But even with that, there are people. So what about the people who share conservative and liberal views? Where are they? Who are they? What are they?
I think that what I'm saying, I think you guys are conflating
socially
conservative and politically conservative.
No, but that's
and I think that's where they get you guys.
No, they don't. No, that's not where they
extreme.
You make
that's not talking to me.
Points every time.
I think where they get you guys,
they don't get the conversation.
You do this every live you come into
that they don't know what conservative is. They don't
every time you come into here. Like you evade the conversation by going to try to tell people that they don't know what conservative is, and they don't know what this is, and you get tricked and fooled. Listen, bro,
is it good?
The Black Wealth Index is about to hit zero.
It's a good thing that black people
have been voting Democrat for 60-something years.
The case as to
why is it good for? Give me the case why it's good. It's a good thing that black people. Excuse me. Give me the case as to why it's a good thing for black people to continue voting Democrat.
I don't correlate anything what you just said. What does the wealth gap have to do with people voting conservative or Democrat or Republican?
Go ahead, Jenna. Because I think he's doing.
What does that have to do with it? How do you correlate those two things?
Yeah.
Easily.
Go ahead, Jenna. Go ahead, Jenna, because I think he's doing this on purpose, just to.
No, I'm not doing it on purpose. I think you guys don't define terms.
I can correlate it. I can give you an example. I'll give you a personal example. Conservative means to save and preserve. So if my mother, wants to go on a strike at her job, she has enough savings to weather the storm for better wages and benefits at her job.
I love my
The
food.
other people who don't want to strike is because they don't budget their money, which means they're not conservative, that they're heavy spenders, they don't conserve enough to weather a strike on a job. Most people want to conserve what they have for a rainy day. That's what conservative means, sir.
That is not.
To preserve
that's the
and
problem.
save.
You guys don't know what conservative and liberal mean. That does not. That's not what it means. Conservative, politically conservative.
So how do you conserve your energy?
Hold on, Jesus. Hold on. Tony's trying to speak. Hold on.
Damn.
I don't know what you got.
Who is that with all that noise?
I'm sorry. This gets real frustrating when you continue to do this, Biz.
Okay.
You do this in every conversation, right? If I ask you, what's the
I'm sorry. This gets real frustrating when you continue to do this.
It behooves black people to
do this in
continue
every
voting
conversation,
Democrat.
right?
You're saying y'all don't know what conservative is. You don't see the correlation.
Please explain why
about conservatism
it
and how
behooves black people to continue voting Democrat.
Is your question?
You're saying y'all don't know what conservative is. You don't see the correlation.
Conservatism
Then you
lead to
ask
wealth. Is that what you're asking?
about conservatism and how that. All right. Is your question
you don't
how
see the
does
correlation between
conservative
conservatism
values
and
or
wealth?
conservatism lead to wealth? Is that what you're asking?
Let's walk through some.
I'm saying I don't see the
values
correlation. I'm saying the reason why.
All right, you don't see the correlation between conservatism and wealth. Okay, so
you want to do it that way?
Let's walk through some conservative values and see if they lead to wealth. Right?
No, it's not a question. You said you don't see the correlation
do it that way.
Conservatism.
No. What I'm saying, I was going to answer your question. Your question was why do?
No, there's not a question. You said you don't see the correlation between conservatism and wealth.
Okay, so do
wealth building.
All right.
No, the wealth gap. Yeah, you're talking about the wealth gap.
For a second.
Right.
Let me ask you, from a government standpoint.
The wealth gap.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Do you find it to be conservative values
if you could stop talking for a second? Let me ask you this. From a government standpoint. So do you find it to be conservative values to protect property ownership?
No, I mean that's both. That's what I'm saying. It's not a conservative value.
I know he lying.
It's a philosophy. When you're talking about conservatism, they have a philosophy.
I'm sorry.
Their core belief is preserved.
I can't. I'm sorry. I tried. I'm sorry, brother.
I'm sorry.
I can't do these. I can't do this.
I'm sorry.
Do this shit all the time.
I'm sorry,
it's always
brother.
the same people.
I can't do these. I can't do this.
I'm sorry, brother.
Y'all do this shit all the time. It's always the same people.
I got respect the audience.
I'm sorry, brother. It's the same thing. I don't want to be mean, but
gaslighting bullshit.
I respect the audience.
It is literally conservative values
do this
preserve
gaslighting bullshit
and maintain and build
it
wealth.
Is literally conservative values to preserve
that is
and
maintain
literally the
opposite.
And build wealth through property
ownership. Liberals
that is it is literally the opposite.
The leading orthodoxy right now
and
in
Democrats
the Democrat Party
is the leading orthodoxy right now in the Democrat Party.
I live in New York City, where the leading candidate
soft communism
is literally talking about abolishing.
I live in New York City, where the leading candidate is literally talking about abolishing private property.
Free
and turning it all into community housing, seizing the means of production, free
conservatism is a bigger that advocates for less conservatism into your
is an idea that advocates for less government intrusion into your life to allow you to build
freedom
and control your own wealth.
Foreign to you
and freedom.
I can't do it. I'm sorry, y'all. I can't do it.
How is that foreign to you?
Anybody else got some shit to say? I can't do this shit.
I can't do it. I'm sorry, y'all. I can't do it. Look, anybody else got some shit to say? I can't do this
Tony.
shit. Oh, go ahead.
Hold on, Jimmy. I really been wanting to read my background.
Oh, go ahead.
This is pertaining to wealth disparities and why our communities have less funds. And this is going back to what Tony was saying, how we are going to end up at zero having any funds by a certain year. So based off this says it says significant African American communities funding only stays in our communities for 6 hours, whereas according to some studies, the short circulation time compared to 20 to 30 days in other communities like Jewish and Asian communities is attributed to a lack of support of Black-owned businesses and the failure to reinvest earnings within their communities. That's all I gotta say.
And I wanted to say this. Even when people are criticizing Scott Turner proposals, Section 8 proposals, not law, it's a proposal, might not even get done. But what Scott Turner was saying about Section 8, everybody keeps saying, well, why don't we just get rent control or rents or stabilize the rent? The reason why New York City is so expensive right now is because people are building more luxury products and not even renovating the old products because they can't raise the rents. So rent is getting more expensive because people are less inclined to build when you have these laws in place.
No, they don't work at all.
People say, rent control laws do not work.
Biz is still in the chat.
They don't work at all.
That's not
But let me,
conservatism.
okay. So
like you can literally
Biz
go
is
to
still
the
in the chat
definition
saying
of conservatism.
that's not conservatism.
Any of you guys can just Google
like you
this,
can literally
right?
go to the definition.
How do you debate somebody?
Any of you guys
just
can
gonna
just Google
just lying,
this, right?
And just saying stuff.
How do you
I don't
debate
understand
somebody
how this works. I don't
that's just
understand
gonna
how this
keep
works.
Just lying.
I don't
and
know.
Just saying stuff.
I
don't understand how this works. I don't understand how this works. I don't know.
Tony,
Go ahead.
It's not Tony. It's not you. I have seen this explained to Biz so many times, and he just does. He cannot get it. He does not understand.
I know. I've been on lives with him, but I just. So he's got to be doing this on purpose.
He is.
No,
He is.
I think y'all need to separate conservatism from Republicans and liberalism from Democrats, because when you speak on the ideological grounds,
I agree with
the two parties. Sometimes mix things up or change stances.
No, I agree with that. Let's talk about the Republican Party.
I agree with that.
And conservative
but
values,
no. But let's talk about the Republican Party.
I know y'all don't
like and those and conservative values, right?
That shit.
Let's see where they land.
Let me just use it right now.
I know y'all don't like
Googled it. Same
I don't
shit.
like ChatGPT and that shit. But I said, let me just use it right now instead of because I Googled it, same shit. But I just want you guys just to see the definition.
One of the ideals of
and I want us to match it up with the
limited
Republican
government
Party or the Democrat Party.
Is that a Democrat idea?
One of the ideals of conservatism is limited government
platform.
Is that a Democrat idea or a
Republican?
Republican.
So Republican. Please don't. Please stop. Please. So I don't want to derail.
So hold on. Please don't. Please. Oh God. Please stop.
Does less government intervention
hold on
lead to more wealth
So it's
creation?
Republican. Does less government intervention lead to more wealth creation?
Okay. I don't need your. Okay,
It depends on the intervening. What intervention are we talking about?
Does less government
I don't need your. Okay, it depends. I got you, Dree. The chat. Does less government intervention lead to more freedom to create
Our
wealth?
Democrat friend says no. Got you. Everybody else says
yes.
yes.
Oh, of course, Soldier says no.
Yes.
Our Democrat friend says no. Got you. Everybody else says yes.
Wait, just one
big
second.
difference between the parties.
Hold on.
The big difference that I see between the parties is the Democrat Party pushes.
Wait, just 1 second,
government.
Fred. Hold on. I got
individual
you, but
liberty and personal responsibility.
So limited government.
Republican or Democrat?
2, individual liberty and personal responsibility. Is that Republican or Democrat? Based on today's political environment.
Don't mind. Dree's gonna answer how Dree answers.
Used to be.
So those of you watching here,
don't mind. Dree's gonna answer how Dree answers.
And personal
so
responsibility.
Those of you watching here,
is that Okay.
Individual liberty.
Now, does
personal responsibility,
freedom?
Is that okay?
Personal responsibility over your own life.
Does individual liberty, freedom,
success,
and personal responsibility over your own life, does that lead to success?
I'll just do one or two more.
Do you think that is more likely to lead to success?
Yes.
Support, which is
and I'll just do one or two
low
more.
taxes,
Free market capitalism,
private
support,
enterprise,
which is defined as support for low taxes,
toward
deregulation, private enterprise, and
Does
competition.
that sound like a Republican thing or
Skepticism
Democrat?
toward government intervention in the economy.
Republican.
Does that sound like a Republican thing or Democrat?
More
thing?
likely to lead to the creation of wealth.
Republican. Does that is that more likely to lead to the creation of
there's
wealth?
More. Traditional family
and last
values.
I'll just do last
Conservative
because there's more.
Democrat.
Traditional family values. Is that conservative or Democrat? Is that Republican or Democrat?
That's both. That's ridiculous to assign it to one party. That's ridiculous.
If that was Democrat, they wouldn't have destroyed the nuclear family for corporate or for
How
government.
did Democrats destroy them? That is so ridiculous. When y'all say stuff like that, it's ridiculous.
Saying that with the gender roles, the gender insanity.
Okay, is feminism liberal or is feminism?
Y'all been saying things that just
like. Do you see more
is feminism liberal or is feminism a Democrat thing? Like, do you see more feminists on Democrat side of the aisle or Republican?
So let's have DR explain to us what he feels on the Democratic Party would align with that. I would love to hear.
Yeah. Most modern feminists
calm down.
Democrats. That's Republicans don't get women free.
Here.
No. Calm down. Forget about Republican. We're talking about family values here. Right? Define family values.
What's the traditional?
What are traditional family values
espoused by Democrats?
Can you help explain what the traditional family values are that are espoused by Democrats? Go.
What is the nuclear family? Is the nuclear
part
family?
Of the Democratic Party. I don't know what y'all are talking about.
What's the nuclear family?
What is the nuclear family? What, 2 dads and a baby? What's the nuclear family?
I literally said.
Okay, so this is what y'all talking about. Y'all
it's not this. I literally said traditional family values. Tell me where the Democrats fight for traditional family values.
No, Democrats fight for all traditional family values. Not all families look the same. Sorry. So y'all just want to.
What are traditional family values?
What I guess it has to be a mom, dad, and a picket fence. Mom, dad, kids, and a picket fence for y'all.
Okay.
Sometimes families don't look what y'all think they should look like.
Okay.
So what you want those families just to fall by the wayside? Is that what y'all want?
Go ahead.
That's ridiculous.
Real quick, I just want to fangirl because Jenna's one of my favorite people on this platform. And just, Jenna, I love you. You were so smart.
Oh, I love you too, Fred.
Oh, shit. All right, Fred.
Making me blush over here.
Oh, shit. All right, Fred.
She brings fire, man. I love her.
Wait. I'm a Democrat and I love Jenna too. So
I want to show y'all something.
That's not a partisan.
Because it's crazy that you're saying that.
I love you too,
they fight.
Hold on. I want to show y'all something.
They fight
because it's crazy that you're saying that Democrats.
Hey, peace, brother. You gotta turn your camera, activate your camera on. If you come up here, you gotta activate your camera.
You gotta turn your camera, activate your camera on. If you come up here,
and you know what I was looking for this video I wanted to play for y'all with the
you know what I wanted? I was looking for this video I wanted to play
this trans guy who says he wants to be the first
did you see
to have an abortion?
This trans guy who says he wants to be the first
artificial
trans
fake
woman to have an abortion. He wants to get inseminated with an artificial fake uterus or whatever, and he wants to kill it. Did y'all see that video? Do you think he's a Democrat or you think he's a Republican?
I think he's a raging liberal.
He's probably an anarchist or something like that. If you really want to know the truth.
Hey, I just wanted to add the Smithsonian literally had in the documents when it came to African Americans that the nuclear family was a white ideology.
Yep.
So to make that statement, it's literally in the information that they're giving out.
I mean, do you think the demonization of men,
Fred driving barefoot,
as being toxic, and
I mean, do you think the demonization of men?
Do you think that
as being
supports
toxic,
traditional family values?
All of this patriarchal talk. Do you think that supports traditional family values?
No, I think that has gone a little too far. But I don't think that's a political thing. I think that's a cultural thing. I don't think that's a political thing. It's cultural. And I believe it has gone too far, in my opinion.
Dre, what culture is it? If we look at as a whole, the culture is split into two different sections, right? It's split literally into Democrat and Republican.
No, that's political.
Hold on, let me finish. What culture are you saying that would be directed towards?
I disagree with your premise. The cultural, Democrat and Republican are political. That's not cultural. See, the thing is, conservatives, y'all tend to conflate cultural values and political values, just like Biz said.
What's culture, Dre? Define
culture is what people decide, not what the government or
That's
political parties
not what I
decide.
asked you. I said, what is culture?
Culture is what the people overall. Okay, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Tradition.
Culture is just the
Tradition.
overall behavior and
it is the traditions and the things that you do. So,
tradition, behavior.
So east side Democrats and Republicans both have a different type of culture.
No,
because they both believe in two different things for what they want to happen within their community. It is their ideologies. That's
what ideologies, not
hold
culture.
on.
Culture is not.
I don't want to derail, right? And I'm gonna give it back to you in a second. I want to
hold on, wait, because I don't want to derail, right?
You got stuck on that. I'm gonna give it back to you in a
values.
second. I think everybody watching this knows, even Democrats know.
You got stuck on that one point about family values. I think everybody watching this knows, even Democrats.
Family values is something that is
the nuclear family
pushed,
and the idea of family values is something that is
to hear you
very strongly pushed by the Republican Party. I think everybody knows that
out
shit.
here that are,
but to hear you like saying that stuff, when you see the prevalence of all these weird videos out
away
here
from
that
parents who don't
encouraging
their children, if a father doesn't agree with
breaking up
allowing
families,
the child to be transitioned,
taking
and the
rights
wants
away
to
from parents who don't affirm their children, if a father doesn't agree with allowing his child to be transitioned, and the mother
hormones and surgeries without the permission of the father, and I'm sure y'all heard of the case
to
with the
allow
man
a child to be given
I'll just
hormones
give you
and
a little
surgeries without the permission of the father. And I'm sure y'all heard of the case with the man who did. As a matter of fact, I'll just give you a little clip.
You're a boy. When did she tell you you were a girl? Who told you you were a girl? So mommy told you you were a girl? And when did she tell you you were a girl? The state of California says that I have to pay. Oh, I see. So mommy told you you were a girl? Of my son as child support. The state of California says that I have to pay for the chemical and physical castration of my son as child support. I'm not going to pay that child support.
Now, we all are familiar with that story with Jeff Younger.
California is going to send me to prison.
Please tell me how that preserves.
Now, we all are familiar with that
family
story
values that
Jeff
we're
Younger.
talking about.
So please tell me how that preserves the family values that we're talking about. Go ahead,
Okay,
G.
so from what you showed, that's horrible.
That's not what.
That's something
that's
that like
not
family
what
court
I
needs to
asked for.
decide.
We're talking about
obviously
Democrat
the two parents are.
That's not what. That's not what we're talking about. Democrat politics. It is Democrat policies that criminalize that man refusing to castrate his son.
Right. That's wrong. Like, damn,
what is wrong with you?
Supporting that
you can't just say, "Yo, that's fucked up." Yo, you're right. That's wrong.
So explain to me,
damn,
Democrats,
they are supporting that shit.
Family values.
Just say.
Go.
From what you played,
so explain to me how Democrats support
and
family values. Go,
Tony.
Policy wise, and culture wise. Go.
No. Policy wise, that
why does the family court have to deal with
that?
It
is something
what?
That it looks like a family court is going to have to deal with.
Why? Why does the family court have to deal with it?
Why does the family court have to deal with it? Why is he subjected
Because of
to that?
a what?
Because of what?
A law.
What do you mean?
The existing.
Why does the family court have to deal with that? Why is he subjected to that? Because of
he's
what?
going to jail, right? So this
The
is
existing what?
Correct?
Okay, because of law? Yeah. Okay.
I mean, he's going to jail, right?
Oh
so
my
this
God.
is a law.
Oh my God.
Correct?
Why do you have to know
Okay,
it?
has it been adjudicated?
Why is he
Oh my
God.
Oh my God. Know the case.
That's traditional family policy.
Why do you have to know it? All you have to know is who passed the policy.
Yes.
That traditional family policy.
Y'all, I'm sorry. This is scary shit.
Who said that law?
This is what I'm saying, bro.
Okay.
Yes,
this is some scary ass shit.
This is scary. Y'all, I'm sorry. This is scary shit. And this is what I'm saying, bro. This is some scary ass shit.
Tony,
this is why I say we're in trouble. This is why we're in trouble.
You don't even realize you is brainwashed.
Are there abusive fathers in this country? Can I get an answer to that, please?
We also know that the greatest abuse.
Are there abusive fathers in this country?
To data, yes. The highest amount of abuse committed.
But we also know that the greatest abuse. We also know that according to data, the highest amount of abuse committed against young boys is coming from their mothers.
It's mothers.
Okay, yeah, they're abusive mothers too. You're right.
No. The majority is mothers. Like the mother who's going to castrate her son, and the father will be locked up for opposing it.
Oh my God.
Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is what y'all get. You want black and white when you know there's certain scenarios that are gray.
Oh my God. You know what? This is a sickness. This is a sickness. Yo, this is a sickness.
Hey, brother.
I'm sorry. Dree, I don't understand this. This is gotta be. Yo, I hope you're getting paid, brother, because this don't make sense. What?
I don't know that situation. I'm saying if the two parents are obviously at opposite ends, right, for whatever reason, then that's a court situation. One statute or law.
All right, what does a court have to follow? What does a court have to follow?
The law.
Of course, the court follows the law, but you have
wait, hold on. So the court has to follow the law. They must adjudicate based on the law.
Right, based on the law.
Who proposed and passed that law in California?
I don't even know which law you're talking about. Which law are we talking about here? I don't even know which law you're talking about.
The one that's allowing them to actually adjudicate the case he's talking about, bro. Come on now, bro. You're really, are you?
Okay, maybe sometimes we just come at an impasse because
oh my God,
y'all are complaining too much. A judge has to decide which parent is being abusive or the better parent.
The judge has to decide which parent is being abusive.
Right, that's how family court works.
Okay, when my son was
all right. Okay, the judge has to decide which parents being abusive.
I'm not
right?
going to go too deep into that.
Right.
When my son was,
I believe that when my son's mother told
him.
Anyway,
I'm not going to go too deep into that.
No, I don't even go.
I believe.
Okay. I believe
when my
that there are
son's
many
mother
things
told him
that there are many ways that you can emotionally abuse your children.
Okay.
And
I
one
believe
of
that there are many things
instill
that you
confusion.
There are many ways that you can emotionally abuse your children.
I find it to be abusive
is
to affirm
instill
a minor child's
confusion
delusion
about their gender,
or confusion about
I find
themselves,
that to be abusive,
and therefore
I find it to be abusive
and
to affirm a minor child's delusion or confusion about themselves,
or surgery,
and therefore
go
out
their confusion.
Instead of trying to help them to address it with chemical castrations or surgeries to support their confusion, instead of trying to help them to address that confusion and address them. I find that to be abusive.
So when you say you got to go to court,
but the law in California says it isn't.
That is
abusive.
Abuse.
So when you say you got to go to court, the court already has it according to the law that is not abuse
for traditional
Democrat policies. So explain once again how Democrats fight for traditional family values.
Tony, if that's what you're saying is true in California, I disagree with that law. I think it has has to be adjudicated.
It's not just, but listen what you're saying.
Take one parent's side with the child over the other in a dispute.
You do this
with the child.
This convenient.
So I disagree with that.
It's not just, but listen what you're saying. It's not just a dispute with the child. You see what you do? You do this
emotional and mental abuse
away
of a
from
child
the point
by instilling confusion in them about their gender and emotional
and mental abuse of a child by instilling confusion in them about their gender and moving forward to affirm it through surgery. That is abuse.
Okay,
do you disagree with that?
What's gender dysphoria?
No, I don't disagree with that. If it's caused by confusion.
Okay, so gender dysphoria. What's gender dysphoria? Look at gender dysphoria.
I don't know. I have not studied up on this stuff.
Bro.
I don't know it. Y'all obsessed with that. I don't know it.
But
if the gender dysphoria was caused,
understand,
bro. If it was caused by,
this is wild. We've had this conversation numerous times.
This is
You're
wild.
literally saying you don't know what something
I'm not
is.
gonna let you get away with that.
Before.
This is what you do.
And you
get backed into a corner.
I'm saying if it was caused by
I'm not gonna let you get away with that. In it, this is what you do. You start saying, "Oh, y'all
When you
the
get
ones that
backed
obsessed
into a
about
corner
it."
where you have to
either
face the flaw in your logic or the degeneracy in it, you start saying, "Oh, y'all are the ones that are obsessed about it." You try to either shame people for caring about it, or you try to say, "Oh, it's not such a big deal." This is what y'all do to escape the reality of the things that you're supporting.
They care a fucking lot.
It's not a big deal. To be honest, I don't even really think about it. I don't even know why y'all so obsessed about it. Guess what? Parents care a lot. They care a fucking lot about that shit, especially fathers, when it comes to raising their sons.
Fucking book they gave him.
I
was
cared a
about
lot
two boys
when my
going
son
down on
went
each other.
into
I care
public
a
school
lot.
in the 8th grade for the first time, and the first
When his
fucking book
first
they gave him
exam, his
was about
quiz
two boys
in English
going
class
down on each
was
other.
about
I
gender
care a lot.
identity.
I care
Why
a lot
don't you
when
care?
his first
Aren't you
exam,
obsessed?
his quiz in
Don't you
English
care?
class was about gender identity.
About children, and y'all talk about.
Why
care
don't
about
you
kids.
care? Why
Meanwhile,
aren't you
people
obsessed?
Going out there
Why
doing
don't you
mass
care?
shooting children in churches.
You don't care about children, and y'all talk about you care about kids. Meanwhile, you got people going out there doing mass murder, shooting children in churches.
The dead murderer,
and I don't really hear nothing.
Thinking about the lives that are lost by children.
You're more concerned with not dead naming the dead murderer.
They hope more happens.
Than thinking about the lives that are lost by children. Who's out there doing videos talking about they laughing about the shit and they hope more happens? Democrats. You know what? Let me not say, because I don't know if he's a Democrat.
So you're
know he is.
That
liberal.
leftism is a mental illness then.
Well, those are not sane people who are doing that, Tony.
Oh, they're not sane people. So you're agreeing that leftism is a mental illness then?
So which party do you think has become more extreme?
Both ends of the political spectrum are crazy people. I've said that many times.
So which party do you think has become more extreme?
Let's go by that logic. Politics? Do you think the Republicans have become way more extreme?
Okay, so
typically when people
let's go by that logic.
When
you think the Republicans have become way more extreme?
What generally happens with the majority
under Trump.
of people?
Yes, I do.
So typically when people go extreme, or when people go to the extreme end of something, what generally happens with the majority of people? Do they gravitate towards it, or do they move away from it?
Stop with the y'all. Let's just. I might have to talk to somebody else.
It just depends, don't look at it as y'all have gravitated.
Stop with the y'all. Let's just.
That means they are.
I might have to talk to somebody else. Listen. Don't look at it as a gotcha.
Goes to the extreme.
If someone goes to the extreme, that means they are not according to the norm. So if someone goes to the extreme, does that attract or repel the majority?
It depends, Tony. It just depends. Look what happened in Germany.
He's a pivoter,
look what
dude.
happened in Germany.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen examples. where the extreme.
You don't realize how you're bolstering my point. Hold on.
But he does. You don't realize how you're bolstering my point.
Because I'm not.
How did he get to that extreme? What was some of the tools that he used?
What tool was used?
Because I'm not going to let you pivot away from it because you're trying to escape.
To get those people to support him. What tool was used?
What tool was used in order to get that? And it wasn't even really a majority, but to get those people to support him. What tool was
propaganda? Because we know that the power of the media, we know that's extremely powerful.
Propaganda.
Do we agree with that? And I'm having a conversation
propaganda.
with you, I'm praying
because we know that the power of the media, we know that's extremely powerful, correct?
So
do we agree with that?
Yes.
That means clearly,
and I'm having a conversation with you, Dream. I'm praying to God
that
that you're just going to be rational and just
the propaganda machine. Yes.
So
Hitler. Yes.
That means clearly he had control of the majority of the media presentation. the propaganda machine.
The majority control
Hitler.
over the
Yes,
media
yes,
apparatus
okay,
that was
okay.
used to
Okay, pause.
the people.
So
to
Hitler,
convince them of an extreme
he had
position.
the majority
Do you agree with
control
that?
over the media apparatus that was used to propagandize the people
Okay,
to
in
convince
order to
them of an
justify
extreme position.
atrocities.
Do you agree with that?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
In
largely,
order,
yes.
Who is in control
in
of the
order to
majority of the media
justify atrocities?
here? Like, would or as a matter
In
of fact,
part, yep.
what direction
Okay.
does the majority
Now,
of the
who is in
mainstream
control of the
media
majority of the
lean
media
in this country?
here? Like, would or as a matter of fact, what direction does the majority of the mainstream media
Is it left
lean
or right
in this country?
The majority of the
no, don't.
Oh
no,
boy,
Democrat.
slow down, slow down.
Democrat.
Is it left or right? The majority of the
bro. I love you, bro.
No,
but
it's it's too
dissonance
simplified for you to
is
say
too
that.
strong with you right now.
It's too simplified.
So I'm just gonna speak to the people right
bro.
now.
I love you, bro. But the dissonance
want you
is too,
to. I'm not trying to make you look like
right now,
like crazy.
So
like
I'm just gonna speak
like
to
that,
the people right
we
now.
all know that the overwhelming majority of media in the
I like
United
you,
States,
and I don't want you. I'm not trying to make you look like
we
crazy,
know
like
that.
an idiot or nothing like that.
I don't even understand.
We all know that the overwhelming majority of
that
media
shit.
in the United States
And
it's
the
leftist
crazy
media.
thing is,
We know that.
if you
I don't even understand how you could even dare to try to argue
to
that
the
shit.
example that we just used with Hitler.
The crazy thing
Controlling
is
the media narrative.
if you apply
propaganda,
the same metrics to the example that we just used with Hitler, controlling the media narrative,
because I didn't you
through
tried to pivot
propaganda,
away from my original
going
point
to
about what happens when
extremes.
people go to extremes. What happens with the majority?
Go to the Democrat Party,
Naturally,
because I didn't.
majority.
You tried to pivot away from my original
right
point
now.
about what happens when people go to extremes.
The majority
what
is
happens
not
with
going
the majority
to gravitate
naturally.
towards an extreme
Naturally,
without
the
propaganda.
majority. Now, I hope y'all pay attention right now.
When there is an
naturally,
extreme
the majority
element
is not going to gravitate towards an extreme
from the
without
norm.
propaganda.
Are
y'all hearing me? When there is an extreme element that exists
towards that extreme,
which is opposite
because
from the
it's
norm,
extreme.
the norm
will get people.
The
to
majority
gravitate
will not
extreme.
gravitate towards that extreme
propaganda.
because it is extreme.
Propaganda.
Now, what will get people to gravitate towards an
primarily
extreme?
delivered through one
Introduce
lens.
propaganda.
In the United States of America and in Western
that
media,
is controlled
the media leans
and primarily
clearly
delivered through
in
one
the
lens.
direction of
In
Democrats,
the United States of America and in Western media, the media leans clearly
it is
in the direction of Democrats, the political left, liberals, all of that.
Do you think
it's an
indicator?
It is blatantly anti-Trump and anti-Republican and conservatism.
Lifelong
we know
Democrats
so
left to the Republican Party.
It's an
Do you
indicator
believe it makes sense
that so
they
many
did this of their
lifelong
own volition, and
do you believe it makes
was a
sense
natural
that
occurrence?
they did this
Why?
of their own
Because
volition
the propaganda machine
and it was a
was not
natural
in play.
occurrence? Why? Because the propaganda machine was not in play.
Exodus from the Democratic
propaganda
Party.
machine
Because
did not lead to that exodus from the Democratic Party.
Extremists on the left,
Because the propaganda machine was going with the extremists on the left, which is why so many Democrats walked away from it. Do any do you all understand what I just explained? I'm not asking you, Dre.
Do you understand what I just explained?
I agree.
To the chat, do you understand what I just explained?
Because I like to keep y'all involved in the conversation.
Don't argue with the Democrats in the chat. Because I like to keep y'all involved in the conversation.
What I'm trying to say to you is,
okay, so you understand the explanation.
The majority is not.
What I'm trying to say to you is,
extreme, unless
the majority is not going to go with the extreme,
to be propaganda,
unless there is a push.
But the vehicle of the propaganda we're experiencing in this country. But the vehicle of the propaganda
we're experiencing in this country is coming primarily from one position.
To this conversation. Does that mean
I think you should take a more critical approach to this conversation? Does that mean I think every black person should be a Republican? No. I have a problem with the fact that damn near every black person in the country is a Democrat.
Person in the country was a Republican.
I'd have the same problem.
You know why?
Because damn near every black person in the country was a Republican.
They don't have to do
anything
to earn.
Because you're telling that political party
voting
that they don't have to do anything to
and the
earn
only people
your
who stand
vote.
as an easy
voting
lay
is quid pro
or
quo.
a sure thing
And the only people who stand as an easy lay
continue to get
for
fucked
a
over by
sure
the Democrat
thing,
Party.
a sure thing
I'll
is
land
black people who continue to get fucked over by the Democrat Party. I'll land there.
I just want to add one piece to what you said. The majority of individuals that I know that switched from the Republican Party, including myself, or Democrat Party, excuse me, including myself, was they saw something on TV, went and looked it up, and it was lies, or they left out information. That is the propaganda that he's explaining. Specific examples was when they talked about him, about the bleach, that went all over the news, and it was talked about for days. It wasn't what he was said in the information. And there's so many cases where that has happened. That's why they've lost over. There's been a 4-something million shift of people moving from the Democratic Party to the Republican
Party. If you all look in the chat, New York case Trump, a Democrat.
You know what?
Well, 90%.
If you all look in the chat, New York hates Trump, a Democrat, says, well, 90% of white people vote Republican. How do you argue?
I think he meant 90% of the Republican Party is white. That would be true. But 90% of white people do not vote Republican. It's about 60%. But 95% of the Republican Party is white.
Tell me how
that's true.
Is it? Oh.
Tell me how that.
As far as elected representatives,
he's looking.
Now you're talking about
that's
so sad, bro.
Are you just talking about black and white people?
He's looking.
He
just erased everybody.
So sad, bro.
There's other individuals that are major. Like you got to realize.
He just erased everybody else. And not only did he erase everybody else, he erased the voters.
You're switching. Oh, elected now. Okay.
No, I'm just saying elected Republicans are 95% white.
You're switching. Elected now.
Now it's elected.
Elected.
All right. You know what?
The Democratic Party elected Democrats are very
diversity.
diverse.
You know what? You know what?
With
the most amount of
I love diversity
in history.
You know what? We have the most diverse administration with the most amount of black people in history right here in New York.
It also happens to be the most.
But it also happens to be
incompetent administration.
But it also happens to be the most corrupt and incompetent administration that we've ever had.
So what's the problem?
I got my
black folks over here.
What?
We got that. We got that black representation.
I got my black folks over here. What's up?
Everything is fucked up.
We got that. We got that black representation. Everything is fucked up.
Okay, well, not all black politicians are good.
Is that what you're saying?
And what? Not all skin folk is kinfolk? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying not all black politicians are good politicians. I agree with you. Eric Adams has no integrity, so I agree with that.
What about Jasmine Crockett?
I'm sure she represents her people just fine. Absolutely, I'm sure she does. Otherwise, she wouldn't get reelected.
She got elected in an uncontested place, though, Dre. She wasn't just elected. She went to an uncontested area to get elected, bro. Come on now.
But she had to go through a
process. Hold on, look. One of the things
Martina,
is even at the
no one.
Martina, put on your camera.
Not active.
Martina, hold on, Martina. No one can hear you if your camera is not active. You have to activate your camera in order to be heard.
I also want to say the Black Caucus, there was a video of one of the guys saying, look, we only got like 72 days. Then after that,
if y'all knew the level of corruption here in New York City, bro, by our majority,
if y'all knew the level of corruption here in New York City,
I'm so disheartened by this and turned off
majority, it's so bad.
It feels good.
I guess that's why I'm so disheartened by this and turned off
into position,
power. It feels good when you see some black folks,
you start to realize
you put into position of power.
Damn, am I celebrating the empty symbolism?
You start to realize
actually being accomplished by putting these people.
Damn, am I celebrating the empty symbolism?
Most of us assume that they're going to
be accomplished by putting these people
for our collective interest, right?
Because most of us assume that they're going to,
because they know how to appease you with
collective interest, right?
And
that doesn't happen.
Taglines and
because they know how to appease you with empty rhetoric.
people and the evil Republicans,
taglines,
they don't have to actually deliver on anything.
Scare the shit out of you about the evil white people and the evil Republicans.
And that's why
they don't have to
actually deliver on diminishing this conversation.
And that's what we're experiencing here.
Republicans
and
are white.
That's why it bothers me when we keep diminishing this conversation to white.
He integrated
Republicans are white. Too much white people,
saying,
or
richer, whiter areas.
Mom Donnie, he integrated that rhetoric into his shit, saying, richer, whiter areas.
Looked at it, maybe you should ask yourself, why is it that all of these richer, whiter areas exist here?
Maybe you should ask yourself, why is it that
the majority of the
richer, whiter areas exist
areas full of black
New York
people
City,
and Hispanics?
And why are the majority of the poor
and they come out here to protest in your neighborhood,
black people and
but they're never going to they're not going to want you as a neighbor.
And they come out here to protest in your neighborhood,
it's
but
ridiculous.
they're never going to they're not going to want you as a neighbor.
And look at the actual
So I just think this shit is corny. It's ridiculous. Stop looking for visual representation and look at the actual policy.
It's going to be nothing more than a strategy that's used.
Everything else
either trigger
noise. Because it's going to be nothing more than a strategy that's used
based on
either trigger you or get you to act based on a desire to be loved. And that's what I see. And I'll stop right there. Go ahead. Hi, Martina.
No. Turn it back on. You don't have to get on the camera, but you got to turn it on.
No. Turn it back on. You don't have to get on the camera, but you got to turn it on.
No one else
I can hear
can hear you.
No, if you're on the panel, you can hear her. No one else in the chat can hear you, Martina. You got to get on camera. You got to oh, there you go. Okay. Your camera's active.
Okay.
Now you can talk.
Okay. I just have this very big problem with the left side being no morals, no agenda, being no laws, being not accepting the Constitution, having a problem with the American flag, and here we go. What is the future looking like if we do people, but do not actually like the United States of America?
Are you okay? Are you feeling well today?
This is a huge problem
sounds a
for
little
me.
slurred.
Right, Martina, are you okay? Are you feeling well today? Because your speech sounds a little slurred.
No, I'm just, you sound a little different today. So I was just checking to make sure you're okay.
Oh,
no.
Okay. No, I'm just, you sound a little different today.
Okay.
So I was just checking.
All right. That's what it is. Okay.
I'm eating
we care
supper.
about you here. I want to make sure.
Oh, okay. All right. That's what it is. Okay.
No,
we care
yes,
about you here. I
yes,
want to
I
make sure
hear you.
you're all right.
Did someone want to?
Yeah, I know you do.
No, but yes,
right?
yes.
Didn't
I
she
hear
say
you.
like
Did someone
Lucy or Hussy?
Supper in a long time.
Oh, supper, right? Didn't she say like floozy or hussy yesterday?
Oh man, here we go.
I want to give an example. In California, when the riots was just recently going on over there, on the news, they were going back and forth about it. And the lady, and this is kind of a nod to how propaganda works, because they can't just outwardly try to blame stuff on Black folks anymore, because they know there's been this solidarity thing of us saying we're not going to get involved. So when they asked her about it, what the lady said was, when they said that there was people causing problems down in California, well, the initial protesters had left. They said it was the people that came from Compton that were the ones coming and causing issues. So they're using propagandistry in general. And I want to stop there. And I just want to ask you a question, bro. Do you believe, or have you ever thought to yourself by chance, and this is a serious question, bro. I'm not trying to sound like a dick or be an asshole. Do you think to yourself, man, have I been brainwashed? And like, have you ever thought to yourself that you've been the person that's been brainwashed?
Oh, certainly. I don't. You think I have this loyalty to the Democratic Party? That's not true.
Democrats,
I didn't vote for Obama in 2008.
Oh no,
Y'all
actually no.
did.
You hate Trump. That's what
you got
your
loyalty to today's Democrats, definitely.
I
Oh
voted
no,
for
actually
John.
no. You hate Trump. That's what your thing is. You just hate Trump.
I consider Trump to be a danger. Yes, I do. And the fact that y'all don't see it, it really, really bothers me. So I don't have a blind loyalty to Democrats. I vote for the best of the viable options in front
You
of me.
have a blind hatred
and
for
90%
Trump.
of the time, that has been Democrats. But no, I don't have a blind loyalty to Democrats.
So
No.
are you okay with?
You have a blind hatred for Trump.
No, it's not a hatred. I think he's funny
I
and,
think
and
voters
affable
like you are dangerous.
personally.
And the
But
reason
as
is
far as
because
being
it's very
president,
easy.
he's a danger
to
in my
get you
opinion.
To
I
vote
think
and act
voters
against
like
your,
you are
your
dangerous.
self-interest,
And the
or
reason
even
is
the interest
because
of
it's
the
very
country,
easy
because
to get you to
you're so
vote and
easily
act against your
indoctrinated with
self-interest or even the
propaganda.
interests of
I'm not
the
saying that to
country
insult you,
because
every
you're
time I
so
talk to you and I
easily,
introduce facts, you
indoctrinated
pivot.
with
You don't
propaganda. I'm not saying
ever
that to insult
stay
you
there,
because
you
every
always
time I
wiggle
talk to you and I introduce
and
facts,
twist and
you
dance,
pivot. You
shimmy.
don't
You never
ever
really
stay there.
address
You always wiggle,
become
and
inconvenient,
twist, and
I think
dance,
that's actually
shimmy.
an indicator
You never
of
really
someone who
address things
who is willing to
that
learn,
become inconvenient.
right? Because
And I think
if
that's
you're able
actually
to
an
at
indicator
least
of
be
someone who
if you're able to
has,
at least ingest
who is willing
new
to learn,
information,
right?
be
Because if you're able to
open.
at least be will, if you're able to at least ingest
You
new
don't ever
information,
change your point of view. I've
be
changed my
open
point of
to
view
it.
many times. Now,
That would
maybe
mean that you're open to
it's
changing
just
your point of view.
whatever the
But you
specifics
don't
of it
ever
is.
change your point of view. I've changed my point of view
I
many
have
a time.
personally
Now maybe,
presented
maybe
you with
it's
some
just whatever the
incontrovertible
specifics
truth.
of it is. But
Thank you. Some
I
incontrovertible
have
truth.
personally
And
presented
you
you
still
with some
fight.
incontrovertible
You fight hard. I'll give you
truths.
that, bro.
Thank you.
You
Some
fight super
incontrovertible
hard.
truths.
And it's not even I'm
And
trying
you
to change your
still
mind. I'm trying to
fight.
get you
fight
to
hard.
just
I'll give you
at
that,
least
bro.
face the
You
truth
fight super
of
hard.
what you're
And it's not even I'm
saying
trying to change your
or what
mind.
you're supporting.
I'm trying to get you
that
to
makes
just
it worse
at least
because
face
you're
the
not
truth
even just
of what you're
acknowledging
saying
the harm in the
or
shit
what
that
you're
you get
supporting.
behind.
That's the
You
thing that
just
makes
like
it worse because
you just
you're not even
sidestepping
just
everything.
acknowledging
I think
the
that's the real
harm in the
danger
shit that you get
because
behind.
Democrats
you just
know that no matter how
you just
depraved,
sidestepping everything.
no
And I
matter
think
how
that's the real
morally
danger
vacant their
because
policies, and no matter
Democrats
how
know
much
that
they
no matter
fail to
how
deliver for our
depraved,
community, it
no matter
doesn't
how
matter
morally
because you're
vacant their
just going to
policies,
keep on supporting
and
that
no
shit
matter
lock,
how
stock,
much
and
they
barrel
fail
anyway.
to deliver for
Who
our
cares?
community,
That's
it
why
doesn't
you got
matter
phrases like vote
because you're
blue
just
no
going
matter
to
who.
keep on supporting that
Because
shit lock, stock,
you
and
don't
barrel
care.
anyway.
Because
Who
you
cares?
think that's where
That's why you got
people
phrases
belong,
like vote blue
with
no
them
matter who.
Democrats. And I know
Because
y'all get
you
offended when
don't
people say
care.
Democrat plantation.
Because you think that's
But
where
bro,
black
what
folks
else do you
belong
expect people to
with
say
them Democrats.
when
And I know y'all
you're
get
saying
offended when
that
people
no
say
matter
Democrat
how much they
plantation.
fail us,
But
no matter how
what
much
else
they
do you
ignore
expect
us,
people to
we're
say
supposed to stay right
when
over here on
you're
the
saying
Democrat
that
part
no
of the
matter
plantation.
how much they
What do you
fail
expect
us,
for people
no
to
matter
say
how
to
much
you?
they ignore us, we
And
supposed
then
to
you
stay
call
right
those
over here
people,
on the
and then you
Democrat
call,
part of the plantation.
well, all
Like,
your
what do you
folks.
expect for
And
people
then
to
you
say to
call
you?
those people anti-black.
And then you
When
call
you're
those
literally
people, and then
questioning
you call
their
I'm not
own blackness,
well, all your
not
folks,
supporting,
and then you call
and
those
falling
people
behind white
anti-black.
liberals.
When you're literally questioning their own blackness for not supporting and falling
Don't
behind white
personalize it, Dre.
liberals.
I'm
But
talking
even if we kept it
I
direct,
don't question your blackness. I don't question the blackness of
even earlier
blackness.
in this conversation.
Don't personalize it, Dree. I'm talking about your allies.
Oh, what up, D Blade?
But even if we hyper focus on the conversation today, when you were talking about the law in California,
Oh, what up, D Blade?
You literally went from, well, the court has to decide this policy, but the policy is made by the people for him to enforce. So it still falls back on the individuals, and that's what he's saying. You sidestepped that and didn't take any accountability. You said that is a problem that shouldn't be happening. What was happening to that child? But then you said it should be left up to the courts. Well, the courts is still ran by us, the people, and it's that side of individuals that are creating the laws so they majority can be put in place to be enforced or being an option for the judge to choose.
So you're against judges? You're against the whole court system now? Is that what you're saying?
No, you're not listening to the point I made. We're against a specific policy that we were talking about earlier, where the man would have to pay to basically castrate his child. That's what we're talking about specifically. When he brought it up, you said you disagree with what was happening, but it should be left up to the court. That was your specific statement. So the point that I'm making is that wouldn't even be an option if it wasn't for a group of people that voted for
understands
that to
that though.
actually be a
Come
law.
on, G, you
for him
understood
to
what I was
be
saying to you,
able
bro.
to
Come on.
enforce.
Like there was no simple
I
way
think
of
he
explaining
knows.
that shit.
He
understands that though.
John.
Come on, G, you understood what I was saying to you, bro. Come on. Like
Yeah,
there was no simpler way of explaining that shit to you.
Yeah, but y'all are taking that man's word as if everything he's saying is true when there's another person on the other
when
side.
have you ever known me to just say make up shit?
You don't have to take that man's anything. It's a public court case, bro.
Yo, Dree, when have you ever known me to just say make up shit and say shit? I'm wondering. And just take everybody's word for shit without looking into anything and validating it. Because she hasn't spoken publicly about it.
You didn't play her side of the story or whatever. That's why a judge decides.
Because she hasn't spoken publicly about legislation. He's literally speaking to the legislation. There's court records on it. In jeopardy of going to jail. And there's legislation. He's literally speaking to the legislation that allows her to do it, bro. That's why he's in jeopardy of going to jail. Whoa. Pause.
See, y'all bring up extreme examples and expect
we
me
use that for like the broader argument. Whoa. Isn't that what y'all do with abortion? We bring up extreme examples and then we use that for like the broader argument. Isn't that what y'all do with abortion? Cognitive dissonance, bro. Cognitive dissonance.
No. What do you mean as far as
your perception of reality?
No, that's not the
cognitive dissonance, bro. Cognitive dissonance. Reality, your perception of reality. Boom. It don't matter. No. Whatever I say to you, it don't matter.
See, my position was Roe v. Wade was a good compromise, and that's still my position.
I'm sticking to my story.
Period.
It's not, right. But it's not an extreme though. In California, there's literally been
sticking to my story.
There's literally been whole schools that have been caught allowing children to come there and change their name, dress themselves, and all other types of stuff. That's not an extreme. That is a norm in California. It may not be an extreme.
It's a norm in New York too.
States, but it's exactly.
It is.
So
okay, you know what? Y'all were just talking about conservatism. States' right used to be a conservative thing, but
we're not arguing that it's a right. We're talking about the weirdness of the actual right that you're defending, bro.
It is. No. Hold on. Let me go ahead.
States' right a Republican thing or not?
Yes. Go ahead.
It used to be y'all's thing.
It is.
But now,
well, I'm not a Republican, but go ahead. It is.
Right, but now y'all using these things that sound very extreme in California or Washington or whatever, and to say that the whole entire National Democratic Party stands behind it, which is just not true. It's just not true.
Dree, was the Biden administration not trying to codify some of this into their own federal laws? Was that not happening?
So I didn't hear anything about what y'all were talking about.
It started in state. Hold on. You literally actually had the Kamala go over to Africa and they threatened to take away aid if they didn't denounce any type of LGBT stuff.
Hold
you had them go.
Hold on, I'm not understanding your argument about states' rights. Yes, Republicans are for states' rights. Are you saying that they're no longer for states' rights? I'm not understanding your argument about states' rights. Yes, Republicans are for states' rights. Are you saying that they're no longer for states' rights because what they're saying like they want like a federal ban or something on abortion? Is that what your point that you're trying to make?
No, but y'all keep on bringing up usually California or Washington or some these really deep blue areas, and you say they're for these certain laws.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
If you were really for states' rights, you would say California can make their own laws regarding
the point that you're making. But I get what you're saying. Okay, because all right. Wait. No, I do. And from all the conservatives, I get the point that you're making. They still believe. But see, that's the problem. The role of federal government, right? They believe. I know I do. And from all the conservatives I've spoken to, they still believe that supersede the role of federal government. They believe in the Constitution. They agree with enforcing those laws. So there are federal laws to protecting the rights that we must all abide by. So they agree with enforcing those laws of humans, especially as it pertains to protecting the rights, right? The freedoms. Now, when you talk about these and the lives that they're of humans, about, life, liberty, you're saying, well, right? No, aren't they for states' rights? Now, when you talk about these policies that they're talking about, you know why? because there are
you're
lives,
saying, well,
human lives.
No,
that
aren't they for
affected. When
states'
you
rights?
say
They
that
should
you
do whatever they want.
policies
No,
that are
you
going to
should not be able to
sexualize
do whatever
children
you want.
or
You know why?
target
Because
them,
there are
telling
lives,
them that,
human lives that
they're
are
a
affected.
different
When you say
gender,
that you
or
want
putting
policies
boys in
that are going to
girls' spaces
sexualize
and all of that type
children
of shit,
or
that's the problem.
target them,
Because it has
telling them
larger
that
implications,
they're
as
a
we see
different
by the
gender,
National
or putting
Democratic Party
boys
that
in
pushes
girls'
this shit all over the
spaces
place.
and all of
So
that
they
type of
use
shit.
these
That's a problem.
locales
Because it has
in order
larger
to
implications,
introduce
as we see by the National Democratic
then
Party
it
that
spreads
pushes
like
this shit all
wildfire.
over the place.
So when
they
they say
use
we want to make sure that there is
locales
federal
in
law
order to introduce
holds
the
people
depravity,
accountable to one
and then it
standard,
spreads like
so
wildfire.
they cannot intrude.
So when they say we want to make
our
sure that
rights
there
as
is
parents,
federal law
it's a very
that
different
holds
story.
people
So your
accountable
framing
to
is
one standard,
disingenuous.
so they cannot
Because if your question
intrude
is,
on our rights
why do you
as
care?
parents.
Because I'm a
That's
parent
a very
and I care
different
about children
story.
and I care about
so
the
your framing is
implications
disingenuous.
those types of
because
policies
if your question
will
is,
have when it
well,
comes
why
to
do you
the
care?
rest of the
Because I'm a
country,
parent and I
because
care
we've
about
seen them
children and I
spread.
care about the
That's
implications
called
that
intelligence.
those types of
Political
policies will have
intelligence.
when it comes to
So,
the rest of
please
the country.
explain
Because
to
we've
me where
seen
this
them spread.
hypocrisy is that you
That's
speak
called
of.
intelligence, political intelligence. So please explain to me where this hypocrisy is that you speak of.
Look, what I'm telling you is, in that particular case, there's two parents. One parent felt one way, the other parent felt the other way.
Remember,
so
law
that needs to be
in
handled
this.
in family
The law
court.
And the law,
I don't
and
know
the law,
that's why
he's gonna
and the
lock his
law
ass up
sided
for not
with
paying for
the mother.
castrating
Remember,
his son.
there's law.
You
in
agree with
this.
that?
The law certainly felt away too. That's why they was going to lock his ass up for not
share
paying
in the
for,
cost of the castration of his son.
castrating his son. You agree with that?
So the law was he had to pay child support. The law is that he had to pay child support.
He had to share in the cost of the castration of his son.
Okay, well, I just don't know enough about the case to make a truly educated.
Oh, you got to go on camera so we can hear you. Who was speaking?
Yo, I don't think they can hear you.
Don't
You
be
need to go on
petty,
camera.
Oh, you got to go on camera so we can hear you. Who was
If you were actually
You don't know
listening, you
this
would have
guy-
heard that.
You don't, Dree. How many people come from you
Don't
all
be
the time?
petty,
It's
Dree.
all right because I'm
No, 'cause
gonna.
he's coming for me. I can tell he's coming for me. As soon
You
as
don't
what
know
he
he's
said-
you don't Dree. How many people come for me all the
what's
time?
it-
It's all right.
What's his name?
Because
again?
I'm gonna.
Tony, can you refresh the case
Hollywood,
name so people know which case y'all are
activate your
talking
camera.
about?
You don't have to be on camera.
What's
Or you
Jeff,
could do green
what's
screen or
his name
something.
again?
And Dree, you don't know that he was
okay,
in here
but
when I made
Hollywood,
the last announcement.
just
So come on,
activate
man.
your camera. You don't have to
petty.
be on camera. When I made the last announcement, so come on, man. Don't be petty.
Oh, okay. Oh no, but you don't have to. Can you?
Oh, okay.
Well,
no,
nobody can
but
hear
you
you.
don't
I'm
have
just
to.
telling you, no one can hear you.
Can you?
So
Well, nobody
okay,
can
except
hear
the
you.
panel,
I'm just
so
telling
that
you, no
means,
one can
like,
hear you.
Like the people who are watching the podcast, they
Except
can't
the
hear
panel.
anything you're saying.
Right, except the panel.
Okay.
So that means
Now-
like,
now
like
speak.
the people
Now
who are watching
speak
the
and they can hear you.
podcast, they can't hear anything you're saying. Okay. Now
Oh, I
now
got
speak.
you.
Now speak and they can hear you.
Okay. So Dree, no, I'm not coming for you specifically. All right. It's just this happens on both sides of the aisle. All right. People come in and they start talking about something, and then we get further into the discussion, and 20 minutes goes by, we're spinning wheels, and then the response is, well, I don't really know enough about the case to talk about it, and I'm not completely knowledgeable about every part of the case, so it is what it is. Well, what was the
His
point of
name is in
bringing
the
it up
chat.
to begin
Jeff
with?
Younger. That's
If
the
you
case. Jeff
if you
Younger.
don't know the
Sorry,
full
keep going.
facts and
His name is
gravity
in the
of the
chat.
case,
Jeff Younger. That's the case. Jeff Younger. Sorry, keep going.
why bring it up? And it's not a personal attack on you, Dree, because I know people that are on the right that do this all the time, and I will call their asses out for that just as quick. Say, why did you bring this up? If you're talking about this, why don't you go through and read the whole document, read the whole court case? I don't care if it's 400 pages.
Hollywood, Dree didn't bring this up. There was an example. Tony
No,
gave.
I guess the point he's
I
making
understand.
is
I understand.
for you
But
to
I'm
have
just
such
saying,
a strong opinion on
No,
something.
I guess
so
the point
much.
he's making is for you to
Dree
have
knows
such
I'm not
a,
gonna lie
like such
about
a
the shit that I
strong
say to him.
opinion
So
on
I don't even know
something.
what he's doing right now.
Like,
I mean,
well, Dree knows I'm not
this
gonna
is what
lie
I would do.
about the shit that I
Dree,
say to him. So I don't even know what he's
assuming
doing right now.
that everything that I said was the
so
truth.
this is what I would do.
Do you find that to be sick and disgusting?
Assuming that everything that I said was
do your
true.
research. Let's just
Do you find that to be sick
what
and
I said was
disgusting?
true.
Without
Now,
you
what's
having
your
to do your
explanation?
research, let's just assume that what I said was true. Now, what's your explanation?
Yeah, I have real problems with that. If that everything you said was true, I have real problems with that. That law, or if it was the mother's bad influence and abusive behavior that caused the child
whoa,
to
that's
think
what I
that
said.
he was a girl or whatever, then yeah, I have huge problems with that. That's hard.
Whoa,
that's not what I said.
External social influences that makes the child confused.
It could be
that
mere
it had to be the
social
mother being
influences,
abusive?
external
I said
social influences that makes the child
This
confused.
is what I mean.
Who
bro.
said that it had to be the
I
mother
said
being abusive?
Quite
I
clearly,
said
multiple times.
See, this
that
is what
I
I mean.
find it to be abusive.
I said
for a parent
quite clearly
to affirm
multiple
the delusion
times
and or
that I
confusion
find it
of
to be
their child,
abusive for
while
a parent
also
to affirm the delusion
reinforcing
and or
it through
confusion of
surgeries
their child
instead of
while
guiding them
also
and teaching them, and even in the
reinforcing it
simplest
through
case,
surgeries
allowing them
instead
to
of guiding
grow
them and
out of
teaching
their
them,
gender
and
dysphoria, like
even in
the
the simplest
overwhelming
case,
majority of
allowing
children
them
do.
to grow out of their gender dysphoria like the overwhelming majority of children do.
But even the little kid
if
said
you're saying that,
the little
Go
boy said it was his mother though on the video.
The boy said,
Exactly,
"Mommy said I'm a girl."
That's what the man said. He said his
No,
mother.
not the man, Dre. The little
boy
he
said,
asked-
"Mommy said I'm a
boy
girl."
said it was mine.
Right. Okay, that's what I was going off of. Then that's the part I was going off of. I thought she was influencing him purposely to feel that way. That's what I thought. The whole case was about.
This is not good, man.
I don't even know.
This is not good, man.
But you said, but the whole point is, Dre, you said if the little boy, and what I'm clearing up is it's not an if. The little boy said it did happen.
Okay, so Drew,
go ahead.
I
Go
want to
ahead.
read it to you so you'll know where the custody battle started. If Tony, do you mind if I just give him the facts of the premise of the outline?
Go ahead.
All right.
Give it to everybody, not just me. Give it to everybody.
I'm not, brother. You know, I'm on your side if you don't know that.
All right, go ahead.
But the dispute began in Texas around 2018 between Jeff Younger and his ex-wife, Dr. Ann. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, so I'm not going to try to say it. Over their transgender daughter, diagnosed with gender dysphoria and supported in her social transition by her mother. Younger opposed the claim, and the transition was premature. So it started in Texas. In 2019, Dallas court granted joint custody, requiring both parents to consent to enter any gender-affirming medical treatments. In 2021, Younger, the father, lost the custody in Texas after failing to comply with court-ordered child and medical support.
Court-ordered
the custody ruling still requires
Pause. Court
Does anyone know what that medical
child
support is?
And what support?
Medical support.
Does anyone know what that medical support
of
is?
his son? Go ahead. Or the transition, gender affirming care. There's no such thing as gender
castration of his son.
But
go ahead.
Go ahead.
The gender affirming care. Yeah.
Gender affirming care. There's no such thing as gender affirming care.
That's what they're calling it. But
that's actually what I was labeled with the courts.
That there's no such thing as
I know that's what they're calling.
It's just a way of labeling something to justify.
It is my position that there's no such thing as gender affirming care. That's just a way of labeling something to justify making money from the pharmaceutical industry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
But also, just so everybody is clear, like you said, this was actually done in Texas. This was not did not start in California.
It didn't start in California.
She moved to California.
She moved to California. Yeah,
okay,
I know.
But
no, I'm letting everybody else know. I'm not saying you don't know.
With
the people that are listening.
You just added an element.
Okay, I hear you,
it's kind of insignificant to the point.
How are you on Dre's side with this? Like, you just added one element that is kind of insignificant to the point.
When I said I'm on his side is because we're talking about overall views. You know me, when it comes to facts, I don't pick a side. So I'm just reading the facts. I want him to have the facts so he can quit saying some of the things he's saying because it might not align if he knew the full story. He said he didn't know.
Instagram
so I'm giving him an opportunity to know.
Nobody see me on Instagram.
Okay.
So
that's it.
Okay. Yeah, let me end this Instagram shit because can nobody see me on Instagram? So
and so in 2022, Dr. Ann moved to California. That's when she invoked the state's trans sanctuary law. And the California court granted her full custody and authority to proceed with gender affirming care without requiring Younger's consent.
Are those the traditional family values that Democrats support, Drew? Are those the traditional family values that Democrats support, Drew?
No, I don't support that because first of all, I always thought the gender affirming surgery part could not take place unless the child either became an adult or age of consent.
But how could you assume that with all of the detransitioners who have been coming out, a lot of them, it's like as soon as they hit that
how could you
scene,
assume that
coming out
with all of the
talking about their
detransitioners who have been coming out,
detransitioning.
a lot
I've
of
shared
them,
these
it's like
videos
as soon as they hit 18, you see a lot of
with
them
the
coming
narrative,
out
but they said
and
they
talking
listen.
about
They
their
didn't even
experiences
they didn't even care about
I've
anything.
shared
They
these
just
videos
I had a
time and
45-minute
again
interview
with the narrative,
and they
but
just
said
said that I
listen,
need to be put on puberty blockers
they didn't even
immediately.
care about anything.
This shit is common.
I had a
You saw
45-minute
the
interview
video
and
with
they
the
just said
parents
that I need to
who
be
had
put on
their
puberty
little kid
blockers
look like the kid was like 8
This shit
or
is
9.
common.
And they said,
I
well,
played the video
they
with the
said our
parents
baby,
who had
that
their little
our
kid look like
daughter,
the kid was
who
like
their
8
son,
or 9,
knew that
and they
that
said,
she
well,
was a girl from the
they
age of
said
1
our
and a half,
baby,
and we've been doing everything
our
to support
daughter,
him in
who is
their
their
transition.
son, knew that
Are you
that
kidding
she
me?
was a girl from the age of 1 and a half, and we've been doing everything to support him in their transition. Are you kidding me?
We actually have this argument.
Hold on.
No, I never saw you play that video, Tony. I never
Nothing
seen
much.
that.
The only thing that was fact checked that
castration,
there were
bro.
actually no
Chemical
claims
castration,
of the
bro.
castration, but there were claims for puberty blockers
Chemical castration.
in the gender.
bro. Chemical castration, bro.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Martina, nobody can hear you. You gotta have your camera active while you're speaking.
Oh, wait,
While you're speaking,
Martina,
guys,
nobody can
have
hear
your
you.
camera active.
You gotta have your camera active while you're speaking.
Can't hear you.
While you're speaking, guys, have your camera active.
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Okay, am I active now?
Yes.
So when I listen to all of this, it seems like these people have no morals, no respect for law, no respect for Constitution. They're making their own laws. They want to do what they ever wanted to do, and on the end, they are satanic. So we have a group, we have some people in this country would think whatever their feelings are, whatever they want to do, they're going to do. This is not right, people, because this is going to destroy our country. Don't you all realize that?
I think we also want to hone in on one thing that Dree said. Dree said he didn't know, so I'm glad that he said that first off. But this goes back to my point about, do you not realize you may have been the one that was brainwashed? And I'm saying that to make this nod, to point this out, Dree, so you understand what we're talking about when we're making these points. When on the news they're saying that Trump is removing healthcare or he's trying to destroy healthcare. Part of the thing that you're not realizing that you're missing when they're making this overarching statement is they aren't hyper focusing on what it is that he's removing from the healthcare. It is actually this specific thing that's become the thing that we're talking about right now, which is the castration of children or hormone blockers or what they consider to be transitional therapy or whatever it's called. So that's the point I think I want you to really actually take from this, specifically about this conversation and these type of laws, because that is what they're doing to the base that you support. You may not have known, and I can accept that. But one of the biggest issues about that is they are actively manipulating you so they can do these extreme things to children. Because it is happening. All those, let me say this last part and I'll let my plane, bro. All those
but
things.
morally, that is so wrong.
Can I just get this last piece out and I'll let my plane.
Please.
So the point that I'm making to you, Dree, is this: is when it comes to these type of issues, you have to really go dive deep into what they're saying. I lost my train of thought. I just thought because I had something else.
No, but the healthcare I'm worried about Trump taking away is Medicaid. It has nothing to do with affirmative care or whatever. It's Medicaid.
Don't take that way. Listen to the point that I made. I'm not talking about.
But that's not a big concern of mine. Like I said, so I'm not. It's first of all, that's such a small population that we're talking about here, it's Medicaid. I'm worried about being taken away. I'm not worried about. I mean, I disagree with that California law from what it sounds like.
You're on camera. No.
Yes, please.
Can anyone? Are you on camera too, Joe? Yeah, you have to have your camera on for them to hear you. For everyone to hear you.
You didn't press save. No, you didn't press save. When you went to your camera, you have to press save that way. Yeah, but don't show yourself driving.
No, you didn't press save. There you go. When you went to your camera, you have to press save.
Don't say that you are,
but don't show yourself.
Go ahead.
Right.
We can hear you.
I'm trying not to, but I am.
You're good.
So
no, don't say that you are.
Okay.
Go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm turning video off. Okay, there we go. Are we good?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I just wanted to say in response to what Tony said about, what is happening in our country. And I think people don't realize how much it's happening. And I have watched many people go before Congress and talk about their situation and how they can no longer have kids because of the choices that were made when they were kids. And I think that is disgusting. And I think that it is, I don't know how you can say it's not child abuse, because it seems to me like it should be, because, I don't agree with it, with people doing it as an adult either. But, when someone's an adult, I guess they can make their own choice, but doesn't mean I have to agree with it. But yeah, it's destroying the whole family, compass of having a mom and a dad and kids and all of that. And it just sucks. I disagree with it wholeheartedly.
And Dree, I wanted to say, Dree, that the point that I was making, bro, was this. You pivoted to bring up something else in general, and that wasn't the point. The point that I was making is they literally are lying to you about a specific law, and they're telling you one thing to get you to agree to what they're trying to ultimately do, the main agenda, which is to be able to do what they're doing to kids. And then you made the statement that it's insignificant. It's kids, bro. It shouldn't be one kid that's going through this where they're lying about what they're trying to do to these individuals, period. Doesn't matter if it's a small group, isolated, it doesn't matter. They're still affecting one of the most precious groups that don't have the mental capacity to even make these type of decisions, which are children.
Right.
These are individuals that are preying on being able to take something from a child, which they'll never be able to get back, which Ms. Tijo just spoke to. That's where a lot of these individuals are transitioning from, because it is happening when they were a child. What you don't realize is the point that I was making earlier is when this started with Obamacare, if you don't know, the first person it was done with was an image with Obama with sitting down with a kid. Oh. That kid grew up and now he's transitioned. Were you about to say something?
So whoever the people think that is the right thing to do, that is absolutely unbelievable. If people think to do this with children, this is absolutely unbelievably satanic.
I think
wrong.
A lot of people
do see
wrong. It. But
don't nobody see that?
Yeah, I know you went back off camera, Tijo.
I think
when you're off camera,
a lot
no one
of people
can hear you.
See it. But I think the problem is
just try.
Yeah, I know you went back off camera, Tijo. When you're off camera, no one can hear you.
Martina, people actually
just try.
They see it.
But let me mute you for now.
I think the problem is
say something.
So many people have been so passive for so long,
Martina, people
they're
actually
afraid of being
they see it
castigated publicly.
I think the problem is,
they're afraid
so many
of being
people
judged,
have been so passive for so long because they're afraid of being castigated.
They just kind of play the rare seat.
They're afraid of being judged,
right?
Attacked,
no one wants to speak.
They don't
up
want
and
to be
say
canceled.
And I think it's that same passivity.
They just kind of play the rare seat of the politics, right? No one wants to speak up and say anything.
The worst of the worst.
And I think it's that
taking
same
over
passivity
our politics
that has led to
entire country right now, our culture, the whole political
the worst
environment.
of the worst,
and so
taking over
I just want to play something here
politics in
because
our entire country
clearly,
right now, our culture, the whole political environment.
the majority of people on this panel care about.
I just want to play something
right,
here
and
because
I would hope that we could care about children, but I find it hard to believe
the majority of
that
people on this panel care about children.
a
right?
person
And
can
I
care
would
about children
hope that
while
we can
still
care about
supporting
children.
certain policies.
But I find it hard
And-
to believe that
But
a
let me
person can
just
care about
say this,
children while
because
still
when
supporting
it comes to
certain
the
policies.
protecting of children,
And
right?
I
Dree,
just
you
want-
said you didn't know, you had no idea about all this
But
transition.
let me
of
just
kids
say this, because
while they're
when
minors.
it comes to the
I
protection,
find that hard to
protecting of
believe,
children, right? Dree, you
because we've been
said you
talking
didn't
about
know,
that
you had
shit
no
for like a
idea
year
about all this
straight.
transition and stuff
Like,
with kids
come on, like
while they're
Dree,
minors.
we talk
I
about this
find
shit
that
all the
hard to
time.
believe.
What was
Because we've been
happening
talking
is
about that
a
shit
lot
for
of
like a
y'all were
year
conveniently denying.
like,
Why?
come on, like,
Because you know
Dree,
HIPAA laws.
we talk about this
It's
shit
not
all the
going to
time.
really allow people
What
to see
was
the actual
happening
records
is
of the
a lot of
children who are
y'all were
doing this, so there's
conveniently
not going to be any
denying
real
it. Why?
accurate,
Because you know
transparent
HIPAA laws.
reporting on this.
It's not going to
So
really
pretty
allow
much
people to
the
see
only
the
way that
actual
we get to
records of
find
the
out
children who are
is
doing
when
this.
these
So there's not going to
children
be any
become
real
of age
accurate,
and they
transparent
start to tell their
reporting on this.
stories. We
So
see
pretty
many
much
of them
the only
coming
way
out
that we get to
today
find
doing
out
just
is
that.
when these
So
children become of
it's like this
age
weird,
and they start to
disingenuous
tell their
argument when we do
stories.
this.
We see
But
many of them coming
how
out
do you
today
explain
doing
away
just that.
this, right?
So
I just want you guys
it's
to
like this weird,
see these
disingenuous
parents, right?
argument
Let
when
me
we
put
do
the
this.
mic right here.
But
Because I want you to hear
how do you explain
the
away
shit that
this,
these
right?
people are fighting
I just
for.
want you guys to see these parents, right? Let me put the mic right here because I want you to hear the shit that these people are fighting for.
And what age do you think most trans kids determine that they're trans?
Violet told us when she was 1.5. She's been telling us since she could speak. So she knew since birth.
What motivated
That
you
little girl
to
right
come
there,
out here
little
today?
boy.
We're supporting our child Violet and her access to the medical care that she needs.
That little girl right there, little boy.
And her ability to be who she is. She's not going to let anybody silence her, and we're not going to stand in her way.
Are you concerned about how this case would affect Arizona, or do you think that would have an impact there?
Yes, 100% we're concerned, and we've discussed having to move, which we don't want to
Her
do.
medical
but,
care, her medical
Violet
needs.
comes first, and her
When you
medical care and
convince
her medical
people that
needs
this
come
is something
first.
that
So
their children need,
Her medical
when you
care,
use
her
phraseology
medical needs.
like gender
When you
affirming
convince
care,
people that this
you
is
have
something
created
that
the
their
lane
children
for the
need,
excuse to say
when
that
you
this is
use
something that they need.
phraseology like
This is
gender
literally
affirming
insanity.
care, you have
It's
created the lane for the excuse to
predatory.
say that this is something that they
It's
need.
demonic.
This is literally
It's disgusting
insanity.
that you have these
It's
parents who are
it's
willing
predatory.
to sacrifice their children
It's
to the altar
demonic.
of
It's
this gender
disgusting
identity
that you have these
nonsense. And I
parents
don't
who
care
are
how y'all
willing
feel.
to
Call me
sacrifice
phobic,
their
whatever. I
children
don't give a
to the
fuck.
altar
This is
of
the problem.
this gender identity nonsense. And I don't care how y'all feel. Call me phobic or whatever.
who
I
are
don't give a
willing
fuck.
to stand
This is the
up.
problem.
A
And
child,
we
a
hold,
year
You're
and
not
a
even
half.
willing
need
to
more. We
protect
need more
our
people
children.
who are
What does
willing
that say
to
about
stand
you?
up and
If you're
speak
not willing
up.
to
If you're
protect
not
your
even
own
willing to
children,
protect
listen, I
our
live in New York
children,
City, which is
what does that
this
say
is
about you?
this is the Democrat
If you're not
stronghold
willing
of the
to
country next to
protect your own
California.
children,
And
listen,
what
I
I
live in
tell
New
you,
York City,
all
which
of
is
the white
this
liberal
is
parents out
this
here,
is
not
the
just white liberal,
Democrat
but a lot of
stronghold
them,
of the country next to
they wear it
California.
as a badge of honor.
And when I tell you,
to
all of
parade their
the white liberal
non-binary,
parents out here, not just white liberal, but a lot of them,
trans children
they
around,
wear it as a badge of
it's like
honor
a sign of status
to parade
show
their
that,
non-binary,
they're on the right side.
trans
They're-
children around.
they're
It's
virtuous.
like a
They're
sign of
righteous
status
people.
to
But you're
show that
sacrificing your children.
they're on the right
What does that
side.
say
They're
about
they're
you?
virtuous. They're righteous
Could anyone
people.
respect you?
But you're
sick
sacrificing
people
your children.
to take a vulnerable
What does
child
that
who is
say
confused,
about
who
you?
needs guidance? By the
How
way,
could anyone respect
which
you
is your
sick
role as a parent?
people to take take a vulnerable child who is confused, who needs guidance, by the way.
What are you going to do?
Which is your role as a parent.
And say, go ahead and try your best.
But instead of saying,
this is
baby, you're not Spider-Man.
Illusion.
What are you going to do? Take him up to the roof and say, go ahead and try your best?
Give you an example as such.
This is the affirmation of the delusion that you all are supporting.
That maybe
and when someone tries to give you an example as such, like what I just said, it sounds absurd, doesn't it?
a teacher,
have you
or
stopped to
someone
consider
is
that
telling
maybe it
their
sounds
son
just as absurd
he is in fact
for someone
a girl and that he
to
was
hear that
assigned
a teacher or
his
someone
gender
is
at
telling
birth?
their
What the
son
fuck is that?
that he is in
Don't
fact
you see
a girl
the harm in
and that he was
changing language?
assigned
They continue
his
to
gender
change
at birth?
language
What the
in
fuck is
order
that?
to get you all
Don't
to
you
comply.
see the
I
harm
am not
in
going to comply.
changing language?
I'm going to
They
protect my
continue to
children.
change
I'm going to
language
continue to protect them.
in order
I'm going
to
protect
get you
my
all to comply.
grandchildren from this
I am not going to comply.
disgusting,
I'm going to protect
demonic,
my
predatory
children. I'm
agenda
going to continue
that
to
is
protect
against
them.
them,
I'm going to
that is
protect my
trying to
grandchildren
take them.
from this
They're literally
disgusting,
taking your children.
demonic, predatory
Go ahead and
agenda
said it.
that is against
They're not
them,
your children.
that is trying
They're
to
our children.
take them.
And
They're
I'll land
literally taking your children. Joe Biden said it. They're not your children. They're our children. And I'll land there.
And just to add that, you also said something. You said some people don't care. Some people do care. But even in this conversation, when it was brought up, the statement that made it's a small portion of the country that's doing this, so it's not significant to him. That means you don't care. Individuals that make that type of statement. So you kind of are put in the position of being those individuals that really probably shouldn't even be involved in these type of conversations because you really don't care based off the statement.
No. You said I care about healthcare, which is true. When I talk about Trump and healthcare, I'm talking about him taking away Medicaid.
And
I'm
then,
not talking about this gender-affirming care thing that y'all focus on. I was not talking about that.
But then you followed up and made a statement that it doesn't matter to you. You think that side of healthcare is more important to you.
Don't you think
Medicaid is more important to me than this? Of course it is.
Absolutely. That's my point.
Don't you think
you don't think it is?
That the system how it is provided with Medicaid and that there are a whole bunch of people would take advantage of it, and this system needs to be re-evaluated, and the ones who take advantage of the system of Medicaid, they need to get out, because it is your money and my money and Tony's money what pays for that. So don't give me no elaborated stuff about Medicaid. Medicaid is a substance of the government what is supposed to help people. But if people are taking advantage of it and applying for it and lying to it and get it on my money, you gotta be kidding. You got another thing coming. I'm
Martina,
sorry.
you have no proof of any of that. So please.
That would still make
hold on.
Still doesn't make it insignificant though, bro. That still made the statement you made still made it more. All
right.
Or you're on mute.
Y'all hear me now?
I just looked down at my
phone. Sorry. Yeah, damn. I'm sorry.
All right,
I press mute when other people are talking because
I'm sorry.
I don't want it to come out as confusing.
I'm sorry because I press mute when other people are talking.
Maybe I have some background noise.
I don't want it to come out as confusing with everybody talking.
Like when somebody's talking,
maybe I have some background noise.
And then unmute to let them talk.
Let's do that. Like when somebody's talking, let's mute.
Like a lot of noise.
And then unmute to let them talk. I know it's a little extra work, but sometimes it sounds like a lot of noise to the people who are trying to, discern what's being said in the conversation. But y'all can go ahead.
Dree, I wanted to bring up one point about the Medicare and Medicaid thing. The work requirement that Trump has put into place, the 20 hours of volunteering or actual work, as long as you are able-bodied to do so, I think that's a good thing.
Clinton.
Okay, I think this isn't the first time that's been done. It was done under the Clinton administration where they put in a work requirement.
Yeah.
And it worked. It worked really well. But the other thing I want you to think about is you're seeing these big numbers that a lot of like the media and the Democratic heads are talking about, that he's taking $800 million or $800 billion out of Medicare and Medicaid. That's over a 10-year period. And they're looking at people like two dudes that just got arrested and charged by the Department of Justice for $173 million in Medicare and Medicaid fraud. That was just one case. because they were having these call centers call people and say, hey, do you have back pain or knee pain or wrist pain? We can get you approved for
there were people who
device.
were getting like Medicaid.
Yeah, there were also people getting
they were inflating the
like there were like a lot of illegals
there were people who were getting
there was a lot
like
of fraud,
Medicaid
right?
and multiple like there were like a lot of
but there's a lot
illegals
of
getting
confusion,
Medicaid. There was a
and I
lot of
think
fraud,
that's
right?
on
Yes.
purpose.
But there's a lot of
Listen, man,
confusion,
I'm just
and I
saying
think
this.
that's on purpose.
Maybe I'll ask you guys' opinion.
Listen, man, I'm just saying this.
The change that they made.
Maybe I'll ask you guys' opinion.
Well, do you all believe that public assistance
The change that they made to get Medicaid, right? Well, do you all believe that public assistance should be something that is permanent and generational?
Okay.
No,
okay.
It should be like how it used to be. You had a 5-year
I'm
max
just saying
on it.
that public anybody can fall on hard times.
Well, I don't know about that, right? I'm
that
just saying that public, because anybody can fall on hard times.
Safety net.
But it's always been my understanding that,
and I get that,
we have safety
I look
nets
at it more
people,
as it should
right?
be a
and I get that,
like but it catches you right here.
I look at it more as it should be a
to
springboard, like it catches you right here.
I don't,
and then there should be a way for you to get off of it and continue with your life, right?
Where you live in the PJs for like 3 generations.
Public assistance as being something that should be permanent, like where you live in the PJs for like 3 generations, right? Or you get Section 8 or whatever it is.
You're literally just
like
living
mother, grandbaby, great grand. Because now you're literally just living off of taxpayers. Now the changes that were made,
as long as you're able,
I read it. It's
and you don't have dependent children.
You have to be able, as long as you're able.
The
bodied,
least that we want,
and you don't have dependent children,
whatever. But the least we want from you,
the least that we want
20 hours a week,
and then you're not disabled or whatever. But the least we want from you is work 20 hours a week. And if you can't work 20 hours a week,
they gave you all
volunteer
these different
or
ways.
Maybe you're in school. They gave you all of these
you getting
different
free money,
ways,
free healthcare
to at least justify
horrible
you getting the free money.
Do you
and
all,
the free healthcare?
I want to know.
Is it that bad? Is it that horrible?
Does anybody disagree with that?
I mean,
Democrat?
do you all?
Anybody?
I want to know who disagrees with that.
You disagree with that?
Does anybody disagree with that? Democrats? Anybody?
I disagree with that.
You disagree with that? Tell me why.
Because first off, I really think access to healthcare, it really should be a human American right. So the fact that we can say to somebody, you only get a certain amount of years,
based on what I just said,
or that some people are saying
qualify you.
I asked you based on what I just said about to qualify you to get free health care.
No, I think if you're in the position to need it, I think he should get it.
I'm going to try this.
All these qualifiers.
Like literally, we laid out what the conditions are.
I'm going to try this again.
There are people
I literally,
we
laid out what the conditions are.
Single mother, whatever.
Right? If there are people who are exempt from this, if you're like a single mother, whatever. Even if you're a father, you have a dependent child. This is people who are able.
They don't have like a child who's disabled or a dependent.
That means able to work.
For the
and
person
they don't have like a child who's disabled or a dependent child that needs
give you free health care
for the person who is able-bodied and able to work.
Productive. You don't have to work for
free health care,
person. Shit,
but at least be doing something productive.
You
don't have to work for any specific person.
All we want is just 20 hours
I don't get something. Write a letter to say that you're working for. I don't know, but all we want is just 20 hours a week.
Do
part-time work
to contribute to society. So
just part-time volunteering.
Everyone else's tax
do something to contribute to society so that it will justify everyone else's tax dollars subsidizing you. You're against that? And if so, why?
20 hours for able-bodied people. Look, if you do it in a way that does not hinder
able-bodied people.
Fine. There's already work standards in Medicaid already, but there's already income restrictions that already exist. As long as you don't do it to the point that you're hindering people from getting access to healthcare, then fine.
Able-bodied person.
How do you hinder an able-bodied person from getting access to healthcare? An able-bodied person who can work or volunteer or go to school, who does not have a dependent. Wait, who does not have a dependent child? Tell me how you can hinder them from getting it.
What you mean? Because not all jobs, even if they have a job, not all jobs offer health coverage.
If
even if they could get a job.
To qualify,
or
they did. I don't think you understood my question.
Free health care.
Tree. In order for you to qualify to get Medicaid,
just be busy.
Free health care
with your life. 20 hours.
All they're requiring is that you work anywhere.
Don't just sit.
Just be busy. Be productive with your life. 20 hours a week.
They're saying you can just
That's basically what it says. Don't just sit in the house.
Be in school.
That's what it's saying.
What I'm saying to you.
That's why they're saying you can just volunteer anywhere, or be in school. Are you not understanding what I'm saying to you?
How can it?
Tony, fine. I have no problem with that as long as it doesn't hinder people getting access to healthcare. Because there's already standards in Medicaid.
How can what I just laid out hinder an able-bodied person
from getting that Medicaid?
What are the other circumstances that would hinder them from getting that Medicaid with those requirements?
Well, you're assuming that there's a job for said person that they can work 25 hours a week, or that there's some volunteer opportunity
go outside
for said person to do 20 hours a week. Do we know that's the case for everyone?
Massive.
Go outside and sweep it and help clean up your community. Sweep.
Go to a nonprofit agency that's doing work in the community
everywhere.
That's bullshit. Don't make up public parks. Bullshit ass excuses.
Go to a nonprofit agency that's doing work in the community. That's bullshit. Don't make up those types of bullshit ass excuses.
Facts. Go to
there's tons of communities that have volunteer fire departments that are begging for people to come in there.
Go to a church and volunteer, bruh. What are you talking about?
Why are y'all assuming that there's all these people trying to game the system? Where is that assumption?
Because I know them.
Look what you just went. Are they bad people?
Are they bad people?
Did I say anything? Look what you went. Look where you just went. Are they bad people? Did I say anything about
bad people?
Stop.
Right? They may be trying to take advantage of what they can, but I don't want to pay for it.
They may not be bad people. Right? They may be trying to take advantage of what they can, but I don't want to pay for it.
And they're already
I don't want to pay for this shit.
Nah, especially when
I'm working hard, busting my ass, and my tax dollars are going to that. When they're already overtaxing me, nah. Especially when they're giving illegal aliens free shit that we got to pay for, while they putting black people, and veterans, and all these people who live here, who's in the streets or in them shelters, putting them out in the streets to make room for them. Nah, bro. Nah.
Okay, all right. Just pay more for the emergency room care then.
Actually,
because it's going to cost you more money.
It costs less. It costs less for people who don't.
Actually, it costs less. Actually, it costs less. Actually, it costs less for people who don't. Wait, when you have actually, it costs less for people who don't have insurance, like the price.
So
when you have,
free.
Go ahead,
man. Look, I can't even lie, Tony. I know you're talking about it and it's fine, but bro, he literally used this conversation to pivot from the child conversation we was having and brought up healthcare, and now we're talking about healthcare because it's a more safer conversation to have. He literally moved away from the child castration stuff, and that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, you saying this is more important than us talking about what they're doing to kids, bro. This is fucking ridiculous. Now it feels more comfortable to you to have this conversation.
No. Y'all, what y'all don't do? Y'all think trans people exist? Yes or no?
Be on camera.
Yes, of course we do.
Yes or no? See, there we go. A lot of Republicans.
But Dree, you said it was an insignificant amount of kids that were getting touched. So it doesn't matter to you as much as other types of health care. Like, that's ridiculous, and that's how we pivoted into talking about healthcare.
Grumpy.
What I'm telling you is,
you got to activate your camera, remember, to be heard. Yeah, nobody.
Grumpy, you got to activate and you got to activate your camera. Remember,
hi, who's that?
To be heard. Yeah, nobody can hear you.
Hi, Aaron.
Sorry.
Oh, unplugged. I'm sorry, I didn't
Tony,
get you.
And unplugged.
Go ahead
too.
I'm sorry.
Hi, who's that?
Oh,
hi,
it's Aaron.
Hi, Aaron. Oh, unplugged. I'm sorry, I didn't get to you either. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
There we go. Just wanted to say too, like, I think one of the things that really needs to happen for people, especially who are just kind of waking up to seeing things in reality, is that if you've ever like when I was learning in leadership in business, is the root cause analysis, and it starts with the 5 whys. And what you do is you take your issue, and then you number it 1 through 5, and then you try to find out like the root cause of something. And I think that there's a lot that we could learn about everything that is going on by doing something like that, because I think that
especially when it comes to what the Democrats have done, what the far left has done now is anytime like when we talk about Medicaid, okay, all of a sudden, because there was waste, fraud, and abuse that has been literally exposed by the billions of dollars, they immediately pivot to you want to take away away healthcare from sick children, or you want to take it away from elderly. Nobody ever said that, right? So it's kind of like, and again, when we talk about trans kids and things like that, there's something, I don't know. I don't know, and this might sound conspiracy theory-ish, but it's got to be something that's like in the three-letter agency started doing to, like we've said, to feminize the men, weaken the family, and then start having people question their genders. And then all wrapped into one, we have a severe mental illness problem. That is the problem. And until we are able to address that, we're going to continue to have these problems. And it's very, very sad. Actually, I feel very sorry for anybody who is in a situation, whether they're a parent who is literally dealing with a child right now who is confused, or you've got let's face it, there are mentally ill parents who are encouraging their children to be confused. So I'll be quiet now and let other people talk.
No, I agree.
So ain't there morally wrong and the right? And I mean, this is so wrong. And morally, I can comprehend that people actually think.
Go ahead, unplug.
This is such a good thing, and it is so right. No, it is not.
All right, thank you. So go ahead, unplug, and then Grumpy, because I know you didn't get a chance to talk.
I'm just glad you played that video, bro, because not only is that child abuse, but when I've seen the videos where they went around asking people straight up and down, do you think it's okay for a child or someone like 7, 8 years old to get a driver's license or to be able to drink? And they say no. But when you ask them about that question with that whatever surgeries they gotta have because they think that they whatever, then they say it's okay. Something's wrong with you. Basically, when you start talking about behavior is learned behavior. There's no child that is 1 year old or 2 years old that's going to tell you that's what they want to be. That's what they were told to be. And that boils down to the parents. They need to be punished for that because that is child abuse. Straight up in the same way we can flip that and talk about Joe Biden. That was elder abuse. What went on with him for 4 years?
Fact.
We have to start looking at the people who are behind the scenes, because I could care less about what political affiliation you have. If we're not on code in this country about the children, something is wrong. That should be universal. And I challenge everybody, every single person, go watch that movie, Sound of Freedom. Watch that movie. It's very powerful, and they did things that were implied. They didn't show you anything, but it was implied. And then I want you to watch a movie with Michael Keaton called Spotlight. If you watch both of those movies, one based on a true story, actually both of them based on a true story, but one of them, you know how it goes, it was damn near a documentary. It will open up your eyes. So when I hear all the bullshit that they talk about with the administration and all of that, you don't hear them. You don't see the news talking about those rings that have been busted up through Tom Homan talks about it all the time.
Thank you, Aaron.
He talks about it all the time, but they brush over that shit. That's a problem, because I'm gonna say it again.
Thank you, Aaron.
It's about time that this country got on code for something, because the last time this country was on code was 9/11.
Yeah, I agree. I think
that was the last time we was
an
on
area
code.
where we all
After
should
that,
be able to get on code. It's protecting our children. Yeah, I agree. I think it's really a shame where we all should be able to get on code. Democrats made their biggest
protecting our children.
It was in
and it's really a shame because I think that's where Democrats made their biggest misstep. It was in assuming
they thought that they successfully
parents didn't care as much anymore.
Children
like they thought
their parents
that they.
And the way that
they thought that they successfully
so extreme,
divorced
it's like it woke up the beast.
Children from their parents.
The parents who actually loved
and
their
the
children
way that
were like,
their
whoa,
politics
hold
got
on
so
partner.
extreme.
What's going on?
It's like it woke up the beast. Like
when they started
parents who actually loved their children were like, whoa, hold on there, partner. What's going on? Whoa,
girls,
what?
Nah, you're gonna be
when they started telling
now,
you, like
you're gonna have boys in the locker
parents
rooms
of like
with you,
student
changing
athletes,
your clothes,
girls. That you're gonna be competing with boys now, or you're gonna have boys in the locker rooms with you where you changing your clothes.
No Democrat said that.
Tone,
They all do though.
Tone, this is where what you just said strikes a nerve. This is where things strikes a nerve. What happened was you have parents of these children.
Of course,
you got parents of these children, and usually the mother was the one taking them to the games. This, that, whatever.
Of course.
When that mother came home and told the father they're doing XYZ, the Democratic Party woke up the men. They woke up the fathers because there's plenty of homes. There's plenty of city council meetings.
Let me
fathers like
with my daughter.
There is no way I'm gonna let some
I'm sorry to cut you, but let me just say this real fast.
With my daughter,
or let him in the bathroom with my daughter.
People say, "Oh, man, bro."
I'm sorry to cut you, but let me just say this real fast.
Concerted effort.
That's the problem.
Anything that is
and people say, "Oh, you sound like a conspiracy theorist." No, there has been this concerted effort to attack anything that is.
I know it's a
misandrist
push.
It is this hatred, this misandrist
against
this
right, where everything
Yeah, I know it's a misandrist play. Misandrist
role in this child's life
against
to be
men,
deemed as something
right?
horrible or toxic
everything
or whatever.
That
but there's one thing that you
would
forgot.
play in that role in a child's life. It's got to be deemed as something horrible or toxic or violent or whatever. But there's one thing that you forgot,
and their families.
Fathers actually
when you
love
are
their
now
children.
telling this
And
father,
they understand what it means to protect
is now
their children
allowed to enter into
and their family.
spaces.
So when you are now telling this father
is currently
that a
located,
male
now
is
like,
now
wait a minute.
allowed to enter into
Why are these people
protected
fighting
spaces
to-
where his daughter
to let boys
is
my
is
daughter's
currently
private
located.
areas.
Now
Why
he's
are
like,
they
wait a
trying
minute.
to
Why are these people fighting
bolster
to
and affirm
to let
gender
boys into
confusion?
my
Why are they
daughter's
telling
private areas?
children? You know,
why are they
pushing
trying
these
to
politics on them that's confusing them
bolster
with their
and affirm
sexuality?
gender
Why are they
confusion?
pushing like
why are they telling
pornographic
children
content, introducing that
pushing these
into
politics on them
the
that's
schools
confusing
within
them with
reach
their
of young
sexuality?
children? What's
Why are
going
they
on
pushing
here?
like pornographic
fathers-
content, introducing
wait,
that
wait,
into
wait.
the schools within reach of
As
young children?
fathers,
What's going
it
on
is
here?
our job
As fathers,
But is that
wait.
danger when it is coming.
As fathers,
that's one thing that fathers
it is
do.
our
That's what men
job
do. When
to
we're walking down the sidewalk with our children or with our women,
danger.
we keep
when it
them
is
on the
coming.
inside.
That's one thing
we
that
on the
fathers do.
outside.
That's
Why?
what men do.
Because
when we
we're
walking down the
protectors.
sidewalk with our children or with our
You
women,
diminish the
we
role
keep
of
them on the
protector, whose
inside
job it is
while
to
we
see
on the
the danger
outside.
that
Why?
you don't even see
Because
coming.
we're protectors.
You are
So
leaving us open
when
for
you
attack.
diminish the role of the protector,
That
whose
is
job
what
it is to
that's the
see the
beast that
danger
they
that you
awaken.
don't even see
because
coming.
Unfortunately, ladies, I know you love
You are
your
leaving
children.
us open
I know
for
you want to
attack.
make them feel good and
that is
support
what
it,
that's the
but
beast
certain
that they
things you just
awaken.
can't support.
Because
You
unfortunately,
gotta
ladies, I
just
know you love
make
your
them face
children.
reality
I know
and
you want to
teach
make them
them-
feel good and
Teach them
supported.
the value of
But
no.
certain things you just
How about
can't
that?
support. You
Teach
gotta
them,
just
look,
make
no,
them face
that's
reality and
wrong.
teach
Let
them.
me correct you
that-
and let me guide you.
Teach them the value of
That's what
no.
a father's main
How about
role
that?
is.
Teach
and when
them.
you take
Look,
that away
no,
and you leave
that's
the children
wrong.
unprotected,
Let me correct you
men
and let
see
me
that.
guide you.
And we see
That's
that
what a
danger
father's main role
that's ahead
is.
that you
And
may
when you
not be
take that
able to
away
see.
and you
So
leave
I
the
would
children
suggest you just
unprotected,
defer
men
to the
see
men
that.
who you
and
see
we see that danger that's
running,
ahead
not
that you
even
may
walking,
not be able to see.
sprinting.
So I would
from
suggest
the
you just
Democrat
defer
Party.
to
There's
the
a
men
reason for
who
this.
you see running, not even walking, sprinting away from the Democrat Party. There's a reason for this.
Yo, Tone, you said something in reference to the dude was going in girls' bathrooms. I don't know. And what is being disregarded, because they always talk about certain people's rights and all of that. What they disregard is there is a particular ailment, illness, or whatever, where dudes get off by dressing up like women. I cannot remember the name of it. I cannot. If somebody on the computer that can look it up. That right there is also included, but they don't talk about that. And there's a lot of those dudes in those bathrooms who get their rocks off from dressing up like a chick, and then they're able to pass. And yeah, bro, that is crazy. And this is what I don't like is when you start talking about these policies and things that the Democratic side push. They push and they always leave out shit. They don't talk about the whole picture. That's not good, because everybody should be able to make their own decision based on the entire story. And if people look that up, and you would see it's so many dudes out here who get off by dressing up like a chick. They are straight men, but they get off from that. And those straight men are in fucking bathrooms with little girls and women. That is dangerous. And mind you, that is a space set for women.
In New York,
technically in New York,
I can just say that I'm a woman. I don't have to wear a uniform, a dress, and then I can just say, "Look, I'm a woman."
Well, in New York, technically in New York, I can.
Literally what I can
just say that I'm a woman. I don't have to wear a uniform, a dress, or nothing. I can just say, "Look, I'm a woman. I identify as a woman.
Hold on.
Let me in."
That's
literally what I can do. So y'all base y'all vote on president based on this. This is what I'm talking about. Y'all.
Nobody said anything about Trump.
Wait, hold on. It's ridiculous. Why? Because it's not important, right, G?
Y'all.
It's so insignificant.
Well, you just said it's insignificant and it's ridiculous.
Their children.
This is exactly the point.
Go ahead, Grumpy.
Okay, so
the things that matter to parents who love their children, they don't give a shit. He's telling you. Go ahead.
Why hasn't Trump addressed it then? Why hasn't Trump addressed it then? Y'all talk about all this stuff about, which is most of it.
I did. I literally made a video that this alone is why I voted for Trump. This right here alone.
These things.
This right here. That's a beautiful color. I'm glad you shared it. But anyway,
can I ask Dree a question, panel? Dree. I'm being real with you when I'm
asking me a question.
No, yeah.
My only question to you is, based on everything that we've seen on the news,
cut him off. I'm sorry, Grumpy.
It's a monologue and I can't get 3 words.
No, yeah. Grumpy didn't get a chance to speak. Everybody just cut him off. I'm sorry, Grumpy. Go ahead.
So yeah, I even made a video saying that this is the one and only thing I'm voting for Trump for, was not knowing what a woman is, not knowing what a man is. Literally why I voted for Trump. Made a video stating that that's why I'm voting for Trump, because gay men are being banned from gay male exclusive spaces. Lesbians are being excluded from female exclusive spaces, single sex female spaces. They're literally coming after us. They told us that my sexuality is a disgusting genital preference. Since about 2018, I have been attacked, abused, ridiculed, even canceled because I'm a dude that likes dudes. And according to the left, that's transphobic. So I voted for Donald Trump.
These are just aspersions. They make no sense. You have a gay Republican here saying now Democrats hate gays. Okay, y'all make no sense. Y'all just make no sense.
Because they do.
Okay, I want to come back to what you were talking about, Dree. You said that no Democrat had made a statement about a certain thing, and I just want you to repeat it so that I understand exactly what you're talking about.
The things you're hearing, maybe a crazy Democrat did it, but no national Democrat said
he's playing with language.
Men are to share spaces with women in the law.
Okay, hold on. I got the answer.
He's playing with language.
I got the answer. No, I got the answer for you right here, Dree. It's called Title IX. When Joe Biden made the changes to Title IX, that was literally the national stage Democrats saying,
hold
men
on.
and women don't exist anymore. It's shared existence, and men are allowed to be in women's spaces.
That's not true. That is not.
That is 100% true. Can I finish?
Go ahead. Finish.
Okay, that is 100% factual. The reason that I know this is because once Title IX changed, my school board, which I was a member of, had to affirm this change inside our own district. Then there was a group called Moms for Liberty that filed a lawsuit against the Biden administration, got a national injunction, and then they had to go, okay, if you have a child that is in this school, you have to follow the 2020 Donald Trump Title IX. And if you don't have a child, then you have to follow the Biden 2024.
Well, hold on. I listen.
Title IX, which allows men in women's spaces.
I speak
fluent
Democrat.
Listen, national platform.
Listen, hello. I speak fluent Democrat. Of what you said.
So what Dree is trying to do is he's playing on the semantics of what you said.
They're calling those biological men
into women's spaces.
So we know that
they're calling those biological men
into women's spaces.
So we know that it's allowing
focusing
for
on the
males into women's spaces.
The words, the specific,
the
is focusing on the
semantics
of it.
On the words,
because remember
the terminology, the semantics of
it.
As we all know,
trans remember
are what?
Because Democrats,
women,
as we all know, say trans women
but
are
what they say. Trans women are women.
So right, but I'm saying what they say
is
trans women are women. So that's what Dree is trying to defend.
No, it's not. What Title IX did with the change that the Biden administration did with Title IX is that trans people had to be accommodated. It did not say how they had to be accommodated. It's just that they had
Title
to be
IX is literally about
That's
female exclusive spaces.
Oh my God.
What?
That's literally the entire point of Title IX.
It did not say that. What you should
I don't even have to read from Title IX.
Bro, listen, I don't even have to read from Title IX. Title IX, it's an anti-discrimination law. Based on sex.
In housing
and
what they did was when they put gender identity in
locker rooms.
it now
but basically what they did was when they put gender identity in
male,
it now
female
it now basically said that if you don't let a biological male into a female space, then you're committing discrimination.
And I'm going to even go even further.
Don't fucking tell me no. That's exactly what that shit said. And I'm going to even go even further.
Remember when everybody was out there
the executive order that Donald Trump wrote
segregation?
Remember when everybody was out there saying Donald Trump is bringing back segregation?
He reversed that executive order, or he put a pause on it for 90 days.
What Donald Trump actually did was he reversed that executive order, or he put a pause on it for 90 days. To make sure that it wasn't violating actual anti-discrimination law,
and the equal
because these executive orders that were written after the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the Equal Employment Opportunity Act,
that law,
they introduced new language
gender
on top of that law
as an additional category.
For example, gender identity as an additional category of
the rules that
marginalized group for discrimination. So the rules that existed
discrimination
that
it now basically said that
discrimination.
Okay, it's as defined as segregated.
It now
spaces,
basically said that
now that you're not allowing
as defined as segregated spaces,
males,
right?
Into
now
female
that you're not allowing biological males.
That means now you're bringing
into
segregation.
Female bathrooms
because you're segregating women to their own.
That means now you're bringing back segregation.
You see the language
because you're segregating women to their own protected
Donald Trump
spaces.
Is bringing back.
You see the language that these people use in the media.
Desegregation.
Donald Trump is bringing back segregation because
you had
the
to allow
desegregation
biological men
under those government contracts meant that you had to allow biological men into women's locker rooms,
Democrats
changing rooms, and bathrooms.
Segregation as
so I want y'all to be clear. Democrats view today's version of segregation as keeping men out of women's private protected spaces.
Tell me anything that I just said that was
now tell me anything that I just said that was false, Tree, other than saying what I said isn't true.
You're coming to specious conclusions.
I literally
Title IX, the way the Biden administration changed it.
I came to specious conclusions. I literally told.
Can I please finish?
I didn't come to a conclusion. I told you what the law says.
No, that is not true. The
law
keep going. That trans people had to be accommodated. It did not say how they had to be accommodated.
It's about
you all to say
he's lying.
Excuse me, can I finish, please?
For
you all to say that meant
it is about
men
schools
or trans women get to or biological men share spaces with women. That is not true.
Yes, it is.
Oh my
It's that
God.
trans people had to be accommodated.
Hold on, I'm
Can't
pulling
be
it
this
up.
stupid.
Hold on, bro.
You
Okay,
Hey, look.
all right, hold on.
Let me give an example.
Grumpy,
Let me
I
give a
got
real
you.
life example, please. Look, and you have an actual Olympian, a woman. They had a whole hearing talking about how they had, I forget the person's name, but was allowed to go into. They weren't forewarned, weren't told that it was going to happen. They were allowed him to go into side of the restroom. And she even said his genitalia made them feel uncomfortable. And when the ladies went and talked to their superiors, they told them that they had to follow the rules and they had to get over it. These things you're saying isn't true, bro.
Who is
They're
they?
real, like,
But they were not Democrats.
Dree, let me finish.
Who is
I
the
didn't cut
they in your
anybody.
scenario?
Dree, let me finish because I didn't cut you off.
Yeah, but who was the
else,
they?
bro. Let me finish. Okay. I think that Leah Thomas is the male swimmer. I don't remember the young lady's name, but it's
the blonde chick.
Riley Gaines.
Say what was her name?
Riley Gaines.
Riley Gaines.
Riley Gaines. Thank you. It was a whole hearing that you can watch where she talked about it on TV. These are real life situations that are happening. You're saying it's not true.
It's the
very
they.
true.
The they was not the Democratic Party. That was the Olympic Sports Committee, whoever made that
Based
rule.
off of
That was
Title
not the
IX.
Democratic
Based
Party.
off of Joe Biden's Title
No,
IX.
Joe Biden did not say to them that they had to do X, Y, Z. That's not what Joe
Yes,
Biden
that's
told
what
them.
Title IX is.
No, you're wrong.
Yes,
Joe
that's
Biden
what
said
Title
they had
IX
to be
is.
accommodated.
Dree.
They did not
Bro,
say how.
the whole hearing I'm telling Dree, the whole hearing that I'm talking about was about Title IX, bro. They came to talk about their experiences based on the changes that were made due through Title IX. The hearing was about Title IX.
But that's how the Olympic Committee, how they did it through Title IX. That was their fault. That wasn't the Democratic Party.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You know, y'all know how I feel about people telling me that, like,
Hello,
when
guys.
I'm lying or if I'm saying
All
something
right,
that's
hold
not
on.
true. So
you know, y'all know how I feel about
people telling me that, like, when I'm lying or if I'm saying something that's not true. So I'm just going to read Prohibition of Segregated Facilities Act that was written April of 20. It was updated in April of 2000.
Prohibition of Segregated
15.
Facilities Act that was written
I'm going to
April
read
of
to you.
20.
It's
It was
the
updated in April of
2000. What the hell is fair? What does it stand for again?
I'm going to
Oh my
read to you.
God.
It's the FAR. What the hell is far fair? What does it stand for
No.
again? Oh my God.
Wait, Tony, did you say 2015? That's Trump administration.
What are you talking about?
So
No, it isn't. That's
No, it isn't. That's Obama.
That's Obama. What are you talking about?
I didn't say
2015. Okay, because
Yeah,
y'all
that's
keep saying
Obama.
y'all kept saying Biden
Okay,
changed.
so I didn't say. I want you to see
24.
the EO.
Can I finish?
On
Okay,
the
so
segregated
I want you to see
in
the
government
EO.
contracts.
Okay,
Now,
on
everyone, please pay attention to this, 'cause
segregated
I don't want you to miss
facilities
this.
in government contracts.
Segregated facilities.
Everyone, please
It's
pay
gonna tell
attention
you
to
what
this because
segregated
I don't want you to miss this.
Okay, that are
segregated facilities.
prohibited.
It's going to tell you what segregated facilities
means
are.
Any
Okay,
waiting rooms,
going to be
work
prohibited.
areas.
Segregated facility means any
and wash
waiting rooms,
restaurants, other
work
eating areas, time clocks,
restrooms,
locker rooms,
and washrooms,
drinking fountains,
restaurants,
blah, blah, blah,
other eating areas, time clocks,
segregated,
locker rooms,
explicit directive,
drinking fountains,
or
blah blah
are in
blah.
fact
Right,
segregated
that are
on the basis
segregated
of
by
race,
explicit directive, or are
religion,
in fact segregated on the basis of race,
sexual orientation,
color, religion,
gender identity.
Sex,
that was updated.
Sexual orientation,
gender identity.
Identity.
The rule
that was updated to include gender identity.
It does not and will not.
The rule
maintain
is
or provide
the contractor agrees that it does not and will not maintain or provide for its employees any segregated
Y'all heard me talk
facilities.
about bathrooms. You heard me say locker rooms.
We know that. What are the segregated facilities? Y'all heard me talk about bathrooms.
You can't discriminate.
You heard me say
on
locker
race.
rooms, changing rooms.
But
we also said it also said what? You can't discriminate based on race,
identity. So I believe that I am a
religion
woman with my big old penis,
gender identity,
my hairy face.
So if I believe that I am a woman with my big old penis and my hairy face,
changing room in that locker room,
you do not have the right to segregate me from going into that changing room in that locker room in that bathroom with those women. Tell me what I said that was false, G.
That's one of the executive.
Okay,
that's the executive order that everyone.
First of all,
announced.
By the way,
bringing back
that's one of the executive. That's the executive order that everyone announced. Donald Trump was bringing back segregation because he was trying to take men out of women's private spaces. Go ahead, Cook.
Okay, so that was from 2015. When was this from that you just read from? What was that about? What year was it? I just want to know. I just want to know. What year was it?
You just said the year, bro. 2015.
2015? Okay, so, all right, first off, if that was the case, what you're really saying, if it was the way Tony interpreted was actually true, we already have men's and women's locker rooms and bathrooms. If it was interpreted
that executive order removed
that wouldn't be allowed.
No, the executive order removed
sex is already a part of that law, correct? Wasn't sex already a part of that law?
He just told you what was.
He just read the law. It said it removed those segregations.
But even with that law, we've still had men's bathrooms and women's bathrooms.
No
right?
one's arguing that, Dre.
All right,
he
then.
literally told you what was added.
He's saying, well, it was one piece that was
the law said that.
Wait. I know what he's saying. He's saying, well, it mentions sex, so then it's segregated already. No, Dre, I'm sorry. Dre, I should have read the rest of it.
Single-user restroom
the term does not include
sleeping
separate
provided
or
to
single user restrooms
between
or necessary dressing or sleeping areas provided to assure privacy between sexes.
There you go. So that answers your question right there. That is saying you have to accommodate the trans people with what is it? Single dressing rooms or single rooms that that's the accommodation right there.
Right now?
It answers it in the law. Right there, it answers it in the law.
Are you joking right now?
Tony, please read that last part again, please, because I don't understand why you look so confused. Please read that last part.
Sorry, y'all. This is what it's like when I have these conversations or so-called debates with Democrats.
This is what it's like.
The term doesn't
have these
include separate or single-use restrooms or necessary dressing or sleeping areas provided to assure
separate or
privacy
single-use restrooms or necessary dressing or sleeping areas provided to assure privacy between sexes.
There you go. That answers it right there. Single use.
Hold on.
That's the accommodation that all trans people needed was single use.
Didn't ban single use.
Wait.
Listen, wait. That you're talking about like
this didn't
creating an
ban
additional
single use or anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen, if you're saying that you're talking about creating an additional bathroom for people who identify as trans, yeah, absolutely.
Did you ignore everything else that I
but that's not what it
said? Men can go into women's bathrooms.
Donald, did you ignore everything else that I read before that said men can go into women's bathrooms and locker rooms?
Yes, if it's a public space, they have to be allowed in. That's what the EO says.
True. That is they just have to be accommodated.
What other bathrooms are they going to use, Bree?
Okay.
What's happening right now?
Are you listening to yourself, bro?
I think this is
y'all would use the single use.
This is what it's
accommodation.
Where is the single-use bathroom at, Bree?
To Democrats?
Y'all think this is a joke? Listen, bro. This is what it's like all the time talking to Democrats.
So
I'm sorry.
Can I clarify this real quick? So basically, when that executive order came out and the revisions to Title IX, it updated that any single use restroom was not to be gendered. So basically, when you walk into somewhere, hold on. Sorry, Tony.
Go ahead.
When you walk into a restaurant or a school, and it's a single-use bathroom, it says all genders.
Correct.
Right, including trans.
Okay.
There's only two genders.
No,
there's only two.
Wrong. No, you're wrong. That's why gender was added in. There's the two sexes.
Yes.
Gender is different. That's why it was added in.
There's only two of those too.
You're incorrect. You're just
yes. That's right. Grumpy.
Wait, Dree. Aren't you guys the party of trust the science? No. Science has told us for thousands of years that there are two genders.
There's two sexes.
XY.
There's two XY.
Stop, Dree. That's a.
Then why did they have to add gender into it then? Then why did they choose to add gender into it then?
Science has proven there's no such thing as trans, but here we are.
Because what we've been telling you,
sexes were already a part of it.
Bro, it would Dree. We literally just told you the whole point. They literally have been adding this stuff in, making these extreme use cases of things that aren't rooted in reality. That's the whole point we've been arguing, bro. You agree with it. We're telling you we don't. And it's an extreme view, which was a part of the overarching conversation we was having earlier about what's extreme, what isn't, what's conservative, what come on, bro, what's progressive. This is literally what we've been talking about.
No,
this
I don't think
besides all of that,
and it was added in. Just let me finish this last. Just let me finish this last piece, Ms. Martina. And it was specifically added in by the side that you're agreeing with. One thing I want to point out, bro, is what Unplugged said earlier and what Tony pointed out earlier. When we're having conversations about these things that are being added, they aren't telling the full story. They are leaving pieces out to make it seem like something is being taken away from you all. They're taking away healthcare, but then they're not telling you they're taking away a part of healthcare which was related specifically to the gender dysphoria stuff. They told us about what was going on. I forgot my last point. I'll stop there.
Okay.
So please just give me a moment. Dree, there is a wrong and a right, and I wonder, do you have children?
No, I don't, Miss Martina.
Okay. That answers my question. Because if you have children, your natural instinct is going to come in and you protect them with anything you have. And there is a wrong and there is a right. And that's all I have to say.
Yeah, there's a moral wrong and a moral right. I agree with you, but that's not what government is about. Government is not about morality. But y'all on cultural issues.
Forget about government for a moment.
Yeah.
If you have children, you protect your children with everything you have.
Yeah.
No matter what the government says.
Yeah.
You want to protect your daughter going into that bathroom and being safe.
That's right.
He can't relate,
Martina.
Absolutely.
Martina, he can't relate because I guess because he doesn't have children.
So
Maybe that's why he can't relate, right?
He
can't relate.
Martina,
he can't relate because I guess because he doesn't have children. Maybe that's why he can't relate, right?
But
so he doesn't understand.
But
hold on, he doesn't understand that level of protection. Do you all
And
know
love.
where the idea of gender identity?
But
hold on, before y'all cut me, I'm just going to say something. Do you all know where the idea of gender identity popularization when it was popularized? Does anybody know? John Money. Who's responsible for that? And
Alfred Kinsey and John Money.
But John Money is the one who popularized it and posted research on this.
Started it too.
Right. But
So
popularized it and posted
do we know about John
research
Money?
on this.
He was a
Both
pedophile.
were 3 PDOs.
That's what I was going to ask you next.
As a matter of fact,
so
maybe I should
what do we know
from
about
some of
John
his
Money?
writings.
He was a
Do you want me to do
pedophile.
that? And this is as recent as the 1980s.
As a
You
matter
want
of
me to
fact,
read
maybe
from
I
some
should
of his
quote
writings,
from
or
some of his writings.
y'all want to look
you want
him
me
up
to do
yourself?
that? And this is as recent as the 1980s. Y'all want me to read from some of his writings?
Yeah.
Or y'all want to look him up
It won't
yourself?
get your live taken down because he was pretty explicit.
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right.
I've never heard of him. So
let me
because I've never heard of his writings. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well, I have it
All
right
right,
here.
I gotta
but
be careful.
Go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
let me
While you looking for that, can I say something real quick, Tony?
Yeah. Well, I have it right here, but go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, basically, and Dree, this is nothing against you personally. I'm serious, nothing against you personally. The pushback that you gave is the main reason why when 2026 midterms come around, the Democratic Party is going to get mollywopped. It's that reason right there, because there's no diplomacy. There is no compromise. There is no real conversation. They're standing 10 toes down on not even 80-20 issues, on 90-10 issues, and it's about kitchen table shit. And like we've been saying, the one thing that's constant is the protection of children. I know this for a fact. If I'm in Publix and I see a little girl go in there, let's say 10 years old, and I see a dude walk in there dressed up like a chick, it's not happening on my watch. That's not my child, but it's not going to happen. Oh no. And that right there, common sense is taking over. So, like I said, the more on the Democratic side that think the way that you're thinking, that's what's going to end up happening because they're not changing. And it's crazy. It's nothing against a Democratic voter. That's fine. But the Democratic Party is still pushing the same shit that made them lose a national election where every single state voted more Republican. Every single state, not just one. That right there alone is the reason why in 2026, we're going to see a difference of a norm where the incoming administration usually loses the midterms. It's not going to happen this time. It's going to be bad. It's going to be real bad.
I was looking at some of the quotes from John Money.
All right, so
they're bad.
I want to pull. I was looking at some of the quotes from John Money.
Yeah,
I'm trying to. They're bad.
Yeah, like I said, you can read from them if you don't find your logic.
Yo, yeah, I'm trying to find out.
Yo, Tone, speak it. Do it. Say it in Pig Latin. Say it in Pig Latin.
I'll say this. He downplayed the wild of pedophilia.
Yeah, wait till you see Alfred Kinsey.
I'll say this. He downplayed the harm of pedophilia.
You know
and
what?
he basically said that it's not
I would
so
suggest
bad.
that you
Like,
all
that's what
do
he was
some
saying.
deep dive research into
oh my God,
John Money.
You know what?
And his writings.
I would
on
suggest that
gender
you all
identity.
do some deep dive
That will
research
give you a good
into,
idea on where that
John Money,
how that
and his writings
idea
on
has
gender
become
identity
so popularized.
That will give you a
And I
good
would say in
idea on
contrast
where
to
that
some of the concepts
how that
existed before
idea
it.
has
See,
become so
whenever you allow people
popularized.
to coin these
And I would
frames
say
and
in
take
contrast to some
like
of the
John Money
concepts
would be the
that
perfect
existed before
spokesman
it.
for maps.
You see, whenever you
today.
allow people to coin these
The
frames and take
godfather of the NAMBLA
like
movement.
John Money would be
Y'all
the
remember
perfect
NAMBLA?
spokesman for maps of today. The godfather of the
Jesus
NAMBLA
Christ.
movement.
National
Y'all remember
Association
NAMBLA?
of Man Boy Love or
It's
something
still
like
a
that.
thing, Tony. It's still a thing.
Jesus Christ.
But
National Association of Man Boy Love or something like that.
Yeah.
But Tony, you realize everything LGBT in itself is rooted in this the same people. It's still
The TQ plus, the LGBs have separated.
Well, I know you separated, but what I'm talking about is where the conversation actually started, where these ideologies started at. I'm not talking about you as a person.
Oh yeah, they started. That's why we separated, because we're not getting lumped in with that. We just wanted to be able to find whoever we found attractive. Like, I mean, I'm a dude who likes dudes. There are women who like women, and that's literally the beginning and end of it. Yet you've got these TQ motherfuckers saying that, well, you're like literally universities holding rallies saying that same-sex attraction is transphobic. You have literal institutions of higher education telling an entire group
anybody
of
can do whatever the hell they
people
want to do
their
with their lives.
sexuality is disgusting
I
and
just
bigoted.
have a problem when you start to
Listen,
target
y'all can do whatever. Anybody can
You know
do
what I'm
whatever the hell
saying?
they want to do with
So,
their lives.
I don't even want to get into like
I just have a problem when you start to target our children.
I
That's
just
all.
think that we keep
You know what I'm
opening the
saying?
door for things that we're not prepared
I don't
for.
even want to get into like a
And
look. I just think that we keep
Blessed
opening the door
Infinity?
for things that we're not prepared for. And
I don't know who Blessed Infinity is, but they're spamming your account.
Blessed
At the
Infinity?
bottom.
It says tap.
Yeah,
Tap,
they're
tap,
just
tap.
making whole blank spots
Are you
over and
on
over
iPhone or
again.
something?
Oh, I see the tap picture.
No, it says tap.
Really?
Tap, tap,
Yeah,
tap.
the
Oh, well, I
tap.
can see
Are you on an iPhone or something?
Nah, I'm on an Android.
Yeah, but listen,
Really?
listen, y'all.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm on an iPhone and I just see the tap icon over and
kind of
over
went
again.
all over the
Just
place.
Yeah, but
encouraging
listen,
people
I
to
mean,
listen, y'all, like y'all
started this
know,
live to talk about.
I mean,
the
I started this
gatekeeper
live.
class,
I mean, we
right?
kind of
Because
went
we have
all over the
gatekeepers-
place.
gatekeepers that
I mean,
continue to lie to us and
started this
trigger us
live to talk
emotionally
about, the gatekeeper
in order
class,
to.
right? Because we have.
I don't think they're doing it
gatekeepers that
for the
continue
specific
to lie to
purpose
us
of
and trigger us
getting us
emotionally
to act against
in
our
order
collective
to-
best interest.
And I don't
they're
think they're doing it
rationalizing what they're
for the
doing
specific purpose
while
of
trying to
getting us
preserve their
to act
access
against our
to the
collective best
same
interest. I think
white
they're rationalizing what they're
supremacist
doing
system that they've
while
been
trying
telling
to
us
preserve
is
their
stopping black
access
people.
to the
Does
same
that make sense?
white
Because
supremacist
without their grip,
system
they have
that they've
nothing.
been telling us is
Without being
stopping
able to
black people.
convince you that
Does
you
that make
belong
sense?
with the Democrat
Because
Party and you
without
need
their
to
grip,
support these
they have
movements,
nothing.
They have nothing.
Without
they don't
being
make
able
any
to
money. They're
convince
not
you
getting funding
that you
from
belong with the
these
Democrat
nonprofit
Party and you
organizations.
need to
Funding
support
from
these
the
movements.
DNC.
They have nothing. They don't make any money.
These
They're not getting funding
entertainers
from these
who all,
nonprofit organizations.
They're
They're not getting
with the
funding
Democrat
from
Party,
the
DNC,
DNC
all of these people.
or their
like
or
they
these,
put
these
money into this. Like,
entertainers.
these people make money.
Who all
they
you
just
know,
create
they
some
all flow
nonprofit
with the Democrat Party,
under
the
guise of
AdBlues, all of
justice
these
and
people.
equality and
Like they
DEI
put money
and
into
whatever
this. Like these people
else
make
it
money.
is.
They just create
And
some nonprofit
guaranteed money,
under
bro.
the guise of justice and
How
equality
many
and DEI and
nonprofits are
whatever
there in
else,
this country? I think
else it is.
1.5 million.
And that's
How
guaranteed
much
money, bro.
do they?
How many nonprofits are
Isn't it
there
like
in this
something like
country? I
2
think
trillion?
1.5 million.
It's the
And how much
biggest
money
grift.
do
the
they
biggest grift.
funnels through those nonprofits? Isn't
Listen,
it like
I
something
run-
like 2 trillion?
I run a nonprofit. I run a
It's
nonprofit.
the biggest grift. It's
That
the
is
biggest grift.
Literally fucking broke.
Listen,
but
I run
we
a
advocate
nonprofit.
for
I run a
real shit
nonprofit
that actually
that
is
is
impacting people.
literally fucking broke.
The most
Like we
the most
advocate for
disadvantaged
real
people like
shit
that.
that actually
Does it
is
make a difference?
impacting
No, we don't
people.
get because we're not
You know,
popular.
the most
ones,
disadvantaged people at that.
You know, they told the
But does
party
it make a
lines,
difference?
the
No, we don't
politics,
get
they
because
say
we're
the
not
right trigger
popular.
word, suppression,
But the
and this
popular
and
ones
white supremacy,
that
blah, blah.
you know they
They
told
get
the
all
party
the money,
lines,
bro.
the politics. They say the
And they
right
get the
trigger word,
platforms.
suppression, and
So,
this and
we
white
just got to be more
supremacy, blah, blah.
confident in pushing back.
They
against
get
these
all the
narratives
money,
that are being
bro.
propagated by people
And
who
they
really
get the
don't give a damn
platforms.
about our community.
So we
that's
just
my
got to
point
be more
there.
confident in
Y'all-
pushing
y'all go
back
ahead,
against
sorry.
these narratives that are being propagated by people who really don't give a damn about our community. That's my point there. Y'all go ahead.
But you and I talked about that before, Tony. Like when you look at nonprofits, the way to tell if they're really worth the shit and if they're really doing anything is look at their books, because they all have to be public. They all file 902C, I think, for taxes. And it'll tell you what their
Well, not
administrative
all.
costs
It
are.
doesn't apply
If their
to all. It
administrative
depends on the
costs
type
are
of nonprofit
above
organization.
15%,
It is.
they are embezzling money.
But I get what you're saying.
Well, not all. It doesn't apply to all. It depends on the
they're
type of
different-
nonprofit
There are
organization.
different types of nonprofits.
It is.
It's if it's one like
but I get
if
what
it's
you're
one
saying.
that 501c4
They're
where you
different.
can like
They're different
engage
types
in
of nonprofits.
politics
And
and
it's if it's one
and,
like definitely like if it's
endorse
one that
candidates and
like
shit like
501c4,
that, you're under
where
a
you
lot
can
more
like
scrutiny
engage in
than,
politics
like a
and
typical like
and
average 501c3.
endorse candidates and shit like that. You're under a lot more scrutiny than like a typical like average
still have to-
501c3.
Right, I understand that, but I'm saying like a typical
that's crazy.
501c3.
Damn,
If
you
their
still have to.
administrative costs are 85%, that means that they're paying
that's
their
crazy.
executives.
Damn.
That's what I'm saying. It's not their total expenditure. It's just their administrative for the people that are on the board of the 501c3. Because for a 501c3,
Right,
you have to have
right.
a president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. Those are the four main positions that you have to have.
Then you know what it is. Word.
Right.
So
Thanks, Lou.
if between
Thank you,
those
Lou.
four people, they're
Yeah,
taking
absolutely.
up 85%
You
of the
mean like
money.
the Clinton Foundation?
That's how you know that
know what it
nonprofit
is.
is just
Word.
a shell. It's just a shell.
Thanks, Lou. Thank you, Lou. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you mean like the Clinton Foundation with Haiti?
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay, if that's okay.
Oh, okay. Don't mention Trump's foundation that was closed down.
You see,
no, let's not start
right.
talking
You
about
see
that.
that? If
No,
that's
I-
it's always
Okay.
Trump
With
with
that,
you.
Dree.
That's the
I
problem.
agree with you 100% on that one.
Right. You see that, Dree? It's always but
Yeah,
Trump.
they
with
still
you.
doing it.
That's the
Yep,
problem.
Trump's was shut down. Hillary Clinton's is still running and embezzling and stealing.
Yeah, they
As
still
long as she's
Clinton
not
is still
president.
president, though. Trump is president. So
What about the?
So it's okay to embezzle and steal money as long as she's not president.
As long as she's
You
not
know,
president.
Hillary-
I'm saying, why y'all focus on the past when Trump is president now?
It's not the past. Her company is still
It's the
they're
present.
still embezzling and stealing.
TDS.
She's not president. Trump is.
If it
So, it doesn't
races,
matter.
You
So
know
it's
what?
okay for her to embezzle and steal money from people, from poor people.
TDS.
No, who was that talking? Who are we talking to? Oh, that's
shit.
Grumpy. Okay.
You know what?
I didn't say
So
that.
you're literally telling me it's fine that she's stealing money from poor people because she's not president.
I'm telling you to worry about your president you voted for. That's what I'm telling you to worry about.
Oh my God.
ooh, Yara, why are you being rude?
Hold on.
Because how you gonna
Hey y'all. Thanks for joining me. I'm going to end this stream now. I'm going to continue the conversation over on TikTok. I didn't even realize that my mic was active over here, so you might have been hearing like an echo. Sorry about that. But yeah, if you want to continue the conversation, you can find me at Tony_Talks. That's Tony_Talks at TikTok. We're live right now. I'm actually surprised that they didn't suspend my live. I mean, usually they report the hell out of me for just telling the truth, but I guess we're still live. So you can meet me over there. I appreciate y'all for joining me, and I will definitely talk to you guys soon. All right. Thank you for joining. Peace.